My name is Don Bain, and of course I am the Gadget Professor. We're coming to you live and totally in color from CES 2025. Welcome everyone. You are here at the Tech Podcast Annual CES Extravaganza and Show. What we do here every day for 4 days in a row is we have a new interview every 10 to 15 minutes-ish. Sometimes it's 10 minutes, sometimes it's 15. It really depends upon the flow of people. And sometimes we have people, because this is all live, that don't even show up. And then I have to ad-lib and tell you crazy stories, and I got a bunch of them to tell you today. And my stories hopefully are humorous, but yet informative, and it will bring you technical information that you did not know you needed to know. Okay, today we're going to start the show off with a company called BrainChip, and they do some interesting things. I had interviewed them last year, and that was kind of neat. And this year, I guess they have significantly progressed, so we will actually see what's going on with that company. In terms of what we have seen here, we've seen some quite interesting things. Now, I'm going to let you in on some insider information. I've been doing this for about 25 years, and you learn, as a talk show host, you learn right off the bat, as soon as someone walks up to this stage, and right now we're up on the second floor of the Venetian Expo, and you could kind of sort of see behind me there are not many people here yet, and it's 9:07. The reason there's not many people here is because everybody was partying last night. It is Vegas, and they are either hungover or in jail, and soon they will be released under personal recognizance, and you'll see this place starting to fill up about 11 o'clock-ish, or maybe before. Just look over my shoulder and you'll see. So essentially what I'm referring to is you get to know people. As soon as they walk up the steps, I see them, okay, and I know instantly if we're going to have a good time or not, because if they show up with nothing, no brochure, no MP4 files, nothing whatsoever, they're not prepared, and that irks me. I'm just being honest with you. One gentleman brought a display. It was bigger than the booth, but he lugged it up the stairs, and it was an inflatable barrier for floods. And, you know, without that device that he had, I would have not realized what the device was. It was brilliant. And I have had other people here that show up with absolutely nothing and try to talk through what they do. And it does work in some cases, but of course it's always better if you're prepared. Everybody knows they're going to have an interview here because they get a confirmation. So we'll have a little bit more on that later. I'll tell you some funny stories. And right now I see Stephen Brightfield here, and I'm assuming he's with BrainChip. And sometimes you can't bring an object or something with you because they don't manufacture something. It's all like software or hardware, and it wouldn't be possible to show it on this type of an interview because of the technical implications and ramifications. So, excuse me, Steve is here. And anyway, while they're chit-chatting and getting ready to come on air, what happened yesterday is we had a gentleman, I'm not going to name who it was. Actually, we'll save that because Steve is coming up. Hello, Steven. Hiya. Enza. Hi, Steve. Oh, we see a mini computer. Should be good. Good morning, sir. I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Thank you so much for joining us today. And you are from BrainChip. He's getting his headset on. That's all right. Enz, if you can grab me a water, because I can't reach over there, or someone grab me a water. Kirk will take care of it. There we go. All right, we're all set here. This is live.
Yeah, I'd like a water, too. That'd be great.
2 waters coming up. Here we go. Would you like a beer? No.
Oh, later for that. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Wonderful.
Good. Could you move your microphone just a little bit close in? There you go.
Oh, hi there.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah, great.
So I have interviewed BrainChip. I think this is the 3rd year. we followed the company.
Great.
Interesting. What's going on this year? Now, I haven't seen this before, so I don't know what you're bringing me.
Well, actually, this is my first year here at BrainChip, and I'm really excited to show you that this was actually announced right after CES as a product last year.
Okay.
But what we did this year was announce that we have a whole sequence of partners that are supporting this from a software and a hardware ecosystem environment. So we announced about 10 different partners that have either combined their cameras, like Prophecy, VVDN, that can build new versions of this at low cost, and about 6 different software companies, AI Labs, B Motion.
And was that all due to the connections you made at CES over the years, or you don't know?
Well, a lot of it was. We have had an ongoing partnership program because the hardware isn't valuable as a software that really does exciting use cases,
of course.
right? So we've actually had several partner meetings and signed up new partners on this platform today that we can't announce, but in the last year, we've really had a really exciting set of different use cases that are supported on it, from in-cabin, industrial, and anomaly, and vision detection.
Yeah, I know that the infrastructure was quite solid and the science was quite solid into how you integrate that. So for our listening audience, why don't you tell us a little bit, bare bones, because it gets complicated,
right?
What it is that you do, and then we'll talk about the box.
Great. So BrainChip licenses blueprints for chips. So we're not really in the chip business. These are development enablement kits for software developers to do proof of concepts and evaluate what they're doing. And the reason for that is our technology is very unique. BrainChip is about modeling or inspired by the brain AI architectures. So we don't actually put brains in your chip. We get calls all the time asking about this. But what we do is we model the way the brain senses information.
Based on artificial intelligence logarithms.
That's correct. So we basically look at the algorithms that the brain uses to detect things, and we try to model that. And the reason we do that is it's so much more efficient than the current strategies for doing AI. It's more brute force, I would call it.
Right. Okay. So you're going to actually integrate in the integrated circuits, the chips, your technology, your methodology.
That's correct. So our main business model is licensing our blueprints for other manufacturers to integrate it with more complex chips.
Who makes the most chips in the world?
I would not know the answer to that, to tell you the truth. The most chips in the world, probably
China.
China, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Which brings up an interesting question, probably for another time. But you know, the ability to embed in these chips, whatever you want. That's why the government, I digress, is a little scared of, I don't know, let's say DJI, the drone manufacturer, because they don't know what's in the chips. And I'll talk about that later. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Good opportunity to interject.
So one of the things is, we have this big box, but really our technology is very small and very power efficient. Most of the AI chips you hear about, they're doing tens of watts or hundreds of watts or more. This is a 1 watt device, and we actually have versions that are fractions of a watt here.
Really?
And we announced this fall Akita Pico, which is microwatts. So we can use a hearing aid battery and have this run for days and days doing detection algorithms. So it's really applicable to put on wearables, put it in eyeglasses, put it in earbuds, put it in smart watches.
Lord knows they need it for, I'm grossly hearing impaired. I have hearing aids.
Oh, okay.
And they're horrible. I would love to see your technology embedded in those.
One of the things we're demonstrating in our suite is an audio denoising algorithm. So when you have a noisy environment like the show here, you can pass your audio through the machine learning algorithm, and it cleans it up, and it sounds wonderful. And,
really?
And this is a thing you're going to start seeing with the deregulation of hearing aids by the FDA.
Yes.
Apple Pro earbuds have put some of this technology in theirs. And we're seeing, I talked to some manufacturers that have glasses where they put microphones in the front and then AI algorithms in the arm of the glasses, and it doesn't look like you're wearing hearing aids, but you're getting this much improved audio quality. Because most people have minor hearing loss,
Yeah.
and they don't want the stigma of wearing hearing aids.
Yeah.
But this kind of removes it. Oh, it's an earbud. Oh, it's glasses I'm wearing, and now I can hear
Sure.
and engage.
I can see that. That's
Yeah.
great. So does this technology exist? Is that something someone could purchase in a hearing aid, for example?
It's actually, I've seen manufacturers out on the floor doing this. We're working with some manufacturers to put more advanced algorithms than the
That's
current ones in
wonderful.
there.
That's
Yes.
wonderful. All right, let's talk a little bit about your box here. I love these mini PCs. I use these daily. I have about 8 or 9 of them set up in my studio, and I'm sure this is one on steroids. So let's hear about it.
What we did was we took a single board computer from
Right.
NXP,
Yes.
and we've combined that with 2 of our devices to put 3 teraops of computing
Oh, no
power in
kidding.
here. And this is like a consumer grade product that you can put in a medical device, a medical office, a home, an industrial plant, maybe infrastructure where you're looking and detecting for any anomalies, or you're doing security, or you're doing kind of interaction with a human to control a device.
Now, does this have a typical, I don't know, like a Windows interface?
No, this uses Linux,
Okay.
and it's really not designed to have a keyboard or anything like that.
Right, right.
Which you can.
It's
but
processing.
It's a processing. So
Right.
the idea is you attach a camera or microphones or sensors to this. It'll take that streaming data, process it with our neuromorphic computing, and then provide actions that might control equipment automatically.
That's quite
Or it
fascinating.
might signal to the office, hey, we need to send somebody out to take a look at this before there's a failure.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Now, is this available for the consumers right now?
You can buy this on our Shopify, on our website right now today.
Oh, I didn't. What's your website?
Yeah, brainchip.com.
Okay.
Yes. So we're really focused on software developers so they can innovate and do this, because this form factor is really a development platform, but they can put this M.2 card, which is utilized in here, into any one of their own products. So we announced this yesterday at the show.
Wow.
And then we have
You're
even a
using
smaller
M2?
version. M.2.
What about 4? You're at that point yet? or-
M.2 is the standard form factor here. Yeah.
Isn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Because there is M4.
M4 is actually the microprocessor that's in here from ARM. So we have a ARM microcontroller
I got
inside
it.
here.
I didn't know that.
And then we have our neural processing unit in here with the 1.5 teraops of
It's pretty
machine
interesting.
learning. Yes.
Very interesting. So tell us, what else does BrainChip do? I know it's not only in here.
Well, this is really the products that we've had out in the public and that we're really rolling out for broad. But really what we're doing is innovating in the next generation of
Right.
neuromorphic architectures. So the first wave of AI was really based on what we call convolutional neural networks, or CNN. And that was really doing vision, machine vision, using in ADAS, which is
Right.
for automated driving. So the second really wave is transformer-based neural networks. And what you know, that's what's used in ChatGPT for large language models.
Right.
And what transformers do have amazing capabilities to generate new images or text, but they're very compute intensive. At the CES keynote here, Jensen Huang talked about how the computations are going up exponentially. And that's really because of the transformer algorithm has driven that. So what BrainChip is doing is working on the third wave of neural network algorithms called state space models. This is a really recent development
Right.
that has been popularized by Mamba, open source models. It was developed both at BrainChip and at Stanford and at Carnegie Mellon University.
I've heard of those.
We call our version of state space models TENS, or temporally enabled neural network models.
It's a whole new language that's coming about,
That's
for
right.
techies out there.
The beauty of state space models is we actually have in our booth an LLM, our large language model, that you can talk to. We do the audio denoising, the same technology for the hearing aids.
Right.
We do the automatic speech recognition, and then we input the text from the ASR into our own LLM that we trained and developed with state space models, and then it'll prompt back and with text-to-speech talk back to you. So this is a personal assistant that can actually go in an earbud. We're
Wow.
not talking to the cloud here with a supercomputer.
Right.
We've taken basically a ChatGPT algorithm and compressed it into a footprint that'll fit on a
I love
board
that.
like this.
I love that.
And then you're not sending your data to the cloud.
Right.
You don't need a modem or
It's all
connectivity.
internal.
and everything you say is private. It's just being talked to this local device here. So there's privacy, security, and low latency for this.
Are there devices that are out now that incorporate that? Not necessarily, hearing aid types of devices.
Not the state space models I'm talking about. All you'll see today is transformer-based models that take a lot of computing. So probably the smallest devices you're seeing this on right now is $1,000 smartphones.
What about the, I think it's Vormor, I don't know if you've heard of them, but these
No.
little pocket translators that will translate a bazillion languages. They'll listen, they'll translate it instantaneously, select the language, just drop it on the table, and it will just, you can have a conversation, I don't know, in Italian, and it will speak to me in English, just no lag.
That's
no
a
nothing.
use case for this technology, but this has actually got knowledge in the language model. So it's not just doing translation, it's actually
Right.
interrogating and then giving you answers that what it's trained on. So one example that we have is you maybe have a device at home, like an appliance. You can say, how do I troubleshoot you? You're not working correctly. And it'll say, oh, well, give me the symptoms. And then you say, oh, it's making this kind of noise. And you go, oh, typically what you'll do is this. So it allows you to, instead of reading a manual or guessing, it'll walk you through how to operate devices or troubleshoot them.
Okay, so let's look out, into the broad future. Now, I'm quasi-familiar with BrainChip. Clearly you're here because you know a hell of a lot more than I do. But my question is this. The way I interpret what you do, essentially, is you're constantly, and that's the key word, redefining the ability of artificial intelligence, the utilization of that, and you guys are getting smarter every day because of the statistical analysis and database that you've accumulated, and you're building on that, and it's just going up and up and up.
Well, that's actually a really good segue to kind of what the advantages that we're doing with neuromorphic computing. We're really focused on the hardware that executes that.
Right.
And then a lot of that intelligent talk about is in the model that's trained, that's running on top of the hardware.
Right.
Now, in the Edge LLM case, we develop not only the hardware architecture that runs the model, but also the model itself. And then we also train that model.
But
So
you're the engine behind all this.
yes, we're the engine that's executing this.
You're the brains of it. Everything else to me is, the chip's going to do what it's supposed to do.
That's why we're called BrainChip.
Yeah.
BrainChip is a
Very
great
good.
story. We had a neural scientist, and he paired up with a chip designer.
Yeah.
So one guy was the brain, the other guy was the chip, BrainChip. So,
But still, essentially, you're learning more and more every day.
well, the model basically, the current AI takes batches of data and goes through a data center and does computations on it to retrain it constantly. So what that means is it has to get data sent from all the devices into a cloud computer, batch it together, and
understand.
retrain it. Neuromorphics can do edge training, so we can personalize this model. You can have this device learning and then learning from your interactions without sending data back to the cloud. That's a really unique advantage of neuromorphic computing.
Privacy.
Privacy, right.
Where do you see this 5 years from now?
I see this embedded in every product and making
you?
our lives easier. And I think a lot of the issues about privacy and security will be addressed because people don't want all of their data sent to the cloud, right?
Yeah.
And then used. One of the examples I have for these edge LLMs is corporations. They'll put these devices in their corporation. Do they want all the private conversations in
Oh,
their
yeah.
company being sent to the cloud to be trained for a better AI model that's sold to their competitor?
Yeah.
No, they want to basically own their data, just like they
Absolutely.
want to
That's
have.
the intellectual property. I mean, it's
That's right. But intellectual property is also the process and the language that's used inside the corporation. And when edge LLMs are used in corporations, companies are going to have to wrestle with the idea, do I want to use a cloud provider and provide him all of my voice data for him to train it and resell that, or do I train my own models?
It's interesting because when the cloud came out, it was the best thing since orange
It's
juice.
still great. It's
It
still
is,
wonderful.
It is, but when you enter in the privacy and
yes.
now,
But the technology is moving so fast, it's hard to go and address some of these issues. So I think your question was what's going to happen in 5 years. I think those questions are going to be wrestled with by companies, and they're going to want to push these algorithms closer to the edge where the data stays within the physical confines of their organization, but they get all the advantages that we're seeing today with things like
That's
Chat
very
GPT.
good. I've talked to hundreds of people about this, and you were one of the few guys that were able to articulate that movement from now to next year. It's pretty interesting.
Well, we're trying to skate
Pretty
where we think the
interesting.
puck is going, and
Yeah,
we
yeah.
know the puck is going that when it's broadly adopted, these questions can't be addressed with agreements or licenses
Sure.
or promises.
Right.
It's going to be exactly how is it structured, how does it work. Yeah.
Very interesting. Steve, I could keep you here all day. Thank you.
I'm
just-
here all day for you. I'm sorry.
I'm blown away by it. Really, it's amazing to me how you do it, and the growth has been so rapid with your company.
Oh,
I mean, it's unbelievable.
We're super excited. We showed
Yeah.
some demos that were not public to some partners, and they had exactly that reaction to us.
No, I can see why.
And we signed up a couple companies to partner. I can't even talk about the companies,
Sure.
but they're setting up a university a program within their corporation
Oh
so
my
that they
God.
can innovate and train their engineers how to think outside the box and apply these technologies to their next generation products.
Steve, I'm thrilled that you joined us today. Look at, folks, you know how many interviews I do a day and how many companies we've talked to over the years. This is one of the ones you want to keep an eye on because they're always accessible. They always answer all the questions, but the technology is so innovative, so creative, and so bleeding edge that you almost can't keep up with it. So if someone were to go to brainchip.com, that would give them a good basic background of what you guys do.
That's right. We'll talk about what we call event-based computing. The key advantage is conventional AI processes every data sample, whether there's any information or not.
Right.
Neuromorphic computing is looking for information within the sparse information into a lot of garbage, pulling that out with spiking networks and propagating that through. And we can get 10x power reductions. If 10% of the data is valid,
Yeah.
and we're only calculating 10% of the data, that means we're 10 times more efficient.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much,
I
too.
thoroughly enjoyed speaking with you.
I love
and
it.
I hope I see you again soon.
We certainly will. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right.
Well, there you go. Just amazing stuff in terms of where the future is going to go with this technology. I guarantee you BrainChip will be involved in some way, shape, or form. It's science fiction to me live. Wow. Cool stuff. All right. We are at 9:28 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are at the Venetian, and let me check around here. It's actually significantly slower than I had anticipated for Thursday, and again, that's why I say that half the people are sleeping things off, and the other half are waiting for the judge to see them so they can get back to the show. Yeah, you got to keep hydrated here because when you constantly talk for 2-3 hours, it gets to you. Okay, I'm moving this over. Oh, my napkins. Sorry, very sloppy of me. I apologize. All right, folks. I always tell stories and kind of let them go and pick up with it. I was going to pick up with my my other story. However, our next guest is right on time. Good morning, Steve. How are you? Our next guest is here, and looks like it's Zadar Labs or Ocular Logistics. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Uh-oh, someone's bringing an award. Steve, how are you today? Steve? Doing good? No, I'm on here. I can say hi to you. You can come over and say hello. This guy is Steve Winter, and I got to tell you, a gentleman's gentleman, always nice, just a real nice guy. Steve Winter, ladies and gentlemen. How are you this morning? Yeah, I didn't mean to just spring you on here, but, you wonder where we get all these wonderful guests from. Yeah, well, he's live. Oh, thank you, Nancy. Thank you. Steve is the gentleman that basically runs a PR agency. Is that fair? And he gets us all these incredible interviews. And, without people like Steve, we probably wouldn't have a show. But he's such a nice guy, and he's a pleasure to work with, and I just thought I'd drag him out here because these are the people behind the scenes that you have no clue even exist, and we wouldn't be able to get all these wonderful people here without guys like Steve.
Wow, I'd like you to meet Don Bain, my
Yeah.
guy.
Very good. And he has a good sense of humor, too. I've been training him for years, but he's done well.
So thank you for doing this.
Yes.
All of the people we're going to bring up are with the Z-Box Coalition.
Z-Box,
Yes,
okay.
And we can explain. Gail can explain all the information about his.
Well, we'll have to get you up here for an interview.
Yeah, you know what? If there's an opening, I do it every year. I'd love to.
Done deal. We'll figure that out.
Well, let me give you the star of the show. And
Please,
thank you
please.
again, Don.
Yeah, of
Thanks,
course.
everybody.
Of course, of course. Thank
See
you.
if I can squeeze by you.
Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor.
Hi,
How are you?
fine, thank you. And
And
you?
your name?
Gaël, Le de Dantec.
That's a tough one.
True French name. Yeah.
Okay, true French name. Good. What is this?
CES Innovation Award from last year in
These guys got
cybersecurity.
a 2004 CES Innovation Award. Do you know how hard that is to get this award? This is not given out lightly. Very proud of that.
Thank you.
That is special.
Yeah, we keep it carefully.
All right, bring your mic up a little bit to you. There you go. So tell us about the company.
So, Akidaya is a French company working in security and access control industry.
Okay.
And in fact, we understood that for in the last 30 years, all the access control solutions on the market, they work the same way. Whatever you use, a badge, QR code, biometrics, you always have a reader on the door, which will basically just read the ID of your badge, the pattern of your fingertips, and this ID is sent over the network to reach an access control unit, a database who knows that this ID can enter or not. Okay. So in fact, you need an infrastructure to secure an area.
Okay.
Everything is connected, and there is 3 big problems. First one, it's expensive because you have a lot of work to install. Second point, it's vulnerable to cyber threats. And last point, you are limited in terms of deployment. You can't secure isolated areas, for example.
Right.
You just secure with keys, in fact.
Of course.
And we succeeded to decentralize these access rights. And in fact, because it's decentralized, the reader now is not connected anymore. It will behave like a black box without user data and without connectivity. So you can plug it anywhere in 5 minutes, even in isolated location. It's protected from cyber threats because it's offline. And for sure, it's less expensive to install.
So it will set off an alarm if the area is entered.
Sorry?
Will your device set off an alarm once it realizes it's not secure?
In fact, it's the idea is to secure doors, gates,
Okay.
barriers, okay? And the idea is that now we can identify people without checking a database. This is the key point. This is the purpose of the patent, okay? And in fact, when you want to release some access to people,
Right.
you do this with a simple phone number,
Ah,
and people, they receive their own access rights with a lot of keys. And in fact, the reader, which doesn't know that you can enter,
where would these be used? How do you implement these? What companies would want this?
in a lot of industries,
I'm
different
sure.
industries, construction site, because for temporary site, for example, it's amazing, because instead of spending a lot of money to secure a working site, construction site,
Right.
okay, and after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, the construction is over, this investment is lost. And now with our solution, this reader, I told you, it's just plug and play, it's 5 minutes to install. So in fact, when it's over, they take it off in 5 minutes and they plug it on another construction site. And we work with big French companies. We started to sell in Canada, in Italy and Ivory Coast. And we work with the French army because of cybersecurity stuff, because it's totally protected from cyber attacks. And yes, we are going to scale now.
What's the company's website?
Akidaya.com. A-K-I-D-A-I-A.
Yeah, it's A-K-I-D-A-I-A. And I could pretty much find out everything I want to know about that on that site. Right? Now,
Yeah.
you are the co-founder and CEO?
Yeah,
So this was your brainchild? This was your idea?
yeah. And in fact, you know, we had previous companies working in a lot of innovation stuff. And for example, we created the first keyless, no, not keyless, the first digital keys for cars. It
Okay.
was showed in Paris in 2014. And in fact, we did things in transport with the previous companies. And one day we understood that access control, there is a big pain in this. And it's how, with this tech know-how, we understood that we have an opportunity in one industry, so the access control industry, made of electronic guys. And with the new tech, we can create amazing things.
How did you come up with this idea?
Because some people told us how it works. And I tried to, with the connection I had with the first company, I tried to, you know, to pitch this idea we had when we understood the problem. And immediately, before we had a prototype, people, they were ready to pay to try.
Yeah.
And it was the beginning of the project.
And how old were you when this happened? About how old? Give me
The company is 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah, and we started to sell 1 year ago. And everything started pretty
I mean,
well
that-
with this
that's-
innovation award.
That's
yeah.
quite prestigious.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't. You know what the competition is for you to get that?
Yeah, I know.
Doesn't get
I
any
know
tougher.
pretty well.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now, what's your background? I'm very curious.
Alors, during my studies, I was pretty lost. I started with mathematics. After, I did computer science, an engineer, and after, I did a kind of thesis in a business school about innovation, and I created immediately my first company. It was 12 years ago, and now I have Akidaya.
And what? You're 26 now, 27.
Now I am 40.
I'll tell you, it always amazes me how someone gets the concept of the idea. But the idea is one thing, but getting it, I mean, that's complex what you do. It's very complex.
It's just what I like to do. Yeah.
But to get that to be developed, wow,
Thank you.
really?
Thank
I
you.
mean, it's quite a,
In fact, it's a challenge. My motivation every day is the challenge. And
now do you get involved with the technical development of this on a daily basis, like refining it? And
yeah, in fact, in my team, there is a CTO who is a co-founder too, and a CEO. Okay, and the CTO manage all the technical stuff. But I have this technical background and business now. And in fact, I do the bridge between my CTO and what I see, and I like to, you know, to try ideas, to challenge this, and to find solution, technical solution, commercial solutions, marketing solutions, and yeah, it's pretty
so you're
pretty
always
exciting
moving, you're
to
always
work every day.
experimenting. You're Thomas Edison of France.
Oof. No, I'm too shy to say this.
All right. Well, I can't thank you enough for coming in. A fascinating story, and super congratulations on your award. And hopefully we'll see you here next year. I hope with another
Yeah.
one from 2025.
I hope with the new innovations.
That would be great.
Thank you for your
Oh,
enthusiasm.
Thank you. I enjoyed
Thank
it,
you.
and the best of luck to you. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you so much. Hey, we had an award winner here. Wow. Wow. Believe me, those are not easy to get. These things are they're tough to get, really. And do you mind if I keep this? Thank you very much. Fun stuff, fun stuff. All right, I think our next person is queuing up, and I think it's Ocular Logistics. So while they're miking up, I'm going to have a drink. All right, we're live at CES. I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and we are here right now at the Venetian. It is 9:39 in the morning on Thursday, and our next guest is here, and it's from Ocular Logistics.
Hi, Dan.
I got it right. How are you? Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Have I interviewed before?
Yes,
I
a few
thought
times.
so. I thought 2 times.
A few times.
A few times. Okay. So, what's going on? Tell us.
So what's going on? We are here today to present a new product we've been developing.
Yeah, bring this up. There you
Yes,
go. There you go.
a new product we've been developing, which is called Ocular Logistic.
Yeah, what is that?
It's a smart camera to automate inventory management. So you know, in warehouse, you have those tedious tasks of like checking and counting every product to make sure the stock is up to date. So instead of doing that manually, we're developing an AI camera that can do that automatically.
So am I going to take a picture or a video of all my inventory?
So the thing is, like the camera is installed on existing equipment, like a forklift in the warehouse, and as the operator go to fulfill his order, the camera in the background checks the stock and check for any discrepancies in the stock.
But my video has to be accurate in order to get the...
The video have to be accurate, but it's installed on the forklift and it takes a video no matter where the operator is driving, and on the background it figured out where are the pallets, where are the product, where are the label, and do that without the operator even noticing.
So you can have thousands of products and this thing's going to recognize them all. And
So not necessarily, we're going to like see what we can see in the warehouse. We cannot automate 100% of the inventory. But for instance, we're going to divide by 8 the time spent on inventory. So if an operator spent 8 hours a week to check for product, it's going to be reduced to 1 hour only. So it's a kind of tech that doesn't remove like people's job, but that helps them.
enhances it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to say that.
I got to say that.
Okay. Yeah, at least he's honest about it. I could see where this is going.
I mean,
I can see where it's going. I mean,
but you know, we're taking a different approach. You have all those robots and drones who are very sexy technology, who are fully automated, but they are very expensive. A warehouse is like a world where a cent is a cent. So our solution is very cost effective because it's a camera on existing equipment.
listen, I just had this conversation with someone this morning, and this gentleman, he's pretty savvy. He said he's really worried. He loves AI and all the things that it does, and it's great. But he's also worried about jobs and people losing jobs. And you know, my response to that is, to me, you're not going to stop it. And yeah, are people going to lose jobs? Hell yeah. And the problem with that is, you know, you got to earn a living. But unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, your product is going to work faster, better, smarter than the human would, for the most part.
I agree with you.
You would agree with that?
AI is here to stay, definitely. And what we can think of is like new job will be created anyway.
Where?
We cannot tell, like when the steam machine come, or when the fire, or when the writing like come, like all those new technology, like new job have been created after. Maybe it will be job like more entertaining, less like, you know, on the workforce, like doing tedious thing, but there will be new job.
So let me ask you, in your opinion, because you're on your company, as is 90% of the companies here, everybody that comes here, AI.
Yeah.
Now what you're using, again, to me is, why wouldn't you? If I was a manufacturer and I had inventory, I want AI. It's going to make my life as a business more efficient, more effective, and I hate to say it, I'm not paying workman's compensation, unemployment, sick days, vacation. I mean, I hate to say that, but that's truly the reality.
Yes, of course. And it's also job who are not very like good for a human being to do, you know. It's something very repetitive, very tedious. No one will want that for their own children necessarily. So if we can automate this part, we can let the operator focus on something with more added value. And that's all what we want, doing something that have meaning and that have sense for our life.
Now, how long has the company been in business?
So we started this product 6 months ago after 2 years in research and development.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Wow. And the website?
Ocular.ai.
Excellent.
With a K.
Excellent. All right. Well, listen, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
Good luck
Thank you
to
for having me.
And I hope I see you next year with more stuff.
You will see me next year.
Great. Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Now, Kirk,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do an amazing switcheroo with you right now because I have to visit that office over there.
Okay.
And then I'll be back.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I'll put a.
All right.
I'll put a. Yeah, go ahead.
I will be right back.
Easy with the
Hello, everyone. Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We are at the Venetian Expo. We are on the second floor here in our broadcast booth, beautiful facility. And right now we are here with Zadar Labs, David Wu.
Don, great to meet you.
My pleasure. How are you, David?
Doing great. Very
Good.
exciting here.
I want to know what you got. I see a little black box. I'm always afraid of the black boxes. What do we got?
Yeah, so Zadar Labs makes these very high resolution imaging radars.
Oh.
And so what is an imaging radar? It's basically a sensor that can detect the shape and position of things in the environment. And you can also see when and where things are moving. And it does this using radio waves instead of using cameras or lasers or anything else like that. And that makes radar a very robust and
Is this the
cost-effective.
typical radar that planes would use, for example? Or
It's a very low power, very scaled down version of that.
Okay. And what is its application? I can think of a million applications, but
Yeah, that's actually one of the beautiful things about radar, because all these things are becoming smart these days. Automated tractors, robo-taxis,
yeah,
drones
we're
that
talking
fly.
artificial intelligence here.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anything where you have this robotic system that needs to navigate around the environment or see what's going on, and where you might not be able to use camera or might not want to use camera, like in your home, radar is there to make things smarter.
And this is, correct me if I'm wrong, this device is going to be significantly more sensitive than a camera.
Correct. So this a camera only sees 2D.
Right.
So if you really want to know how far away
And
something
its
is,
spray or its range is going to be only so wide.
right?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Whereas the radar is going to have the full scan of that area if you
Exactly.
set it to do that.
We scan the full area. We
Right.
have full depth, and it's much lower power than camera, and it's like the perfect 3D sensor.
Let's talk about. Well, is it okay to?
Yeah, you can pick it up.
I'll always ask because sometimes people bring prototypes here that are put together with Scotch tape, and I have many occasions where I pick them up and whoa. Okay,
That's
so,
the real product that we're
this
shipping.
is the real product.
Yes.
So actually, we see where the pedal hits the metal here. You've got a jack here where you're going to connect your internet cable to,
Exactly.
and then it's going to talk to this, and then the app or the software or whatever behind the scenes is going to tell this where to go, what to do essentially, and this is going to talk back and say, whoa, someone's here or there.
Exactly. Yeah.
How did I know that? No, go ahead.
I mean, radar is a very intuitive technology, and some applications that might come to mind, even for the consumer in the home, are like security and surveillance around the house. If it's raining, if it's dark, sometimes infrared won't see stuff. This radar will see things that are moving, up to 1,000 meters away.
Well, how would it know it's raining if the window? I'm serious. If the windows were closed, or something, I wouldn't really know.
This would be more around the outside of your house to see
Okay.
if people are approaching.
Oh, so it would be outside.
Yeah.
It can be inside.
Can also be inside, yeah.
Do you do outside and inside in applications?
This is so flexible that we can go outside, inside,
Really?
inside, even a TV or something like that. Integrated as part of another product too.
What kind of detail is that going to give me?
This will tell you, for example, how many people are in a room, if they're moving, maybe even the types of movements that are happening, but no more detail than that. So it's preserves your privacy.
Now, is this available industrially wise? I mean, I can sit here all day naming situations where this would be of use. What about to the consumer? Is this available to the consumer, or you really got to have some high-tech knowledge to get this to integrate with, blah, blah, blah?
We want to make it easy for consumers to use, but mostly it's for products that go into consumers, into consumer products.
Such as?
Like smart TVs, for example, or
Why would
AR,
I want
VR.
this in a smart TV?
We've heard from customers they might want to stick a little radar inside the front fascia of the TV. Then the TV can, for example, beam audio towards people, depending on where you're sitting. If you want better surround sound,
Wait a
to
minute,
know
so
where
this
the
is
people
going
are.
to integrate into the TV set per se. It's not something that's an add-on.
Correct.
So the TV would have to have the circuitry in there or whatever that's going to talk to this, or this is going to talk to that and say, okay, the guy's sitting on the left side or the right side, or there's 5 people here. So send out, instead of quadrasonic sound, you're going to send out 5 quadrasonic sounds.
Exactly.
Whatever.
Exactly. Personalized audio based on where you're sitting.
And video also, lighting, contrast, because of this, can this detect the light?
Yeah, I mean, I can even see next gen 3D displays. Ones that don't need glasses might need to know where you're sitting.
That's pretty interesting. So I could see this in a refrigerator.
Yeah.
He's in the refrigerator again. Get out of there.
You know, any kind of smart thing, appliance that might be in the house to know where you're moving, where things are in the house, even, you know, like robotic vacuums or things like that. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me where this is used right now, even, you know, industrial situations, whatever.
The majority of our customers these days are in the high performance kind of, you know, segment. They're doing like automated tractors, self-driving cars. Drones use it to fly around power lines and avoid obstacles. So any kind of thing where something's kind of moving on its own.
So is this, would this technology, not that size, be in a drone, and that would be your optical avoidance mechanism within the drone?
Yeah, so I brought our biggest, highest performance kind of Papa Bear sensor, but we actually have a full range of sensors, and the smallest one is about this big, an inch tall. So that's what would go inside your TV. That's what would go inside your drone. So we target, yeah, any kind of size that.
That's pretty interesting. So, I mean, really all the optical avoidance sensors that are in drones, per se, are going to be using technology like this or similar.
Yeah, exactly. Radar is coming to sort of augment and make things smarter.
That's very, very interesting. Huh. What else can you tell me about the product?
I guess
I asked the right questions.
there's a whole bunch of secret sauce that goes into our product.
I
The
could
performance
imagine.
is way beyond anything else that's been released to date, and there's this other class of sensor that's been used that uses lasers for detecting the environment, and we're coming for your lunch.
Interesting. So, you brought your brochure,
Yes.
and this kind of gives, you can't see, but if I go on your website, I can see all this stuff.
Yeah, we've got videos, demos, and all of that.
Was this copied from your website? You could say, yeah, I don't care.
It's
Anyway.
got some new stuff in there, I think.
All right. But the uses, honestly, are endless. Wow. You know, really, this stuff could be integrated into your TV or whatever appliance, and you wouldn't even know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's the behind this, and this is literally, the whole device is secret sauce.
It's radar, since it can go through plastic, can be very unobtrusive. You don't need to have big opening, big lens or whatever. You don't have to feel like
Now,
you're
are there
being
different
watched.
types of radar?
There are, but what we've done is we've kind of taken all the different all the different types, long range, short range. We've all put it into one very flexible box.
Okay. This is essentially a transmitter.
And a receiver, yes.
Okay, so obviously, so it's going to transmit, as I'm understanding it, a spray.
It's like echolocation.
Okay, but it's going to measure an area and essentially put out sensors on that area, and then the bounce back is going to be detected by this.
Exactly.
And the differential between what it's sending out and what it's receiving back is the picture of the objects that are there.
Exactly.
Am I right?
That's totally correct.
Are you guys looking for any people to hire?
You sound like you could be some great help to us.
All
Yeah.
right, well, I might be looking for a job. Yeah, so this is this is built like a tank. Why do you have heat fins on this?
We have some customers, that want to use this in some, tank out in the desert or something like that.
Okay, but this doesn't generate heat itself, does it? Or minimal, I would imagine. Or it depends on the wattage and the power of the radar transmission.
Yeah, we have customers that want to use that up to 85 degrees Celsius, which is insanely
Wow.
hot. That's why we have
I
these
live in
things.
Arizona. It gets 120 degrees Fahrenheit typically. This would withstand that.
Oh yeah, it will. Yeah.
Sleet, rain, snow, hail.
It's the perfect, most robust sensor you could get.
I have to agree with them. I'm shocked, no pun intended. I mean, this is solid. And nothing shakes in it, so there's no missing parts, no things dangling around in there.
Totally solid state.
I like
very
this.
robust.
I like
yeah.
this. I wish I knew how I could use it. But listen, this is really cool stuff, really innovative, on the bleeding edge. And check this company out, Zadar Labs. It's really cool, and I would keep this and put this on my drone, but I have a real teeny drone, so this is heavier than the drone.
Well, we've got snipers up there watching if people take our stuff.
Hey, David, thank you so much. Again, interesting technology, and boy, there's no end for the utilization of that. I mean, there is no end. It just, the longer you think, the more ideas you come up with.
Yeah, we're very excited about all the applications, and you'll probably see radar come into a product to use soon.
One more quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard you mention cars and autonomous driving cars.
Yeah.
Is that how that would work with devices like that, that it would be, I don't know, in the front of your car and it would see and detect, and then it would realize that this is a sidewalk because of that imagery coming back?
Yeah, exactly. It'll detect, the curbs, the sidewalks, people, cars, and it'll help the car, avoid and navigate those obstacles. And since radar even kind of bounces under and around things, even if there's like, a dog or a child running from behind a car, we'll see that too.
And that could give you it not only sees, it sends and receives, and one without the other is no good. This does both, and that's what radar is essentially. But this type of device not only could be used for steering and driving, could also be used for seriously optical avoidance in a car, and it could, it's instantaneous, right?
Yeah, it's instantaneous.
So Don, one of our producers has a question. Can it be used as a door alarm?
Yeah, it can definitely be used as a door alarm. If people are coming, even if they've, I don't know, got a costume on or some kind of disguise,
like
the
my
radar will see
brother-in-law.
right through it. Trick-or-treaters.
Yeah, whenever he comes, I want to know. Okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah. This will even detect, whether someone's approaching, whether someone's departing. Can even tell you like kind of the shape and maybe how they're walking and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Very interesting device. Very interesting device. I'll bet you these things are going to be more and more available for everyday consumer use.
Yeah,
I could just see so many things it can do, and it's accurate. I mean, that's the thing, it's instantaneously accurate.
Yeah, the big innovation is this stuff has finally gotten to the performance and resolution where it's really useful for a bunch of stuff.
That's because guys like you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for coming in. I really enjoyed that, and I want to see you next year. And I know this stuff is only going to go one way, up. Good.
Thank you so much.
Good for you. Yeah, very interesting stuff.
We're very excited.
Thank you. Thank you. I would be too. I'm excited. And again, if you're looking for people, I'm old, but I'm smart.
All right. We'll talk after.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Interesting stuff. What's cool is you get to see the things behind the scenes that make other things look good and work. And honestly, that technology's been around for a bazillion years. But this company has clearly been able to harness it and actually show how it's utilized behind the scenes. And you'd never know ever that was in your TV set or on your refrigerator or wherever you want to put it. And at least you get a little information on how those things can be implemented inside automobiles. And I had only once, actually it was in Vegas at CES, and it was about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 5 years ago-ish, that I had the opportunity to go from actually the Venetian to downtown Vegas in a totally autonomous car. We got in this car, I don't remember what kind of car it was, but it had no driver. And I got to tell you, I sat in the back seat, but my legs were just against the front seat, and I was terrified. And there were a couple times where I you stop or whatever. And boy, we got there in one piece, no car, no crash, no accident, no nothing. And I don't know, I'm still unnerved by it. And I would probably do it again, and it's only gotten better and better in the last 5 years. So we will see. Now, I think our next guest is here, Z-Box.
You're correct.
I got that right, so that's good. And we have Erwin Collin.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. Really
Great.
enjoy Vegas and the CES.
Always a pleasure to have you here. Now, what's going on? What do you got? What is Z-Box?
So, Z-Box is not maybe that famous in the States.
That's okay. I'm not famous in
yeah,
the
but
States
we
either.
are basically an accelerator of startups. So the head office is located in France, and we are working for the CMA CGM Group, the big maritime and container shipping player worldwide. And we have been founded in 2018. And so now we have a global presence. We're accelerating startups with physical hubs in France, in the Caribbean, in the United States, in Washington DC, in UK, in Manchester. What I'm forgetting, in Singapore, and finally in Abidjan. And so in that way, we map the overall region, and we help accelerate, the transformations of implementing AI, decarbonizing, creating new ways to make energy, et cetera, to decarbonize the overall industry. And from CMA CGM, but the chairman said that we can't do that just by ourselves. That's why it's an open network. And so we are working the same way as we are working for CMA CGM and the subsidiaries. We're working for 15 other corporate partners worldwide, like ports, Port of Virginia, Port of Singapore, for BV, for Vinci, et cetera,
Panama?
No.
No Panama Canal?
No.
You want to stay away from that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't want to just
I understand.
how it is.
I understand.
And so the common root of these partners is that they all own a huge lot of square meters of warehouses, and they almost all own huge fleets of rail, trucks, ships, and even planes now. So we are listening to the problem statements from the business. We are scouting the startups. We help, accelerating the startups, and then we push these startups to our business so they can either make a POC, a pilot, invest, et cetera. But we choose mature solutions so we can accelerate, the process.
How long has the company been in existence?
2018, so that's the creation.
Okay, so it's a while.
Yeah. It's a while, yeah.
Yeah. So you're basically selling a software integrated system, per se.
Yeah. So you mean from internal point of view?
Yes.
Yeah, we do because we are working in 6 regions with different types of big corporates. If smaller corporates.
Oh, I can imagine.
So that's why we need strong systems, to not to be lost in our scouting, and make sure that we record the success with the Port of Virginia, record the success, and then we can send that back to, for example, the Port of Singapore, and say, okay, Port of Singapore, we did this in the US, it worked. Trust us, the ROI is this. So don't worry. So it's a way to de-risk and accelerate that. But if you want to do that, you need strong internal systems.
Interesting. So you detect things like environment?
Well, so first, we listen to the business. They tell me, yeah.
What they need, what they want.
Exactly. And then once we're sure we got this picture,
right.
So we have different channels and we map, the 6 regions.
So you decide, after listening to them, what they essentially need, and you customize.
Exactly. So we have a huge selection process. And so when they pass the huge selection process, we know that there will be an interaction with someone from the business of our partners.
That must take an awful long time to facilitate
with
that.
Good systems, it's nice. With good systems, because there is a lot of ways we can automate this, unless we just get lost. Yeah, there's too many data.
Yeah, it's
too many decks, too many calls, a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so. I'm like, how can you possibly do that?
We are using great tools, and it's amazing what we can do with Airtable, for example.
Right.
Yeah.
So where do you see the company going 2, 3, 4 years? Where do you see the growth and the implementation?
So I think we are okay with the growth. So we are working for other corporate partners, but we are not in a sales model. So we just ask a corporate partner to join because we have common interests. And one is willing to get some AI for this kind of operations, but it's kind of similar to another one. So we can work for both.
So I think it's a win-win for everybody doing that. It's a win for your client, and it's a win for you.
Yeah,
and the bigger you get, the bigger you're going to get.
But exactly. And what we see today, the trends. So the trends is how do I implement AI? So CMA CGM, invested a lot of time or money and implementing AI,
right.
just for competitiveness and to be efficient in terms of decarbonization. And so this is the 2 major trends, And here in Vegas, the startups, we welcome here, so we have 10, and they reflect this. Some are have a huge R&D, creating new ways of making new molecules.
What's your largest client? Can you tell me?
So CMA CGM is the founding partner. The founding partner is really big worldwide.
Right.
We are working with Vinci. It's a French company from the CAC 40. It's very big as well, making billions and billions of revenue. So working with these guys. We are working for a big transportation company with the Port of Singapore, with BNSF, with the #1 railroad transportation for logistics in the States. So we're working with these kind of people.
Very interesting. And your website is zbox.com, I'm assuming?
Zbox.com, yeah. No, .ao, sorry.
Okay.
Zbox.ao.
Okay, France.
France, yeah.
I got it. See, I have a little monitor up here, folks, and I'm looking at that, and that gives me a little bit of information, but my job is to extract what's going on from the man himself. Listen, thank you so much for coming in. Fascinating business.
I do like my job, yeah, I like it.
I would hope so. It's pretty interesting. I mean, you got to be all over the place and be running around with like a chicken with your head cut off. My God, I mean, wow.
It's a perfect spot to see, you know, the future trends, because we listen to the steering committee, to
you must learn an awful lot.
I do. I like it.
An awful lot.
Yeah.
And you're dealing with all types of industry across all countries across the world.
So
I mean, wow.
the industries, they are more in the transportation, logistics, supply chain, decarbonization, and energy.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot, but it's, you know, linked, kind of tied together. So.
Yeah. And how long you been doing this? Since 2018?
2 years and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
Smart guy, because it takes a while to get the hang of putting all those pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah. Well, we have a team. I'm not alone.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so
coming
much
in.
for your
nice
questions.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah.
And come back next year. We'll see how you're doing.
I do hope I will be back next year.
You'll be back.
Yeah. Okay.
You'll be back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Appreciate
Bye.
it.
Bye,
Good
everyone.
luck to you. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. Another interesting company that, again, you'd never know about, kind of behind the scenes and doing all those crazy things. And I don't know, someone must have won the lottery. Okay. All right, I'm just reading my little monitor here, and all right, just getting a little homework done here. So let me just answer this guy. There we go. Okay, looks like our next interview has arisen from the stairway to heaven here at the CES 2025.
I like that.
You like that?
I like that. I'm not gonna lie. Stairway. Stairway to the studio. I like that.
All right, well, they're getting setting up. Again, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you live from the Venetian Expo, CES 2025. And we got roughly a day and a half left, and our next interview is here. And I don't think you're Raphael. Maybe. We'll find out. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Don Bain.
Nice to meet you.
How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm very happy to be here.
I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that anybody is here.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. What was your first name? I'm sorry.
Agathe. So French name.
Okay. See, because they got a bunch of names up here, and I didn't think you were Raphael. So.
No, it's not.
So tell me about it's Otira.
Otira, yeah. So we're redefining nuclear energy, which is quite an ambitious goal. So our company designs and develops small modular reactors, SMRs.
Nuclear reactors?
Yes, exactly.
Your company makes small nuclear
reactors, yeah, modular. So that's a new design. Our ambition is really to bring the cost down, to produce affordable and sustainable energy. And we build on 60 years plus history and expertise using the fast sodium, fast neutrons technology. Our president, Frédéric Varenne, led a prototype project called Astrid. So this is why we are able to do so and redefine the nuclear energy also in a time frame that is convenient for all of us. So our first of a kind would be in 2032, which is quite fast for...
quite fast.
Yeah.
Okay. So 7-8 years-ish.
Exactly, to develop...
And you're going to build a nuclear plant.
So yeah, we have a smaller size kind of nuclear plant where we implement our nuclear reactors.
Who would be your customer?
So well, the use case there are plenty. It can be cities. So our nuclear reactor can be used because we produce both heat and electricity. So we can use it for district heating. Our customers could be data centers, for instance, giant of the tech, and anything that is like energy intensive. Here, you know, we have all these great companies here at the CES, but at what point we need energy, right? So
at all points we need energy.
We need energy, and that's why we're here. So basically, also industrials.
How many kilowatts can a nuclear power
So-
plant generate?
Agatha, before you answer that question, you're about to tip a little bit. Can you scoot back a little bit
Yeah.
on the chair? Because I don't
No,
want
we
you to
don't wanna
fall.
lose
We want you to fall. So if you can maybe want to take that coat away. So that way,
Here? Okay.
are you,
Thank you.
that way you're comfortable and everything. So please be careful.
Yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
super. I'm great. Don't worry.
Okay.
So in terms of electricity, it's 110 megawatt electric, and in terms of heat, it's 180 megawatt thermic.
So you could theoretically power Las Vegas.
Why not?
But
No, but it can be a use case definitely. So it's all about like energy intensive industries also. District heating, we can use our reactors to produce e-fuel, for instance.
okay, I'm going to show this to the audience because I know
Yeah, look.
you know you can't conceive in your head what this
No, yeah, that's
looks
the thing.
like. So can we see this here? And that's kind of sort of what it looks like.
Exactly.
Now
So
it
this-
takes roughly 7 to 8 years to build this. I can't imagine. Maybe you can help me figure it out. All the permits and the legalities that would be involved in just getting the okay to proceed and build this.
Yeah, well, the first thing that is very super important in France, in everywhere, is the regulation, of course.
Oh,
and
I can't imagine.
yeah, but that's where we accelerate our time to market is also because we used technology that has proved it worked basically. So you don't have in France we have the Authority of Nuclear Safety, ASN. You have equivalents in other countries.
Yeah, we probably have that under the TSA. They probably have the power to figure out where the nuclear plants are going.
Exactly.
I don't know.
And our technology is well known basically, so we do not need to have a prototype. So basically our components are at an advanced pre-industrial subsystems.
So you're I assume from what you're saying considered this quote standard.
Exactly, and we also we have all these new technologies that you have in SMRs. We're not the only one in the space.
Right.
They will it's exactly the same level of safety, if not improved,
Right.
because we have a fourth containment barriers without going any much in the detail.
How many units do you have deployed?
So
Roughly.
right now,
Right
none
now,
of them are on the market.
None.
No, none of them. Our first of the kind would
Is
be
8 years away. Your first one coming up is 8 years
2030.
away.
We are in the conceptual design phase right now, but it's of course it takes some time. But 2032 is not that far away.
It is for me.
No, it's not. In the energy space, it's not compared to what it will take to build a nuclear plant. Huh?
I get it. So how many, I don't know if you can answer this, how many potential customers do you have? We know one's going to be in roughly 7 to 8 years, and that's going to be located where?
So first we'll start, we can export, the whole idea to bring the cost down is to have an international strategy and to export our reactors.
How does one go about getting that international strategy with a nuclear power plant? I mean, I don't even know where to start.
Well, you have all the imagine countries that do not have the size to have a big nuclear plant. So SMRs are great for those. You can think of islands that do not have the will also or political support to launch their own
I could think of a ton of countries that Cuba comes to mind.
Cuba, but also Singapore, for instance. There is some growing interest in the Middle East, in Europe, and in France, of course, but in Europe too. So, yeah.
All right, I gotta ask this because, we talk about safety,
Yep.
and you said that your devices meet the standards
Of course, and it's
and
improved.
it's even better.
Yep.
However, it's not been tested because there's none up. What would be the impact, God forbid, if one of these were to blow, or they just can't blow? This technology is different because I'm originally from Pennsylvania. Ever hear of Pennsylvania?
Yeah, of course
state?
I will. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was born and raised there, and they had a plant there, 3 Mile Island nuclear facility. Are you familiar with that at all? 3 Mile Island,
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a big nuclear plant, I mean, big, and oh man, it was probably 40 years, maybe more, I don't know, a long time back, when it was having a meltdown. And you know, back then they kind of covered up everything. They didn't want to alarm the people, but nevertheless, thousands upon thousands of people got out of that area because they were afraid it was going to go boom, boom.
I cannot, catastrophes.
Of course.
But
Of
of course, what I can say is that the nuclear, because of all the regulation and all the things you have to go
which
through,
which is needed.
Nuclear is really like a safe technology today because
Okay.
we undergo so many processes. Like all these technologies, they cannot go on the market if they haven't filed everything that is needed in facing the
Well,
ISN.
on paper.
No, it's true. You need to abide by the whole process to guarantee safety, which is like the priority, of course.
I'm sure your product now today is just a world difference between what was at 3 Mile
Of course,
Island.
and
You won't even recognize it.
It's getting better and better. And as I told you, you have like containment barriers in nuclear.
So it's as far as we know, it's safe. Are there other companies that have similar technology that are deployed?
Well, we have, of course, there are other companies. After I cannot tell you what exactly what
Right.
they do best or different. But yeah, of course, what you have in the space is also different technologies that are used that are still called SMRs. But you have more, for example, so we different type of sodium. So some we use the sodium fast reactor, but there are many different technologies in the space. But the good thing about our technology is that it's proved because it's have 60 years history, hence an accelerated time to market, which is still, in 2032.
No,
but
I agree.
it's not like a different, technology that could take more time, and also it's more costly because you need to build the prototype.
It's more efficient, it's more costly, and it's safer.
Exactly.
Doesn't get any better than that.
No.
Listen, thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
coming on board.
much,
I enjoyed it. I learned a lot.
Thank
and
you
that's why I'm here
for
to learn.
today.
I want to see that first plant in operation.
Me
7
too.
to 8 years from now, wherever it is, I'm going to go there and check it out.
Exactly, and we need it to power all these great companies.
Oh my God, yeah.
That's a lot.
You need 2 plants just to power CES.
Yes, exactly, and Las Vegas. That's a huge. Thank you so much.
It's powered by solar now.
Okay, which is great.
Yeah, I think there's like 1,000 solar panels, a little bit like 10 miles outside of Vegas.
So we could be part of the mix.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I hope you are. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming in. Well, again, you never know what you're going to see or what you're going to learn here at CES. Now we just learned a little bit about nuclear power plants that take roughly 7 to 8 years to build. It's hard sitting here talking about 8 years from now that they're here. They have nothing deployed. They swear it's safe, and I pray to God it is. It's kind of neat progress. I mean, I remember quite well 3 Mile Island back in the Pennsylvania area. And man, it was terrifying to think that thing would blow. Thank God it didn't. But, I'm sure that today's designs, it's not even feasible to even remotely think about that thing going boom, boom, boom. And it's more efficient, it's more cost effective, and less parts, cheaper, more, the whole deal, and that's progress. Right now we have our next interview here. This one is definitely Raphael Frisch from Ha Altec, and we will see what they do. I have no idea. All right, it's 10:25 here at CES 2025. I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and our guest right now is Raphael Frisch from Altec.
Hi.
Did I
Nice
get it
to meet you.
right?
It's Howie Tech, actually.
Howie Tech.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget
Nice to
Professor.
meet you. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure is all mine. Tell me about what you guys do, because I don't have a clue.
Yeah, I will demystify this
do.
name. I do a little bit, at least.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So, we are the company, a French startup called Hawaii Tech, and basically we are located in France, in the French Alps. And
I like that already.
it's a nice place.
Beautiful.
A lot of mountains. And actually, what we do, our goal is to make drone operations more efficient. So basically, when you take drones today, you have a pilot, and this pilot spends a lot of time preparing the missions.
You're talking professional drones.
I'm talking, well...
Are you talking DJI drones?
I'm talking about, you're thinking about aerial drones.
Correct.
But I'm talking drones globally. So
Okay.
aerial,
Big boys.
terrestrial,
Yes.
on the ground, and underwater. So any type of vehicle that is unmanned, basically. So unmanned vehicles is our business. And our goal is to, for example, for emergency missions, get up in the air as quickly as possible. So there is always a big amount of time that is spent to prepare the missions today. So basically you have a tool, you have to enter all the waypoints, right? And with...
Now are these, I didn't hear you, are these man operated or they're remote?
So today they are man operated,
Yes.
but remote teleoperators. Tomorrow they will be autonomous, right?
Really?
That's the way it will work. And to make an autonomous drone, you need autonomy at two places. You need autonomy, of course, in the drone to make the real-time decisions on board the vehicle, but you also need autonomy and AI at the ground station while you prepare the mission. And that's what we present here at CES this year. You have a live demo of our tool where you can see the mission planning, so the preparation of the mission, where we work much faster than, so you basically gain a lot of time there by getting up quickly into your mission.
Now are these for emergency operations
So
or are they for military or both or whatever?
No, so we do civil, we do military, both, exactly. And we do operations so for industrial players that need to, for example, like gas leak detection. So you know that you have a gas leak, you don't know where it is, you are looking for it. So you're searching for it, and the faster you find it, the better it is.
Obviously, sure.
So you need to get up your drone in the air quickly, and thanks to our tool, you basically can an instant takeoff. And
Okay, so give me an example of, well, first of all, I just want to clarify this. Your service really doesn't ultimately care whether it's man-operated or totally automatic, autonomous, right?
Yeah. So today most of these vehicles are supervised, so there is a human in the loop, and it's great. But tomorrow, I mean, there will be completely unmanned and also completely autonomous. It's already the case for some examples.
If man is on board...
It's never on board. These are unmanned vehicles.
That's what I was trying to clarify. Okay.
These are all unmanned vehicles, but some of them are teleoperated, so with remote control.
Okay. How accurate are these systems?
So basically, what do you mean by accuracy?
I mean by, you say you save time because they'll get up instantly.
So basically how it works, so instead of putting all the waypoints for your mission,
right,
it takes a lot of time.
Sure.
It takes a lot of time for one drone, but if you have plenty of drones, so for example swarm, like 10 drones, and you need to get them in the air, then you need to think 10x of this time, right? So this waypoint creation is like a critical time that you need to get rid of. So we automate this part. So with our tool, you describe in layers, high-level layers, the information that you have for this mission. We fuse all these layers. You get one map where you can prioritize all these layers. Basically, you can change and tune the weights of each layer. And then we have our AI algorithms that are running off this over this map and providing you the trajectory for your drone and for each drone in your...
Interesting. And how many clients do you have at this point?
So we have industrial, we have military clients, and basically we are already covering the aerial ones, the ground-based ones and the naval ones.
So clearly you must have all kinds of military clearances and Department of if you're working for the United States.
So far we're working for French military.
Okay.
Of course, we don't work at all for outside of France for now.
I understand.
But we want to, because drones
Yeah,
are
you do.
everywhere. And
But it helps everybody wherever
exactly.
you deploy. I mean,
So, and that's what we've seen here at CES as well, is that a lot of people are interested in our technology, and drone operations need to be more efficient, and that's basically where we get into.
now you mentioned that they can go underwater. I never even thought about that. So there are drones that can go underwater.
It's like a submarine, an unmanned submarine,
Okay.
and you have a remote control today, and tomorrow we won't have a remote control. We have maybe an emergency button, but basically, yeah, it's just like a little submarine, unmanned submarine.
Interesting, interesting. Now your system will integrate with. It doesn't matter the brand, or you have to have the operating system and know how each individual drone works. I'm sure there's a lot of nuances between, drone A and drone B, and
So, of course, there's a big difference between a terrestrial drone and an aerial drone, of course. So the cinematic model of the vehicle can be integrated into our tool. So we are vehicle agnostic. So the algorithm itself really don't care about the real type of drone, but we can integrate the model to have an accurate prediction.
Okay, I'm going to switch gears on you. I don't know. Are you familiar with the mysterious drones that have been flying all over?
I'm coming a few weeks later, but basically, so.
What's going on with that?
I don't really know.
Come on, you know, tell me.
I mean, a lot of, no.
Is it extraterrestrial? Is it? Are they manned
I
drones?
won't be able to tell you. I'm sorry. But no, but what's
do
actually?
You know?
I saw all the stuff online.
So what do you think?
Well,
this guy's an expert in this field, so.
Yeah, but
help me out.
I'm not from the U.S. and I don't have all the details. If it would
Well,
have been
I'm
in
from
France,
the U.S. and I don't have the details either.
Yeah, so that's why it's a little bit mysterious, and sometimes mysterious things are great. People talk a lot about it, and
Yeah. But I want to know what's going on.
I think a lot of people want to know, but so far
there's no question that my government, all due respect, they know what's going on, but they're not.
I hope at least.
No, they know, but they're just not telling me. What do you think? What do you think? Come on, based on your experience, I can just tell you no, but what do you think?
They like the positions where the drones have been seen, and
yes,
and how many times they've been seen, and like the patterns that they did. These are all like information that would be let us think about some specific operations, surveillance.
So I've always thought that the information based on where they are and looking are military in nature, a lot of them, and strategic in nature, a lot of them. And to me, it would be some adversary of the United States, which could be every country in the world. But, China comes to mind, Russia comes to mind. China comes to mind a lot. But I just don't understand. In the land of freedom, the USA,
you still have such strange things.
They don't tell us.
Well, we have the same problems.
You do in France?
mean, we didn't have these drone situations, but there are plenty of things that are not told to everyone, and I think you just have to respect them and trust them.
Okay. If you find out something, will you let me know? Will you email me and tell me what's...
I will tell you.
Okay.
I'll come back to tell
That's
you.
excellent. That's excellent. How long has your company been in business?
So the company is February 2019, so close to 6 years.
So relatively new.
Yeah, but we relatively, like last summer basically, made. So we are experts in AI, and we are experts.
I could tell that.
And we are experts in efficient execution of AI for the embedded part and the real-time part. So we've been doing this for the last couple of years, even before the company, and now we have this tool which is very efficient, which is very clear to use, and basically this tool will be out this year, and we already have some companies using the beta version for the use cases. So now it's we are.
Well,
getting
there's only one way for you to go, and that's up. You got
I'm working on
a
it.
wonderful future ahead of you.
I'm working on it.
Thank you so much
Thanks
for
having
coming
me.
on.
Was
I
it
enjoyed
great?
talking
That's
to you.
Great pleasure.
And please let me know if you find out anything.
I come back to tell you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks
great.
a lot.
Good luck, my man. I want to see you next year. Very cool stuff. And it's the leading edge. It's like really cool technology. Great. Good luck to you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, folks, I tried as best I could to. He knows. I know he knows what's going on with those drones, but not going to say. Maybe he'll tell me off air. Interesting stuff. Wow. Everything that's here is complicated. And, AI is not slowly but surely, rapidly but surely taking over everything we do. To me, it's absolutely frightening. And I agree with the gentleman that I was speaking to this morning that I love AI, I love what it does, I love the efficiency, the intelligence, the control, the accuracy that it brings, the functionality that it brings. I can go on all day about how great it is. And again, on the other side of balance, I could see it eliminating millions of jobs, not hundreds of thousands, but millions of jobs all over the world. And I don't know what people are going to do to make a living. I don't know. And it somewhat scares me, to be honest with you. And there's no way we're going to stop it. And then on the other side, my brain says, well, I remember my grandfather who used to have a horse and buggy and collect rags and junk on the road, and that's what he did for a living. And when they saw the first car, and I don't know, 29, 20, whatever, he's like, what is this? What is this? Like, what? And they really didn't realize the implications of this new technology, and it never crossed their minds how it would change the world. And now, today, you can't imagine the world without cars. And the horse and buggy is long gone, except in the Amish country in Pennsylvania, like Lancaster. They still get around with the horse and buggies. And Lancaster is the pretzel capital of the world. Phenomenal pretzels that come from that area, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So it's going to be interesting to watch AI. I first realized it was around about 4 years ago, and it was really just, AI. But boy, I had no idea what it was going to do to our economy and our way of life. And, Brain Chip that we interviewed a little bit ago is a very interesting company because they're seeding the chips with AI, brain technology, brain chip. And it's pretty scary. And again, I happen to have a DJI drone, and I love the thing. It's a lot of fun, very interesting. But the government wants to. Actually, they think they've passed a law. I'm not waiting, but I guess a year from now, if DJI, I guess this is their last chance, can show the government and verify that it's not spying, using the data and sending it to the Chinese government. If they can't absolutely convince, Congress, I think, that this is the case, they're banned. And they are the leaders in that technology, certainly for consumer drones. And they make a very good product with a very good warranty. I'd hate to see them go, but, if it's going to make the United States unsecure, or all of a sudden the mapping of those drones over the last 5-10 years have given information to the detriment of my well-being and my countrymen, and that obviously I don't want them. But it's what's embedded in that chip. Now, bringing that a little bit further, I frequently get in the discussion with friends of mine about nuclear war and and from where I'm sitting, knowing all I've learned about the technology in general from a huge cross section of the world just by being at CES, everything is going to be. There's not going to be guns and bullets and bombs. I don't think. I hope we never experience any of this. But I'm just saying. being here with AI and realizing, when we saw that radar machine here, small little black box that you have no idea what the resources that has in that box, the things that it can implement and read without you ever knowing, coupled with all the satellites and all the other technology that's around there. God forbid there's a conflict, God forbid, and let's say, I don't know, I'll pick China as an adversary. They can just click a button and turn your power off today. Boom, just like that. They can stop your TV. They could send broadcasts over the internet. You can't stop it unless you shut the internet off. It's pretty frightening. But the point I'm making is with technology, it's literally a button click. Can you imagine the United States without electricity? That could happen with a click of a button. And we have vulnerabilities everywhere I drive. On the way into Vegas, I drove here from Scottsdale, Arizona, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Nice, beautiful drive, and I hate driving. But as we came in, maybe we were like, 20 minutes-ish outside of Las Vegas. There were, and I'm not kidding you, there were about 500 to 1,000 windmills. And wow, they supply, as I understand it, most of the power for Vegas. And then when you got past 1,000 windmills, you saw 1 million solar panels just stacked up kind of like this. And there's thousands of them, and that supplements the windmills. So you've got wind energy, wind power, and you've got literally hundreds of thousands of these solar panels just sitting like this with steel cases to hold them in place. And that's what supplies the energy to Vegas. Now, living in the world that we do today, I'm thinking like, geez, I can just stop my car. I don't want to give anybody ideas, and I can blow up those solar panels in a nanosecond. No one would ever even see me. Now, I'm sure they have surveillance cameras and everything else, but it's a foot from the road. I could just literally hop over a fence that's yay high, do what I got to do, put a timer on it, and be out of here, and ba-boom, and there's no layers of defense there. And I'm just saying, my God, that's a sitting target, and it scares the hell out of me. But not much I can do about it. But there are so many vulnerabilities that I could see, physical vulnerabilities, that it's very scary to me. And now if you put that to the side, forget about that for a second, and then you look what the technology can do. You can have an EMF, an electronic motive force, that will boom. You can create that reaction, and everything's gone. Very similar to solar flares on the sun can knock out power system wherever. So it's very frightening. But I'm sure that we as a country have taken precautions against this. Now that brings me to the drones, the mysterious drones. I got a couple theories, and the one I'm thinking about, I'm not gonna divulge on the air because you'll never watch my show again. Truth of the matter is, no one's watching it anyway. But let that go. So I think what's going on with that is, I do think they're adversarial in nature, and if they are, why haven't they extracted them, shot them down, and gone in there and figured out what it is? That's not a difficult thing to do. I would expect that we couldn't capture these drones easily, and yet, to my knowledge, none have been captured or brought down and analyzed. So that brings me to my second thought, which is, you know what? They're not from an adversary, because if they thought for 1 second it was from, I don't know, China, Russia, whatever, they would be brought down. So I think it's from our own government that something's going down and they don't want the public to know. Now, I have heard the theories that there's, from several people that are fairly knowledgeable, that the reason they're all over the place is that there's a missing nuclear crate missing, that it was supposed to come in on the dock somewhere on the East Coast, and it did come in, but when they opened it, all the nuclear stuff that was supposed to be in there was missing. Henceforth, they're trying to search all over to see if they can detect radiation, and that's why they got these drones here and there and there and there and there. But why wouldn't the government tell me that? I don't know. And also, they've just disappeared. I haven't heard anything in the last 2 weeks, not one thing about these drones. Kirk, you listening to me? Yeah, so what do you, am I right or am I wrong here? Can you help me out?
No, you're on point. No, you're on point. No, I was also, I'm listening to you and I'm paying attention, but I'm also.
You to sleep?
Huh?
Am I putting you to sleep?
No, no. No, I'm just doing a couple things here in the studio, back end here. But also I wanted to, if you want to take a look above your right shoulder, I'll be able to get the 3-shot so we can do a floor shot, right? If you look at the monitor.
That way? You can see behind me now.
Yeah, well, let me cut to the.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
It's pretty busy down there.
Yeah, so I figured I was paying attention to you. I was agreeing with you on a lot of things, but also I wanted to kind of sneak in, I'm able to take the 3-shot above your right shoulder and of the crowd size. As I know you wanted to ask, I know you want to do
That's very nice.
Yeah, I know you wanted to, do a little check on the time and how things are going on the floor. So while you were doing that, I was just, while you were talking about what's going on in the world and everything, I figured I sneak in real quick and at least give you a good night, give the audience an idea over his shoulder, the crowd size, and it's filling up pretty good.
It is, and it's 10:46 here.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now, I will say that our resident tech guru and genius, Mr. Scott, earlier this morning fixed my stream on my website, which was embedded correctly. However, he put some magic sauce and corrected the error, and now I am seeing myself live with a good 10-second delay. But
yeah, there's a delay.
There would be.
Yeah, there's always a delay on the
in
stream.
Terms of functionality and how it looks, very impressive. Very impressive. Yeah.
He gets the work done.
Huh?
He gets the work done. I did tell him, and and I know there's a lot of stuff going on, what have you, but and
I can't hear.
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later.
I can't hear anybody. I'm deaf. I'm totally deaf.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened earlier as well.
Very good. I get it.
Thank you, Enzo. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I get it. Sure, I'll have a tea. All right, Enzo's going to get me. Food back here keeps me hydrated with water, and of course, as you know, I'm a tea freak. So they bring me a tea with honey to keep my my adrenaline flowing. So we got to eat like everybody else. So my day starts at 5:30 in the morning when I'm here, and we get up, and then I typically meet Kirk because we're staying in the same hotel, and we kind of flip off where we're going to breakfast in the morning because it's got to be quick because I have to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning. The show starts at 9. So I'm first man up, so I got to be here. So this morning we decided we're going to get up. We'll meet at 6:30 in the morning, which we did do. And instead of eating in the downtown area, which that's where we are, we figured we'd come right over to the Venetian and eat here. And that's what we did. So, we did get here real early, and we ate. And I will continue the story, I promise. Our next next interview is here, and that is going to be Biomi Tech and Frank Schnetzarts. And I don't know what they do, but we are going to find out. And 10:51 here, Las Vegas, Nevada, CES 2025. Hello, sir. I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor.
Frank.
Frank,
nice
how
to meet
are you? My pleasure, sir. How are you today?
Pretty good, thank
You're
you.
Good?
What about you?
Good. I'm always good. 24/7. I'm always good. I never complain.
Perfect.
Okay, so your company is Biomi Tech.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you guys do? I have no idea.
We are cleaning the air with
Nice
microalgae.
T-shirt though. Red, white, and blue. Is that
It's
intentional?
French. It's French.
Oh, I thought it was United States. Okay, go ahead.
We are cleaning the air with the microalgae.
Okay, okay.
We are catching the air, and the microalgae made the job like a tree. Basically, we are working with the same technology, natural technology. We are cleaning the air with, we catch the CO2, and the microalgae use the CO2 to fill and to grow. And at the end, we are producing oxygen and biomass.
Air purification.
Exactly.
Clean air purification.
Carbon capture also. We are having products for the direct air capture, for example. We are having a product 4 meters high, 6 square meters, and we are going to catch. I'm going to give you a question before. Do you know how much can catch oak tree, adult oak trees?
I honestly don't.
47 kilogram. And in one place, from one product, we are going to catch 6 tons of CO2.
How do you get that ratio of conversion?
Because the algae walk 24 a day, and they like the CO2, and they are more powerful than the tree, actually.
What's in the technology? How large is the machine?
4 meters high.
Technology.
4 meters high, 6 square meters, like water, like a bathtub, something like that, like 200 liters, and you need to just plug in, and it's running.
What's the largest area that you have right now? Are these things available now? They're up and working around?
They are on
What's
the
the largest space that you're purifying?
We don't think space.
Okay.
We are thinking more cube meters.
Okay, obviously that way you can get
something like 2,000 cube meters per hour. And the objective is to go to the market of the CCU, carbon capture utilization, and on this market it is going to be a product 8 meters by 8 meters by 18 meters high. It's a tower, and we are going to catch 1 ton of CO2 every hour.
That's pretty interesting. Let's switch gears for a second. I got so many questions in my head. What about a plane? Wouldn't that be a great device to have that filtering the air in a plane?
No. I think for some application it's not possible. When it's moving too fast, you can imagine we need to catch the CO2 and to bubble inside a tube, and this application for the plane, for example, is impossible. What we try to work right now is maybe with the box and CMR CGM, the transport maritime, the transport container. Maybe it would be possible, because when the engine starts on the boat like that, it's every time almost at the same level. That means
so the movement definitely affects the efficacy of what you do?
The power of the engine, the speed of the engine can, because from 0 to 100 kilometers, for example, for a car or for a plane, it's impossible.
You need a special amount of time to do its processing, and then when you move, it's that space, that air is gone.
Exactly. It's impossible to do with a fast
so
action.
it's stationary.
Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me the benefits of having clean air. I know them, we know them, but let's hear it from the scientist's point of view.
The important is to say we are having 2 different points. It's the first one is to say for health, for everybody, we are breathing some bad
pretty
air.
Nasty stuff.
Yeah, every day. That means the idea is to catch for direct air capture, for example, catching a lot, and what we are going to do is adding some ads on the product, or some LED screen and advertising on it, because I don't want me to having your taxes or my taxes for depolluate and to decarbonate the air. And the idea we have right now is to put some ads on it and to having revenue.
Wow.
That's it. One point. And the second point is to say, okay, for the next future, for the 2050 to the Paris sign, I don't remember the signature for the climate trade Paris. All the countries signed that, and at the end we need to decrease the level of CO2 to try to not to having the level of CO2 growing like that. And for us, the CO2 is a value. It's not a pollution. We want to do something like that. We want to change.
It's a worldwide problem and people don't pay much attention to it. I mean, it's a serious situation. So
wait, when you get today all the problem we got with the flow, with fire everywhere in California today, it's incredible.
Yeah.
It's a
and
consequence.
boy, is that stuff toxic.
It's a consequence of the pollution. We don't know exactly how much we are in the process, but we are in the process for sure.
I mean, no one will deny that.
Sure.
You know, clean rooms come into my head. Hospital situations where you need pure air.
We are having products 2 meters high, 20 centimeters
That's
diameter.
small.
Yeah, and we can clean the breathing of 20 person on one product. That's
really?
Every hour you can clean a house, not a house for now, but a room, open space, or a room with 20% inside.
This isn't available on the consumer level?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
It is?
We changed a little bit the design for this year. But
tell me where I would use this in my house as a consumer. Where would I use your product?
Now it's not available.
Okay.
No, not for a house.
Okay.
We want to grow, not maybe the next future we are going to have a product in for.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So right now your clients would be?
Cities for the direct air capture, private companies who want to do something, and after industries. That's mean people like ArcelorMittal, Total, or Lafarge, all the people who are.
Wow, what a customer base you have. Everybody's a customer. Everybody breathes.
Exactly. It's why we are here, you know.
Yeah.
It's
you know, it's always good if you have a product to have something that everybody uses, you know. So most people have a car, so you want to make something that goes into a car. Most people, you know, wear a watch, and you have an infinite amount of customers. The one thing everybody does everywhere on the earth is breathe. Everyone's a customer for this guy.
The difference between the direct air capture, the air we are breathing today, is the concentration of CO2. For us right now, the concentration is low. Too high, but too low for our technology. 0.04% it's CO2. In the industry, we are 40-50% of concentration. This is why we need to go over there.
Yeah.
We are not ready yet. We prototype for this market, but we need to be involved in the process to catch the CO2 at the source.
Now, is this your concept?
Yeah, it's a prototype.
You came up with this idea?
No, I came with a scientific from Mexico, Carlos Munoz Samperi. He's
from Mexico.
Yeah, this guy, because one of the cities the most polluted in the world. It's if you separate China and India, it's Mexico City. And he came with an idea to say, oh, we can do something with microalgae, and say, okay. And he had an award in 2019. It's an inventor of the year by the MIT, Latin America.
Now I'm from I was born in Pennsylvania, but I spent most of my adult life in Massachusetts, and I've been to MIT many times.
Carlos Munoz.
Very smart place, boy.
He's incredible.
Some great technology has come out of there.
Yeah, we try.
Yeah, believe me, I know. Now, where do you see this going? You see it on the consumer level at some point in time.
Yeah, the target now it's the city, because we are ready to enter on the market.
Are you here in America?
Not yet. I'm here for a week.
No, I mean, how do you like America? You've only been here. Is it the first time here?
No.
Okay.
I used to live in California for 2 years.
Oh, okay. We don't talk about California here. You know. No, they're ruining Arizona where I live now.
Okay. Okay.
They're ruining it. That's a whole nother story for another time.
Okay.
Now, in terms of cities, man, I got to tell you, when I was driving in from Arizona, clean, when I was coming up to Vegas, I was like coming in. Oh my God! I mean, I've been here countless times. The pollution.
Yeah.
You could see it. You can almost open the window and grab it. It was just filthy black gray, just hanging over the city.
Absolutely.
And boy, that's when you see it. Like, oh my God!
Yeah. Around the city, around the harbor, the ports, you can see it.
It's horrible.
Yellow.
No, yeah. I mean, I don't know the components, but I know it ain't good.
No, for sure.
So your technology could essentially help to clean that up?
We hope so, yep.
Wow. Wow. You know, years ago I'd drive here, you didn't see anything.
We received an award for that. We had an award from the CES this year.
That's a very hard award to get, by the way, as you know. It's not an easy thing to get that. It's quite a distinguished accomplishment. Well, look, thank you so much for coming in. If you want to learn more about Biometech, just go on their website, and it's biometech.com.
The point FR,
Again?
French. Biometech point FR, French.
Okay, French. Okay. Yeah, they should put that up there for me, but they don't. I'll complain. They'll fix it.
Next time.
Thank you so much for coming in. I enjoyed speaking with you, and
me too.
I hope we'll see you next year. And I love the product. Finally, someone's trying to do something about that. And boy, if you don't think this is a real problem, it's a real problem. It is.
Thank you
so much.
Thanks
Thank
to
you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Kind of neat. Everybody who comes up here has a different important device that is going to help us live longer and, in this case, breathe cleaner air, which, man, I could not believe the smog, the dirt, the just hanging. It looked like an influenza cloud. Oh, I just got delivered a tea from the beautiful Miss Enza. This is English breakfast with a little bit of honey and hot water. That's all it's in there. Now, I was talking before about when we came over here this morning to the Venetian for breakfast. So we left the downtown area, and it took us about, 15 minutes. We got over here in Uber. Took us about 20 minutes to walk just to the restaurant, and we went to the Luxor Cafe. Very beautiful. I love the food there. Service is always great. They used to have a monster restaurant, Lux Cafe, in Phoenix. Always crowded, always good food. Went there for 2, 3, 4 years, and one day I went there, it was gone. Like, I don't know why, but that's, whatever. Anyway, our next interview is here, and I will get to the end of the story. Yeah. So this is called B Energy and Michael Boulardrade. And I have no idea what they do, but we're going to find out right now. And Mike is gearing up. They're putting his headset on, and oh, that's good. Is that English breakfast? Whoa. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor. How are you?
Okay, very excellent.
You're excellent today?
Yeah.
Are you excited about this interview?
Yeah, no problem. Let's go.
BE Energy, what do you guys do? I have no idea.
Okay, we are specialized in the second life batteries.
Put your mic just a little bit close. There you go, right there. That's
like this?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
So we are specialized in the second life of batteries.
The second life of batteries.
All kinds of batteries, that is to say, from lead-acid batteries in the cars, buses.
Yeah. Very familiar with lithium batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after with a lithium-ion battery. Okay. And we are at the CES because we have patented a workstation dedicated to refurbishing the lithium-ion batteries, but only concerning micro-mobility, scooters and EV bikes.
So I will take a lithium battery, which you can recharge, but only X amount of times. Once you've reached that last charge, it goes in the garbage, unfortunately. But you'll be able to take those types of batteries and recondition them. So I'm assuming it goes in, you would have some kind of, I don't know, it's some kind of a charger or reconditioner device?
Yeah, in fact, it's we open the battery pack. We are at the cell level. We are able to identify the wrong cell, put off the wrong cell, put off all the cell, improve all the cell, and refurbish a pack.
Whoa.
Refurbish a pack with a cell who has exactly the same capacity. So you can reuse the battery.
But we're not talking consumer batteries here.
Yeah.
You're telling me that you can take a lithium battery that's a AA, AAA, or whatever A it is, and it's shot, and I'm gonna send that battery to you?
Alors, I need to precise something. When you have a battery pack, all the cells have different capacity, okay? And when a cell is wrong,
they're put it in series, and when one goes bad, kaput, that's it.
Yeah, but when the cell is wrong, you can put it in the garbage, okay? But after that, we are able to put off all the batteries, because in one pack of battery for an EV bike, for instance, sometimes and many times it's only one cell or two cells who make default, and the battery pack is over.
How could that be economically affordable, possible? I mean, a battery, I don't know, cost me $1.
Yeah.
U.S., not France. U.S.
Yeah.
So now the battery's done, I flip it in the garbage, and you're going to end up with it at some point in time? Or how am I getting my junk battery to you?
No, in fact, we don't buy or sell batteries, okay?
Right.
You are a company, you have a battery pack. Some of the packs are over, and you give us the battery pack, and with all the good cell inside, we're able to refurbish a new one, a new pack. And in fact, it's half the price of a new product. And moreover, when we refurbish 1 ton of lithium-ion battery, we save 8 tons of CO2.
Okay.
Okay? And the innovation for the CES, it's, in fact, in order to refurbish the battery, we patented a workstation with captors. These captors are able to detect and eject the battery pack in case of thermal runaway of a battery, because lithium is very dangerous and explosive.
Yeah,
and
it's very bad for the environment, boy.
Yeah, for sure.
Very bad.
Yeah, for sure, because each time we buy a new lithium-ion battery, that means extracting lithium, destroying planets.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Child labor from the other end of the planet, bringing batteries from China by boat. It's very carbon intensive, and moreover, it's explosive. So we have patented this workstation in order to refurbish with complete safety.
So it's
batteries.
done all automatic. You don't have someone dissecting the battery, and it's put in a container-ish, and then it's...
No. We have workstation. I invite you to visit our booth.
I would like to.
Yeah.
Where is your booth, before we forget?
Eureka Park.
Downstairs?
Yeah, downstairs.
France?
Yeah, France.
Okay.
Okay. And in fact, you have people who are guided by augmented reality, who project buttons, and they are guided. And in fact, we are able to employ disabled people on this workstation. Wow. It's not a robot, okay? Everything
right,
is
everybody's at a workstation doing their thing.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's French innovation. It's BNRG.
Well, you wouldn't be here if your French government didn't think you were warranted to be here. I mean, you're selected to be down there. You just don't be down there.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. I mean, that's an honor. I think it's an honor.
Yeah.
Wow. So you don't care what kind of lithium battery it is, per se. I have a drone battery. It's lithium. Okay? They don't last long.
It depends on the chemistry of lithium-ion, because, as you know, there are so many chemistry.
Yeah.
It's very different. And in France, we work with the CER. It's the atomic central research, etc., on different cell, different chemistry at 0 degree, 20, 40 degrees in order to understand the chemistry. And it's very difficult. So it depends on if it's NMC, LFP, it depends. So for scooters and bike, it's okay. For drone, it depends of the chemistry.
Car battery. Are they lithium?
Car battery? Yeah, so we are under NDA with a huge company
Tell me about it.
in order to make the workstation we present today at the CES, but a bigger one, for EV vehicles and buses. Yeah, we are working on this with our research and development in France.
How do you make money? How does your company make money?
So we have three activities, in fact. First, we manufacture our own machine. After, with this machine, we are able to be a service provider for companies such as Airbus, Volvo Truck Europe, IKEA, Carrefour, everywhere.
So companies can buy their own equipment, their own workstations. Okay, I can see that.
And after the third activity, it's like franchising, that is to say we open centers under licenses all over the world. That is to say, for instance, we regenerated it for lead-acid batteries, but for the Seoul Metropolitan, 1,200 batteries for the metro. So we open B-Energy Seoul, and we have also B-Energy Senegal, Indonesia, Morocco, everywhere in Switzerland, in South Africa. So we have three activities.
How many batteries can one process?
What?
How many batteries can one process in a day?
It depends.
How labor intensive is it? And I understand everybody is at the work booth and doing that. And I love the fact that you can employ disabled people. What a blessing and a nice thing that is to do. So I commend you on that. I really do. But how many can I do in a day? What's the efficacy of that?
It depends, because in fact, when a battery pack is over, it depends. Sometimes it's for the BMS who commands. So the man who refurbish, take care of the battery, but sometimes it's BMS, sometimes it's the cell, sometimes it's one cell, two cell, it depends.
Okay, that's a fair answer. How long has the company been in business?
We started in 20 years ago.
20 years ago?
And the founder was alone till 5 years. And 5 years ago, he employed his first employees. And we are scale up with CMA CGM Zobox incubator, okay? Because since 4 years, the development, it's a huge development. And
wow.
Yeah, we are in all the world with 2 subsidiaries, one in Senegal, one in India. Yeah.
Amazing growth. I mean, amazing growth.
Yeah,
wow.
For sure. Yeah, we are surrounded by batteries, all kinds of batteries.
Yeah, and it runs the world.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? Huh. Now, where do you see the future going?
The future, we are... the purpose, we just opened 1 year ago our first plant in the south of France with French Ministry of Environment and the French state government. We aim to duplicate this plant to Paris and after in each European capital, okay? In order to propose ecological and economical solution for companies, industrial, in supply chain, in telecom, everywhere.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for coming and joining us. It's fascinating to hear what you do. I just never thought about, I was always aware of how nasty lithium is to the environment. But, you know, you have a company now that not only tries to alleviate that condition, but you're also able to employ people that are disabled, and what a blessing that is.
We are full CSR, and we are very human.
Yes.
And the purpose is to stop buying batteries, regenerate, refurbish when it's possible. When it's finished, okay, recycling, no problem. But before, all over, we can act, we can do something for the planet.
One quick question. How many batteries do you think you've refurbished? Or the company's refurbished over the last umpteen years? You have any idea?
So many.
That would be an interesting number to find out.
Okay, but we know that 200 million battery will be sold in 5 years, only for micromobility in the world.
Wow.
It's a huge market.
That's a lot of
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
200 million?
Yeah, will be sold in 5 years.
That's why I like CES, because, you know, I'm honored to be here, and I am, because I just learned so much about so many different things. My God. Thank you so much for coming on. I really enjoyed the interview.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you
I
very
hope to
much.
see you soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Visit us, okay, at our booth when you want.
I will come down there and
Perfect.
check it out in person.
Thank you so much.
Great. You have a workstation there?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the booth?
Yeah, a small one.
Yeah, that's
a
all right.
small one.
All
Okay.
right, I'll check it out.
And a video, so you can.
Yeah,
okay?
of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Bye.
Thank you. It's really cool to see companies that are, quote, environmentally conscious, but they're also, you know, you worry about AI offsetting jobs. I didn't get a chance to ask him, or I forgot to ask him if AI is integrated in his product. But even so, I don't know why, but I'm seeing mostly foreign countries, a lot of French companies that, well, actually a lot of companies, more than last year, that are environmentally concerned. So their product development actually earns them money, but it also gives back to the environment and keeping things clean, which we need. So here's a gentleman who refurbishes lithium batteries. I still can't get my head around the scalability and the profitability of actually doing that, because and you're on a workstation, and I try to drag out like how many they could do a day or a month or a year, and I don't know. You know, again, I can't get every detailed answer, but the concept was it was pretty interesting. Yeah. So I would continue my tea story at the Lux Cafe, but our next interview is right here, and I'm assuming it's Dan Law and Scott Bolt is the rep, and I am wrong. It's Sebastian Fedoro, and his name is Arlium. I stand corrected. How are you, sir? Good.
How about you, Dan?
I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and I'm very happy to see you. Now your company is Arlium.
Correct.
What do you do? I have no idea.
We make fuels out of air. So.
Okay, you make fuel out of air.
Yeah, correct.
I don't even know where to begin. How do you make fuel, and what kind of fuel out of air?
So how to make it is actually we capture carbon dioxide from the air, and we have a one-step process to transform that carbon dioxide into a final fuel. And today we make a fuel called methanol, which is a synthetic fuel that can replace diesel for in the maritime, the aviation industry, and others.
Methane?
Methanol.
Methanol, two different things.
Two different things.
How much methanol do you extract from X amount of air?
So we need like 1.4 ton of CO2 from the air.
It's nice because you have an unlimited supply. You don't have to pay anything for the air. The air is free.
You got it.
Unless they could figure out a way to tax it, and they will.
You think so?
I think so. I think so. The United States will figure out a way for how many times you breathe, how much it's going to cost for them to allow you to breathe the air. If it can be taxed, believe me, the United States will figure it out.
Especially if it's clean after we have cleaned it out.
Oh, that costs more.
Yeah.
That costs more. You have to pay more for the cleaner than dirtier.
Correct.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah. So basically, we have invented a new process that is able to do direct air capture. So we really take the air on a specific material, and once the air passes through that material, only the CO2 will fix to the material, and then we have to introduce.
Is that a gas? I mean,
it's kind of like looking like a sponge, like a very porous sponge that is solid, and that is placed inside a reactor. And that reactor will have air being circulated inside, and then the CO2 will fix to the material inside the little pores, inside the little holes. And once you have the CO2 inside, we'll make it react at the surface of the material. So then we just collect the fuel, and we can distribute it to the final customer.
That's quite interesting. How much energy, and how is that energy delivered so that is this going to be a consumer device or this is an industrial device? Who's going to use the energy that you create? What kind of energy are you creating? I understand it's methanol, but as a consumer, I don't use that. I don't think.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not in the final form, meaning that, for example, in your shirt, you have some methanol probably because you use methanol in the chemical industry to make fibers on other products that are helpful then to make shirts or whatever. But our end goal is to actually have methanol being used as a fuel, so an alternative fuel. For example, you can replace diesel in your car, so it can become a consumer product at the end, meaning that you
Well,
will...
wouldn't that be cool?
That will be super cool.
Wow.
To have really small kind of autonomous station, gas station that you can refill with methanol, use it for your car.
So the cost of that, I would imagine, would be huge. I mean, a lot lower than we're paying now for petrol.
That's the goal will be to be at price parity with fossil fuels. So we wanted to be at the same cost, and that is like a big challenge for the industry, and we'll be the first one to achieve that.
Why are you setting your costs based on gasoline when you're making something that's cheaper? I don't know what what's involved in the process or the mechanics of doing that, but why wouldn't you set your own gauge for what it's worth? Rather, if petrol goes up, $1 a gallon. U.S. Why would you raise your price $1 a gallon?
It's
for profit?
Not. I mean, we need to be a profitable company, so for sure we'll make some profits out of it. But the really important thing for us is that today we all the technologies out there that are trying to do that cost 5 to 7 times more than the current fuels that we have. And our promise is to actually get to price parity. So that's already a big challenge to go from being 5 to 7 times higher to just price parity. And we have...
Well, you're not even making price parity based on what you're saying to me. The math in my head... I'm not giving you a hard time.
Yeah.
I got to ask these questions.
Yeah, you do. And it's also because,
you're losing money, not to interrupt you. I mean, if it's 7 times X, and then you're going to keep it parity, which is down at 2, and you're at 7, you're losing money.
But will you pay 7 times more to get your fuel for the car?
I do it every day.
Yeah.
Every day I go to get gas, the price goes up, up, up.
But not 7 times. You can have, yeah. So that's the goal. For us, we really want to have, for the final consumer, we want to have no financial impact, but you can use a fuel that is 90% less, you emit 90% less CO2 when you burn it as a fuel.
Yeah, it's environmentally a lot cleaner and safer for the air, and we've had several people here that make products to clean the air, and we're all for that.
Yeah.
Now, who came up with this idea?
So we are 2 co-founders. I'm the current CEO. My co-founder is the CTO. He actually made a PhD from the French Institute of Petroleum on a very similar topic, and together we had really this idea on disrupting the value chain around carbon capture and utilization.
How long did it take you to bring this concept, this idea to real world?
So about 2 years in stealth mode, and we officially incorporated the company in June 23. So until now, so almost 4 years to get a proof of concept. So now we are making, as we speak now, we are making methanol in our lab from air. So we have a fuel being made right now. And we just raised $6 million in seed round last year, and now we are scaling operations to build bigger units and then to go towards larger ones.
That is insane. What a
that
story.
Cool.
I mean, good for you. What a story.
Thank you.
Wow. When do you anticipate having a product that you'll be able to sell and people will, companies will use it?
That's the important thing. To have a product in this game, in this industry, you need to make very large volumes. So you need to produce a lot.
I can't imagine how you could scale that up. Yeah. As you know better than I, but in a small lab, it's one thing. But on my brother is a scientist in the medical world, very well known. I don't know how, but he's a smart kid. And he used to say one of the toughest things, because he would oversee medicines being made and test the efficacy of it. But he always would say, he said, I got to tell you, we have results in a lab for medical, medicines. And he said, it works great stats. It works, but he said, but when you take that and you scale it up, he said, forget that. It's a whole different world. And the same thing is what you're telling me.
not the same because we have a different path to scale. Because you
Okay.
have two paths. Either you have bigger equipments, so you have to change kind of the size of on the dimensioning of
Does
your
it
equipment.
scale up?
So that's the scale up. But what we do is a number up. So meaning that we already have the final design of our systems, and then we add up the number of systems together, so we kind of stack them.
So it's like parallel?
Correct. Correct. So the goal for us in these first years was really to get the science like proven inside one unit, inside one system, and now the goal is to make them all operate together in parallel. So that's kind of the
have
number.
you gone from 1 to and meant 2x, and have you gone to 3x?
Yeah, we've gone from 1 to 16 actually now.
16?
16 times.
And
16.
It's, and it's scaled up equilaterally across the 16 times.
Even better actually, because every time you iterate, you change kind of the process to make it more energy efficient on all of the other things. And now we are freezing the design of that system. And once we have the design that is totally frozen, we can then actually have that number up and have the parallel.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah.
You're really onto something huge.
We hope so.
Huge.
Yeah.
How long do you anticipate until you're ready to say, okay, here's our first system?
So we'd like to have that in 2 years from now.
Really?
And once we have this one, then we'll like to raise a massive round so we can build a very large facility.
You should be able to do that overnight. I mean, based on what I'm hearing you say, this is world-changing. I mean,
That
it really
could be.
is.
Yeah. So we have in these 2 years to have that first system like up and running and the way we would like to, and then that could be life-changing.
All right, another question for you, and I've always wondered this. You've invented a process, if you will, and I would imagine it's patented.
Yeah,
okay.
correct.
How and who would you contact to actually build that equipment, which is kind of out of your skill set? Because you know, you're not everything. You need. How do you go about that next step?
So the good thing is, once you imagine that kind of technology, you have to think about the entire value chain. So who will make the reactors, who will make the materials.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
So what we have done is that, like, really from the front-end design, like once we have decided to design the system, we used whatever was the most available on the market. So we took whatever was existing on the market, and we made it fit.
So you actually experimented and put these pieces together yourself. You procure them.
Yeah.
Really?
Correct. Yeah.
So you have built them yourself, essentially.
Yeah.
So now you just need but the next step is to.
You got it.
I know, but you know the next step is to find someone who can build a big boy.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct. So that's
was very unusual, I would think, to be the inventor of the concept and the process, to build the base model, and now you're going to scale that up 16 times.
Correct. So now we know we have the subcontractors, we have the suppliers, we have our patented process, we have our know-how on the secret sauce inside. So we have all the pieces to make it work. Now we have to prove that that system in 2 years from now is up and running, that has the right cost, the right energy requirements, and once we have that, then we raise a massive round and go up.
I'm fascinated by your product, and I commend you on your persistence.
Yeah.
And wow.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
interesting.
you.
Very interesting.
Awesome.
You must come back, because I got to see where this is going. It's a really cool idea.
Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you, Dane.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks a lot.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
But I don't know. I think you're not gonna need luck. You know what you're doing. You know you're focused. You know where you're gonna be. Good for you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate
it. Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you. Good luck. Man, it's just one thing after another. Just insane, crazy stuff. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, I'm checking up on stuff here. Okay, we're good to go. All right, before our next interview looks like it's noise. Amit Khatri. We will see. We'll see what they have to say. There is a lot of noise in here, by the way. And if I hear a lot of noise, that means it's picking up.
Okay, so real quick. So the first interview you're going to get next is Scott Bolt from Dan. From
Dan Law.
Yeah. So that's.
Is he a lawyer?
Your guess is as good as mine. So he's first.
I don't
Then
like
the next.
lawyers.
He's first. Then the next guest is after that. So you had it reversed.
I don't have it reversed. I'm looking on my screen. To the left it says noise, and I read from the right to the left, and the next one says Dan Law.
Okay.
So in my brain, noise is coming up first.
Okay.
I mean,
I know. You're killing.
this should be good because he's carrying a box. So
Right.
We're going to get a product, I think. I hope they're not lawyers. I'll be polite. And I didn't forget to tell you the end of the tea story. I will bring that back. So right now we have Dan Law and Scott Volt. Oh my God, another award winner. Another award winner. Look, oh my God. Now this is a beauty. Smart Home. Dan Law Inc. 2025, you just won this.
Yes, sir.
This is absolutely amazing. This is an impossible award to get. These are not given out lightly. I have never seen a year award before the show is over. Never seen it. Here it is. These guys won it, 2025. Wow, let's get into it. Congratulations.
Why, thank you.
What a great honor.
It is indeed.
Wow, tell me what Dan Law does.
So we're introducing our new Clever Charge. So this is a home level 2 charger.
Yep.
And its uniqueness is we've got a patented technology using our Clever Key.
Okay, I'm going to move this back now so we saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a charger for
electric vehicles.
Like Tesla.
Yep, like a Tesla
okay,
or.
This is the charger. Can you just hold that up?
Yeah.
There you go.
You got it? All right. So then essentially what this does is this plugs into your electric vehicle.
Yep.
Into its standard diagnostic port.
Right.
And then what that lets us do.
Tell you what we're going to do, because I don't like.
You don't like that?
I don't like. I like the box, but I don't like the shot.
You don't like the shot?
Yeah. So let's get.
Is that better? All right.
How's that? Oh, you want it this camera? Okay. Okay, I'm going to move over here just a bit.
All right.
All right, now we got this better. I can see you and you can see me.
Okay, perfect. So what this lets us do is it lets us take vehicle data off of the vehicle.
Okay.
Combine it with what the charger information knows.
Right.
Into a home charge management system for the customer.
So this device would be in my garage or my home or whatever, my garage.
In your garage or
right,
outside
whatever.
on a pole. Exactly.
Okay.
Now, what Clever Charge does is it basically, as an example, let's say Clever Charge has figured out that you drive about 50 miles on Sunday, right? Well, Saturday evening, it looks at your vehicle and it says, hey, the car's in the garage. It's only got 30 miles in it. And I know he needs 50 tomorrow. So I'm going to give him a Clever Charge AI alert letting him know you don't have what you need tomorrow. You need to plug your vehicle in and charge it right now. And the other thing that Clever Charge does is Clever Charge imagines a future where homeowners have more than one EV, more than one charger. So as what you can see here is the Clever Charge app, right? And as you can see here, we got multiple chargers in this one place called Cabin 2. And we got Dad's car that's charging right now, right? And you can tell that because it's up near the charger and it's green. And then we got this spare Tesla because you have so much money. You've got a spare Tesla hanging around.
You're talking to the wrong guy.
Me too. All right. So in the spare Tesla.
How many people have 2 Teslas?
You'd be surprised. You'd be
Go ahead.
surprised. So anyway, so the spare Tesla is blue because it's going to be scheduled to charge later. So why did Clever Charge do that? Lots of people set up a scheduled charge for later because it's less expensive to charge on off-peak hours, right? So why did it charge Dad's car right now? Well, and the reason is Clever Charge has determined Dad's car needs to go 80 miles this afternoon, and it didn't have the miles in it. So even though it's on peak hours, Clever Charge is going to use its AI capabilities to charge that vehicle to make sure that your vehicles are all ready for its operational capabilities. The last thing I'd like to show is this vehicle down here has got a little red exclamation point on it. Your daughter's car, it has some type of a diagnostic problem. You need to take that one into the shop.
Okay. So it does maintenance diagnostics.
Don, can you move the award to the? Can you move the award so we can get a shot? There we go. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me put this back and let's go to a regular shot, because there you go. And can we get a 2-shot?
Give me a second. I'll get it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Just keep going.
A lot of buttons back there. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem.
Okay. My first question is, and I don't know, I'm just asking, what does why wouldn't I drive home with whatever charge I have left, 25%, plug it in the charger, set it and forget it, and come back the next morning and I'm all charged to go as many miles as I want? Why would I only charge X percent, the 30 miles that I need to go the next day? Why wouldn't I just charge it and be done?
Well, lots of people don't charge the same vehicle every day, so you might have one charger and 3 EVs, right? You're not going to charge every vehicle every day, and most people don't need to. The range on most vehicles when they're doing is their daily driver going back and forth to work.
Okay, so and again, I'm asking, what's the typical mileage of an average Tesla? You know, just numbers here, 200 miles?
250, 350?
Let's just say we'll take it in the middle, 300.
Sure, 300.
For illustration purposes. Now, I drive to work, I don't know, 25 miles back and forth, so that's 50 miles. I come home, I don't have an electric vehicle, so I wouldn't necessarily charge it up and top it off a charge to bring those 100 miles back, so I got the 300 tomorrow?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, you would if you topped it off.
Why would I use Clever Charge then?
Well, because you're not going to have enough time to charge every vehicle every day. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose.
So this is really made for multiple vehicles?
Well, that's part of the advantage. The other part of the advantage is, you're right, if your routine is always that you come in and plug it in. I don't know, you have any kids?
I have 2. Would you like them? I'll make you a good deal.
I have 3 on my own.
I'll give you a real good deal on my daughter.
No.
All right, I'll pay you. No, go ahead.
So, I don't know about you, but my kids, when they were growing up, there was a time I had 5 vehicles in my household, and
he's still smiling. God bless you.
Well, it's an interview. I got to smile, right? I got to look happy about it.
Yeah.
And there were times my son would come home and say, "Dad, can I borrow your car? Mine's out of gas." And I'm like, "What? You forgot where the gas station was?"
Yeah.
EVs aren't going to be any different. I forgot to charge my vehicle.
That's interesting. Yeah. I get it.
Charge management's going to be a thing, because right now you can go to a gas station, you can charge up, and you can get your gas filled in 5 minutes. Charging at home is way less expensive, and it's most convenient. But you're going to have a limited number of chargers for a bunch of vehicles.
But still, it would be this device would be more advantageous for someone who has more than one car.
Sure, but even someone that doesn't have more than one car.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about one car.
So even one car, it's going to say, you know what? Look, here's your arrival alert. I'm going to give you, I know when you come and go. I can give you statistics on how far these trips were and how much money you spent on each trip and how
So it does the full data analysis, then it knows.
It knows.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
So even for one vehicle, it's going to have a lot of advantages. And it also can, it talks to your car computers and it says, look, you've got some trouble codes. You need to take this into the dealership. So it's still.
That's a big added bonus.
It is.
Just that alone, because you don't want to be out there and
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's by itself, that's a big thing. Now, what if next week I'm going to Vegas and it's a 286-mile trip. That doesn't know it the day before that I'm going.
It doesn't.
I need to charge. In my brain, say, you better charge that all the way up.
Yep.
Now, I only go to Vegas, I don't know, once every other month. Will that realize that, hey, once every month you've had a pattern and you actually go to Vegas?
It would eventually.
So Thursday night, you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, we'll take care of that. Really?
Correct.
So it monitors your driving patterns?
Yes.
Okay. How long does it typically take to charge a vehicle if it's at ground zero?
So typically you'll see between, like 25 and 35 miles an hour charge in a vehicle, depending on the size of the vehicle, right? If it's a Hummer EV and it's got a massive I think that thing has 123 kilowatt hour power pack.
Oh, okay.
Those take about 10.5 hours to charge from nothing to full. But if you have a smaller EV, half that.
Huh. It takes a second to get your head around the concept, but it's very, very intriguing. What else can you tell me about it?
Well, Clever Charge is currently being manufactured. We'll have them here in the United States for sale in a month or two.
Oh, really?
And it's going to be competitive priced with other EVs. Even though it's got vastly more features and more capabilities, it's going to be about the same price as other smart home EV chargers.
Give me a feel for the pricing on it.
Yeah, I can't announce it yet. Sorry.
This is CES. Do you know?
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Dude, this is going to 1 million people. Maybe 1,000,001.
I know, which is why I want to make sure I get the price right. And, you know, with
that's fair. That's fair.
You know, with the uncertainties that are in the environment right now, we want to make sure that we give people an accurate price when it's available.
I love the technology. I love the concept. And clearly winning this award, they know more than I do. And that's in my opinion, that's about the best award that you can get, because they see thousands upon thousands of devices.
Yeah.
And you got this.
We're very honored. And,
wow.
And I do want to point out, you know, Dan Law, while we're new in EV chargers, Dan Law has been in automotive for 41 years now. So Dan Law has been a tier 1 supplier to different OEMs. And we're taking that tier 1 capabilities and that quality that we have in our tier 1 supply line into our home EV charger line.
Well, it's very impressive. I wish you nothing but the best, but I do have one more question.
For sure.
If I was interested in buying this unit, where would I find it? Where could I purchase it?
That's an excellent question.
A month from now.
So this will be available on our own website at www.clevercharge.com.
Okay, it's clevercharge.com.
All one word, yep.
Clevercharge.com.
Yep. And then it's also going to be available on Amazon.
No way, is it?
For sure.
These guys are going somewhere. Wow. That's going to sell like, you better have a lot on those shelves.
You know what? We're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the next challenge, keeping the shelves full.
It's very exciting. It's brand new technology. It's using AI.
Yep.
It's not putting anybody out of a job. It's helping you.
It's helping
people. And the fact that it gives you the diagnostics, I mean, we didn't spend a lot of time on that, but I got to tell you, to me, that's a huge bonus. It's peace of mind. It's comfort for me.
And that's what it's supposed to do. It's basically designed to help people with their range management issues with EVs.
Listen, thank you so much for coming on. You did a marvelous job of articulating what you guys do. I appreciate your time and your sense of humor you put up with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. It was an honor, guys.
Okay, I would keep this, but I don't have an electric vehicle. And I will keep this because I'll never get one on my own.
You have no idea.
Very impressive. And I'm not kidding you. It's very impressive. Good for you. Wow. Hey, was that the best interview you ever had?
It really was, actually.
I thought so. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go back to Central Square here because I feel augmentedly.
Center Square. Well, because it was hard because we have.
Yeah, that box was huge.
Well, not to mention we have 3 cameras. We don't have a product camera, so at this moment right now.
No, I'll tell you. I mean, again, we see tons and tons of products that come here.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get my head around it, and I still not sure that I got my head around it. To me, it seems like you need more than one car to make that efficient based on the price of the unit. However, I don't know the price of the unit. I have no clue. So I'm trying to think how many days, weeks, months it would take to justify purchasing the unit. But if I don't know the price, I can't do the math. All that said, if that thing's going to tell me that, I don't know, I'm going to run out of oil. I don't have oil in those machines. I don't know that I have a problem, something's wrong and needs attention. That's worth more to me knowing that than I'm not charged. Because if I run out of a charge on the road, my wife will always get out and push the car to wherever it is I got to go. So in this case, I'm covered on that end. All right. Next is coming up is noise. Now I just realized something here. I have a little Pocket 3 camera here, and after 20 seconds or so it goes blank, which I wanted to do. It saves on the battery. And I can't see what's happening or where things are positioned. And it goes out, and I just realized now if I bang the table here like that, the vibration thinks I'm touching it, and it sets the camera on, and now I can see in the viewfinder what's going down. So I like that. And again, I didn't forget to tell you about my tea story. I will finish that off. And right now we have the company called Noise, and it's Amit Khatri. How did I do in that?
All good, all good.
All
Thank
good.
you so much for having me here.
It's a pleasure. Bring that closer to your. There you go.
Yeah.
Now I can hear you very good. It's a pleasure to have you here. I love Noise. What can you? What do you guys do? I have no idea.
Yeah. We are a company based out of India, close to working for 10 years. We are third largest brand in the world for wearables. So
you're the third largest country.
No, not the country.
Oh, company.
We are the third largest smartwatch brand in the world, and we have got close to 10% of the market share in smartwatches.
Wow.
Yeah, and we are a brand.
That's huge.
That's huge, actually. And we are a company backed by Bose Corporation.
Bose?
Yeah.
You know where Bose is located? The headquarters?
Yeah.
Where?
In U.S.
Where?
Massachusetts.
Where?
Boston, near Boston.
Framingham, Massachusetts, because they used to be a client of mine when I had my offices back in Massachusetts, which is where my company was founded in 1972. I knew Dr. Bose.
I've not met him, so
yeah,
you know more.
I don't think he's still living.
No, he's no more there.
Yeah,
it's been a decade now. Yeah.
Unbelievably brilliant man and such a nice guy. I've met him many times.
Oh, that's great.
And we used to work for them, so now we have something in common. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. We are a company, like I said, based out of India, and we have Bose is an investor in us. And at CES, we have been developing products for India being long. We just realized that we have so much of an advantage in terms of technology and quality.
Well, I could just tell you right off the bat, Bose would not get involved in any company that's not absolutely
bang on.
Just top shelf.
Yeah.
I have Bose headphones.
Yeah.
And I've got wonderful Bose earbuds. And
not bad.
I love those things. Okay, what do we got here?
No, we've got here smart ring. So since we have a background for wearables, we have launched a ring.
Let me just.
Yeah.
I think we're going to try this camera right here. There we go. Now, is that a ring?
Yeah, it tracks your vitals.
Can I pull the ring out?
Yeah, just take it out. Play with it, whatever you want to do.
Okay. This looks like a wedding band I gave. Anyway, this is the ring.
Right there, you're good.
It looks like a ring, but on the inside, I don't think you'll see. There's a lot of sensors in there that are going to do stuff that he's going to tell us about. So, okay, I'm ready to go ahead. Fire on.
No. I think people want to really be better of themselves, and that's why ring helps them around. It tracks your sleep. Then it tells you how is your recovery, and then can tell you, give nudges day around how you can do it better, what kind of stress you should take the entire day, and it's chat GPT backed LLMs running behind. So it tells you what to do, how is your recovery, how much workout you should do.
So this will integrate with obviously an app.
Yes, it has to be integrated with an app, which is by the name of.
Why the name Noise? What's it do with Noise?
So maybe Noise this is called a Lunar Ring, but our brand name is overall Noise, and people used to tell us make some noise. So we just realized it's a good name too.
I don't know. I'm going to have to call Bose and have him change the name, because noise to me means sound.
Sound, yeah. Listen to the noise within. They keep saying.
Okay, all right. I'll go with the flow.
Yeah.
Now, the app's going to give me information. Is that in real time? So can I look at it? Like sometimes I get anxious, like before an interview. So I can look on my app and say, you're real anxious.
Your stress levels.
Your blood pressure.
No, we don't measure blood pressure, but it can tell you your stress. That let's say we are sitting here, the stress levels are high or low.
So what can I do with that information?
So it tells you what to do. Let's say if your stress levels are high, it can tell you maybe do a deep breathing session to bring it down.
So it gives me some therapies.
Live analytics also to it.
And that's instant.
It's you need to open the app. It's not real time, but you have to open the app. And then it tells you what to do, how to make it better.
Okay, what else does it do? It's going to tell me my stress level. It's going to tell me how long I slept.
It tracks your HRV. Basically, tracks your health better so that you can plan your next day in a nicer way.
Okay.
That's what it's all about. So it's basically a sleep.
It's basically a sleep.
It tracks your sleep because sleep is recovery. So if your HRV is good, you can plan your day better.
Okay, I have sleep apnea.
Oh, we are not tracking sleep apnea at this moment. We are working on that. But yeah, basic.
Okay, so I have a CPAP machine, so I don't have sleep apnea. Is this going to tell me that I slept well or I didn't sleep well?
Yes, it tells you. It tells you a score on a readiness that you slept well, you didn't sleep well, and what you should do to sleep well. Let's say if you didn't sleep well, it can tell you that.
That's what I'm getting
maybe the
at.
room temperature was not good, your body temperature was elevated or low, for an example. Or you should not watch screen in the night to have a better HRV.
It will tell me that.
It tells that. Like it was telling me that you didn't sleep well last night. Your temperature was little deviation. So you need to maintain the room temperature to have a nice sleep.
It will identify that you've watched the television?
I can't identify, but it can give you some areas of concern that maybe you have watched screen last night. It can pick up the trends.
And that's based on statistical analysis of data that's been gone on for X amount of time?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me what other functionality is on it.
No, it tracks temperature, and more importantly, it is working on the woman health also. So we acquired a startup in India which was building woman health. So based on your body, it can tell a woman when her ovulation cycle is coming in, when they can plan pregnancy.
I don't have to worry about that.
You don't need to worry about it, but yeah. A lot of women customers need to pre-plan such things in life.
Okay, so we got ovulation.
Yeah.
We got sleep.
We got sleep.
We got stress.
We got stress.
I got all of those except ovulation.
And definitely it can track your workouts also.
My work?
Workout, if you are planning.
My workout?
Workout, yeah.
I don't got that either.
You don't do that, but yeah, if there are people who really use it for workouts, they play some sports, it can track.
I used to, but go ahead.
You don't need to be now, you look very fit.
Thank you. Now, what else does it track?
That's it.
I
think it's more than enough. And this is backed by AI, like I said. So it gives you analytics which are customizable to you, what you should be doing, what you should not be doing. It can create your workout plan, let's say, if you're into workout. It creates your diet plan if you want to do it. Let's say you can ask it, how should I plan my weekly diet? These are my goals. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's all good. Now, is this the first iteration of this model?
Yeah.
And how long has this iteration been out?
We've been working on it for more than a year now.
Wow.
So this is the second, actually this is the second iteration we are announcing here. First generation is out for last.
What's next?
That's it. I think we want to make it perfect every time. So right now it's just about building it up and making it more user-friendly.
Because you're wearing a ring and you're walking, you naturally would move your hand. I would imagine that this could or will have the capability to check steps, my steps.
Yeah. It automatically. By the way, if you're walking, it automatically detects your walk.
Will that do this now?
Yeah. And
you didn't say that. I asked you that.
Yeah. It says it does that, and it tracks your steps also. I think we all are bound to.
Let's get with the program here. So it checks steps. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah. Because
that's huge. That's a big thing.
Yeah, because if you look at all the users, primarily all want to track the steps first. That's the first thing it comes to.
That would be. I mean, the accuracy of that's got to be pretty good. I would imagine, because I mean, it's here.
It's not about that. So I'll tell you where accuracy comes in. We have shipped close to, at Noise we are into wearables, we have shipped close to 20 million devices in the world. 20 million watches. And it's a big number. And you can imagine the kind of data coming in. We have sold more than 20 million downloads on our app. 10 million users come on our app every month. 10 million.
10 million?
Million users
a month,
and 1 million come on every day. So we have so much of data coming in of their walk, of their heart rate. We have fine-tuned the algorithms to that. Yeah.
And how long has this been on the market?
No, we have just announced it here. We have just not gone to the market full-fledged. We're going to be going now.
Where the 10 million people come from?
India right now. We have more than 20 million devices.
You got a lot of people there.
Yeah, enough of people. But by the way, we've been into watches for long, like I said.
That's quite impressive.
Yeah, not bad.
That's quite, bad. That's off the charts. 10 million people. Wow.
10 million people log on the app every month. That's a good number. And you know what they're doing, what sports mode they play, how many steps they are doing.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, not bad.
Congratulations, really.
Thank you so much.
And your position with the company?
I'm one of the founders here. We are
You're
two
one
founders.
Of the founders?
Yeah.
Wow. That's very impressive. I'm impressed.
Thank you so much.
10 million. Do you know how hard that is to achieve?
I think we It's fine. I think we've been going on with time, so we find
You'll
it out
probably have
gradually.
20, you'll have 20 million in the United States. I mean, you can't lose with. No, seriously, what a great idea.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'm glad I asked that it tracked steps, because I'm thinking like, wow, that's perfect. It's not bugging me. It's not like my phone and it's on my finger, and I get all that other data.
You know, so when we were talking to users, they said that they would want devices which are more minimal, and that's the ring came in picture.
Now, where's your booth at?
It's here only.
It's here?
It's bang opposite in the Hall D.
Where in Hall D?
That's it here. If you just look it around, it's written noise. You could.
I see it, the black and white.
Yeah, it's very much visible. Yeah.
So if you're gonna be there at the booth, so I can go down and get.
Yeah, you can just come and
you're
have a
be
demo.
There?
Yeah, I'm there around for the last.
You're gonna
2 days.
hook me up?
Yeah.
I can watch my stats.
Watch your size first, and then your stats.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, you're going to come back on the Gadget Professor show when this is all done, like, a month from now, 2 months from now, or whatever, so we can do a more in-depth interview, and then I can show, I'd like to put the stats, the data of that up on my screen so the audience can see it. Maybe we have call-ins. I think that would be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
That's great. Now, is the app on a cloud? The data is my information on a cloud?
It's on a secure cloud.
That's what I was going to ask you.
It's on a secure cloud. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not going out.
No, it's not going out.
Okay,
it's up to you.
I gotta ask because
it's up. It stays with you.
Okay. Okay. Is there a warranty with that?
Yeah, there is a 1-year warranty with that.
Really?
And if there is a problem, it's gonna be replaced by the brand.
That's a phenomenal product.
It's amazing. We're getting a very good response out of here.
And you know what? The other thing too is that, as a consumer, the benefits that I'm getting from that are huge.
Yeah.
Especially, well, it depends what you want, but I think the steps is enormous.
And it doesn't come with the subscription, most importantly.
Yeah.
I spoke to many consumers, they don't want to pay every month.
And they don't.
They don't want to.
What's the price of one of these? I know it varies.
No, it varies, but it's retailing between $249 to $299.
And there's different functionality with the higher price
No, it's one price point, one product, different colors, that's it.
Okay. Okay. Now, the other thing I have to ask is, I'm sure this will work with Android operating system and or
iOS both.
iOS. And the data is on that app. So I could theoretically put that app on my iPad or any kind of tablet that I have.
Yes, it can be put there, and also it integrates with Google Cloud and Apple Health. So you could see your data at one place. Yeah.
That's a phenomenal product.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on, and I will definitely try to.
Thank you so much for having us here.
Soon. So I'll see you there, and
see you.
Definitely want to have you come on the show after this is all over because it's so busy here. That's a cool thing.
Thank you so much, and good to see you around. Thank you.
My pleasure. Good
Thank
luck
you.
to you. Another interesting device. I see a lot of those around. I didn't really know how functional they were, but that's a pretty cool device. I could see that growing and having more upscaling, if you will, in the next coming years as the technology develops. It's quite interesting, and they're getting smaller. That's called a wearable. And right now, folks, it is my time, I think, to say aloha, goodbye. And Mr. Scott Ertz is coming up next, and he's a great interviewer, and he brings a whole new wealth of knowledge and entertainment value, and he's a great guy. I love this guy. I keep telling you every day, this guy is number one. He does more work in a half hour than most people do in 10 days. Very modest gentleman, and what else can I say? Thank you very much for watching, and I can't welcome enough Mr. Scott, and we'll see everybody tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and tomorrow's the last day, so you better stay tuned. Thank you very much. This is Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, signing off for today, Thursday, at CES 2025.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code BLUBRRY004.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with PLUGHITZ Live, and my earbud is still in front. Welcome to the Day 3 CES 2025 coverage here for the Tech Podcast Network. It's been a great show so far. I've been listening all day. We've seen some great guests. I think so far my personal favorite, not just because I like the product, but because of the guy, is the car charger that was up here. Because the guy's last name is Bolt. It's just, you can't go wrong with a guy named Scott Bolt making a charger.
And there's a movie about a dog named Bolt. So,
see,
it all fits.
Can't go wrong.
Exactly right. You got it. You got it.
So for those of you who are just joining us, it's been a week.
Oh yeah.
If you haven't seen the show before, the way it works is every 10 minutes we have another guest from all over the show floor. If you've never been to CES or haven't been to CES in the last couple of years, this show is huge. Up to a couple of years ago, we had just the north, central, south halls of the Las Vegas Convention Center, and then here at the, what was the Sands at the time?
Sands, right.
Post-COVID, we have added the West Hall at the Convention Center, which is the new one and is huge. They built it literally for CES. And apparently there's massive upgrades. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Massive upgrades happening at the other halls right now.
Yeah. But also keep in mind, they're
see.
calling them, here's the thing, I guess they're trying to be, changing with the times. And we talked about the logo and what have you. If you go onto the app or on the website, you have the Venetian Campus. Okay. You don't have, like, Tech West. I can't remember the name.
They used to be called Tech West and Tech East.
Correct.
They're now the Convention Campus,
right,
and the Venetian Campus.
Yeah, and I think there's another part on the other side of town. I can't remember the name of it. I think it's C-Space.
Probably still. Yeah.
Yeah.
They may have changed. It used to be the C-Suite.
C-Suite. That's it. Yep.
But yeah, I think people. Okay, legitimately, I think people have gotten really turned around in this city too many times.
Right.
And they don't know which way is west and east.
Right.
And so they didn't know where the Venetian was. Where's the Venetian? Is it
Case in point, my Lyft driver last night.
Oh, you poor thing. He got a tour of the city by a Lyft driver who was adamant about ignoring the GPS or something. Yeah, so I think people just didn't know west and east.
Right.
And so they changed it from Tech West and Tech East to Convention Campus and Venetian Campus.
Yeah.
But, like, the Flamingo is part of the Venetian Campus. I can't imagine the Flamingo would be happy to hear that.
Right.
And where does Mandalay Bay fall in that? Who knows? But
yeah, right.
Because I don't think it was in the circle. Whatever.
No,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, the show is constantly evolving.
Yep.
And since we added the West Hall, the number I heard, and I think you and Don were talking about this yesterday, but the number is significantly higher than what you were talking about.
Yeah, it was.
I think it's actually 2.8 million square feet is the new number.
Yep.
Which includes, that's 2.8 million square feet of exhibitor space.
Right.
So that includes all of the show floors.
Right.
It includes the Venetian Towers, which is an important distinction.
Exactly.
The Venetian Towers is in that.
Right.
Because there's a lot of companies that exhibit upstairs here. They get a suite because, for example, I think it was Tuesday. I think it was day one. We had a company called Canvas Hi-Fi that has this massive entertainment speaker with a TV stand built in. And then replaceable faceplates. So if you get a big TV, you get a faceplate that matches it, so it looks like one giant piece.
Right.
really beautiful piece of equipment, but for $3,000, how does it sound?
Right.
Right? I really want to be able to hear that
Right.
before I'm willing to advise people on a $3,000 speaker.
Yeah.
So they literally have a suite upstairs where you can go up and hear it in action.
Well, not only does it include include not just here and also LBCC, but also throughout the the strip, there's various meeting rooms and what have you. Obviously, yes, we know, for CES, it's about showing off the latest and greatest. However, there's deals being made and what have you.
Yeah.
So that 2.8 million, that does sound right, but I think that includes, like I said, that includes a lot of hotels and meeting rooms as well.
So I know for a fact it includes the meeting rooms at Mandalay Bay.
Right.
And there's something happening at the Flamingo. I just don't know
I thought
what.
the Flamingo is
Tropicana.
Oh, okay. I always get Tropicana and Flamingo
Tropicana
confused.
went away.
You're right. Okay.
A couple of months ago.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Mirage is going away soon.
It already did.
Well, it's closed, but the facilities are all still physically in place.
Right.
Except for the volcano, which
Except
went
for the
away like 6 months ago.
Right.
But Mandalay Bay, I know, is included in that.
Right.
So if you don't, I don't know that we talk about this enough, what CES is. What you guys get to see, in addition to the best view in the convention center
Absolutely.
here behind us, so much so that people want to come up in the tower to take pictures because we literally have, from where we are, we have the best view of the show floor that's possible. We can, like during Don's last conversation, he was asking, where's your booth? And as it turns out, it's literally right here.
Right above you. Right.
But almost everybody, between these three shots, almost everybody in this building, we could get in the shot if we needed to.
Yeah.
But in addition to what we do, giving you the best view in the show, there's a lot that happens. So there's industry analysts that are here that are trying to figure out where is the tech industry headed in 2025, 2026, 2035, right? Where's the tech industry headed over the next couple of years? Which is important for investors. It's important for the NASDAQ. It's important for the New York Stock Exchange. Merrill Lynch, Fidelity, companies like that all need to know where this industry is going because this industry drives the economy. Truly, this industry has a big part to play in the economy. There are investors, especially downstairs here. There are investors going around looking for new companies to invest in. But the real reason we're all together here is because Best Buy is here. We can pretend otherwise, but Best Buy and Amazon are here, and those two companies in particular are going around trying to find out what are the cool new products that we need to be selling this year and next year. What are we going to put on Black Friday specials in November? What is going to be the hot Christmas product this year? I don't remember the number exactly, but I feel like the last time I heard it was like $1.2 trillion is going to change hands this week.
I believe it, but not to mention a couple things too. Is with Amazon, I want to go into their booth. I mean, these booths are very eye-pleasing. I guess that's the word. Where they want to grab your attention.
They're flashy.
But also too, I think, and also key point with CES is Eureka Park.
Yeah.
And I said this before. I'll say it again.
That's the reason why we're in this building.
Exactly right. Exactly. And to see and a lot of the on our coverage, we bring up a good portion, if not, I would say 80% is literally from downstairs in Eureka Park. There's some that's on the floor here that they come by.
And some of this is startup too.
Exactly
in
right.
Fairness,
Yes,
up
true.
Here.
That's true
because
too. Right.
Where our tower used to be has become two of the national delegates.
Right. Right. And so I think that's where it's key. And I always enjoy going down Eureka Park. I think the highlight of CES for me personally, and I can only speak for myself. I know that the team on TPN loves it as well, it's like a cornucopia of tech, and
Indeed.
and it's like the most amazing things you've seen in your entire life, and something that's so, it's not necessarily different, but they created something, you know, like look at Amazon. Like,
Yeah.
you know, Jeff Bezos started out like his in his garage here somewhere, you know, in California.
I think it was his spare bedroom, but yeah.
Okay, but he turned something like to a bookstore, and it's like an obscene, like $1 billion, would it be, your company, you know? So that's where I like Ricoh Park, because they have the tenacity, and they spend like they max out the credit cards.
Yes.
You know, they have now our studio, you know, where we're sitting at is like the booths are half the size of our studios. You know, here in the tower.
I don't know that they're that big.
Well, I would say half, maybe like.
They might be a third.
Yeah, and
They're
I've seen
small.
They're really tiny. I mean, they're about like from like we're sitting, I think, like to our table. The table, if you're looking right here, I'll do a wide shot real quick. So, like with this table, I think from
if you can see the panels here on the wall,
right,
it's about a panel and a half. I think it's about
okay.
the size.
Yeah, that
of
sounds
one
about
of those
right.
booths.
That sounds about right.
Because they usually have one of these tables, and there's just enough space on the end that they can squeeze people behind them.
Correct.
And that's what they get.
Yeah, that's what they get, and then I saw, and we had a few that came up here, you know, over the past couple of years, and it's just like they want to get that attention, the media exposure, but also to have Best Buy come to them.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, or Amazon or Walmart, what have you, and.
Yeah, I guess that's an important one.
Exactly
I
right.
forgot about Walmart.
Right. So, you know,
though I have to go there tonight. I forgot they existed for a moment.
But no, I think that, and it's amazing. And with our best ofs, and we're still talking about best ofs, and we have
got a day and a half.
I know
Anything can happen.
We're keen on the one we talked about. We're not going to blast it out now, obviously.
We're leaning toward, but that doesn't mean that somebody's not going to come up and shock us. 'Cause
Exactly.
last year, our best of was on the last day.
Yeah.
Came up and knocked us off.
Yeah, something tells me this one's going to win. I can, and I know we have our own individual, you know, picks as well.
We're in Vegas. You'd put money on it. You can say it.
I'm not.
We know where we are. You can say it.
But
they might take the odds. You don't know.
The
sports
that's
book
true.
downstairs might actually take the odds.
No, but each one has, you know, with PLUGHITZ Live and the Gadget Professor, GNC Week in Review, and Tech Ranch, we all have our own individual picks, and also the production team has their own pick as well. So they're like kind of mulling. You know, I have a few in the hopper, and I told Scott this last night. I said, if Don picks mine, I'm going to be really unhappy because it's really cool, and I think he'll dig it. But I still have a couple that's my pick as well.
Yeah.
And but I want to like do real quick too, like, and I'm probably going to do this on best of, is dedicate my best of for to Todd. Because he's like the reason why all of us are here in a way.
Yeah.
And while he's not here this year, he's going to be back next year. You know, fingers crossed. But no, he really made TPN the way it is with him and Andy McCaskey, and
and Jeffrey
and they blossomed it to like something really huge and
those
amazing.
Three started this live show with 2 webcams and a laptop.
Right. And that's why I want to dedicate, as far as my segment for best of, dedicate it to Todd, because he changed lives. He changed my life for the better. We forged a relationship and an extremely good friendship amongst all of us.
There's so many people that we wouldn't know.
Right.
If Todd hadn't put all this together.
Yeah.
So yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we've got a lot going on. We've got a lot of great guests coming up today. And I think we're going to be ready here in just a moment to get going. Yeah. All right. Our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yes, so my name is Raphael. I work with OI Motion. So OI Motion is a company from China, a startup. And so I'm the brand development part of the company, the
Okay.
startup, yes.
All right, so we have all kinds of interesting things here in front of us.
Yes, I brought you some small products.
What are we looking at?
So basically, maybe just to put the context in.
Sure.
So OI Motion is a high-tech startup, as I told you. So we working in the research and development around the human bioelectrical signals.
Okay.
More specifically, the neuroscience.
Okay.
So what we do is like the neural sensors technology, the AI technology into the recognition of those neural signals, and we integrate them into the human-machine neural interface. So, for example, this is the product we started with.
Okay.
So EMG sensors armband. So those are used to capture your bioelectrical muscle signals.
Okay.
And we use this technology to control, for example, this hand, which is a neural bionic prosthetics, so for the amputees.
Okay.
So yeah, to help
right.
people lives getting better.
That just went wild. Okay.
Yeah.
Because obviously, without context, it could look weird.
It can, yes.
Right? What am I looking at? So, okay, so this goes on wherever it can.
Yes.
Because it's possible that maybe an amputee has to be a little higher, but wherever it can above the...
Exactly,
okay.
exactly.
And then using the motion, it's able to figure out what you're trying to accomplish with the neuroelectric signals.
And the AI behind it, yes.
And then use that to replicate the thing that it was intending to do to an extent?
Yeah, to an extent.
Okay.
Because so for the prosthetics, we have about 27 gestures that are already inside the hand.
Sure.
So what we do is like there is training first to understand, feed data to this AI. And then the AI is capable to understand, okay, these signals will be associated to this this action, such as, for example, the finger point or doing the fist. Yeah, that's the idea with this. But we also have other projects like the EEG helmets. So we're capturing the brainwave signals.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Those are, some of these are more for the research purpose.
Okay.
Understanding like how the brain functions, also medical purpose. Like
Fair enough.
Giving diagnostics of brain disease like Alzheimer and others. But we also have, so yeah, in the design of the hand, we also have this one, which is for the humanoid robotic industry. This has more industrial purpose.
Okay.
So it's two lines of products separate, but same design.
Right.
And so this one, yeah, has...
Because you've already got the hand.
Yes.
You've got the ability to grip.
Yeah, exactly.
To do all the things with it.
Exactly.
You know how to control it. Now you can just have a computer control it instead of a person.
Yeah, so
makes sense.
there is different ways of controlling, like motion capture.
Oh.
Well, for now it's early stage, but what we're also working on is having those EEG elements to be able to control it as well.
Okay.
Yes.
And you could, I guess, like the programmable robotic arms, you could teach it once what you want and have it and record that motion even and have it replicate.
That could be an application,
That's
but
fascinating.
it can be also like mostly of what we use is like in real time. So there's still, for example, a concrete application like worker being in contact with dangerous materials, such
Sure.
as the nuclear.
Okay.
He can be behind a safety glass, having the robot touching
do
the material.
Sure.
And he still has much more control than if he was playing with like joystick, if I can say.
Right.
Because so he can wear like something like gloves or with the motion capture and do the action precisely, you know, because it's human hand design, so the precision is much higher.
I just watched the fingers move. Did you do that?
Yeah, it's with
or it's just okay.
I brought it with like, so this is
Okay.
for demonstration purpose with the glove.
Okay.
Maybe if you want to try it, it's for
Sure.
your right hand.
Okay.
So you just place it.
It's because it was on the table and it was
Yeah,
moving. Okay.
yes.
I thought maybe you were messing with me over there. Okay. Nope, I went the wrong way. I don't know.
It's
It'll be
okay.
fine.
You just and so basically you can.
I'm going to avoid doing the thing that comes to mind immediately because we're on camera.
A lot of people tried it on their show, honestly.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, yeah, it's like, it's really responsive.
Yes, the finger opening and closure time is less than 1 second. It's about more or less 0.7 seconds. And the hand is quite strong.
Okay.
It can lift up to 30 kilograms.
Okay.
Yeah, like for one finger, like a hook, it can be 10 kilograms as well.
I'm just looking at how far the thumb comes in.
So the thumb, for the amputees, this motion is passive. So it has to move it by himself. It has 3 positions. But for the robotic one, for the industrial purpose, we add another motor to have the motion motorized as well.
Got it.
But one more motor means a little bit heavier. That's why, I mean, for practical purpose. Daily life is...
Fair enough. This gets the job done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's incredibly responsive, and let's spin it out that way so you can see that the fingers are like coming down into the palm.
Yes.
There's very little gap space in there. That's a really, even this, like, take this out of the equation. Even this thing just is pretty cool.
Yeah,
like
yeah. The design
dexterity
itself
and everything.
Yes.
The motion, the range of motion, really cool. So where are you in, if I don't take this off right now, I'm going to just keep playing with it for the rest of the day. So we're going to do that. I have a tendency to twitch, so
no worries.
That would be my new fidget spinner. So where are we in this? Are they out in the wild? Are we still in the R&D pre-production place? Where are we?
We already, so the company started and was established in Shanghai in 2015.
Okay.
So as I mentioned earlier, this was our first product. Then we move on the bionic prosthetic hand. This one is already on the market. We have around maybe a bit less than 2,000 users in the world.
Okay.
People that were...
It's a pretty specialized thing, and you've got 2,000 people out there. That's not bad.
Yeah. And there is, for the prosthetic, there is already on the market other competitors as well, or that, did that with different technologies, but yes.
Yeah.
But for the industrial one, it's more relatively new products, if I can say, about one year, on the market.
And what's the availability like? If somebody needed one,
so
how does that work?
We are the manufacturers of the device, like the hardware. We do also as I mentioned, AI, so the software behind it. So for example, for the prosthetic application, we going through clinics, doctors that do the fitment, because we do not do the fitment.
Right.
So depending on the area, we are still expanding and finding new doctors.
Got it.
I'm thinking of South America, for example, or North America. We are expanding still.
Okay.
So that's the idea.
So if a doctor wanted to become part of your program, could they reach out and talk to you about possibly becoming a...
Yes, we can. We always... So we have a lot of ways to be contacted, like we available on social medias as well, presenting those products. So we can be contacted and reached out. Also, that's why we are in those exhibitions.
Sure. So that's where we are right now. We're in the process of expanding and looking for, I guess for lack of a better term, distributors.
Yes.
Your distribution method's a little different because it's a direct medical application, but it is kind of distributors. You're looking for medical professionals to help get the product out there, to know how it works, to be able to do fitting, all of that.
The fitting, yes, that's the most crucial part, exactly.
Okay, very cool. And if somebody, if a medical professional wants to get involved, how can they do that?
So they can contact us send us an email, or for example, so we have different emails, but I would give info@oimotion.com, if they want to contact us, or social media, reach us with a DM or anything. Would be very, very happy to answer and share about it.
And the website is
OI Motion.
OYMOTION
Yes,
.com.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, with all the phone numbers and contacts available on the website as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. This is really cool. I've seen you were talking about like the helmet.
Yes, the EEG helmet.
So we saw some early stuff. We've a drone that was controlled by brain, but you had to if you wanted to do this, you had to think of a song, and if you wanted to do that, you had to, it was very rudimentary. It sounds like it's come a long way technologically. We know a lot. We seem to be able to read.
Yes,
and a lot more detail.
There is different ways also of doing it. There is different technologies. What we do is using dry electrodes mostly for our different products, which is much more convenient because it becomes almost like plug and play, if I can say. You wear the helmet and you don't have, as long as it's non-invasive, so as long as it's touching properly your skin from your head, we are able to collect the data, the brainwave signals in real time on the application. But as I mentioned, it's for research purpose, so the data is raw. There is no processing of it, no analyzing on the application itself.
Right.
But yes.
Super cool technology.
Yes.
Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for inviting me today for this talk.
Absolutely.
And yes, if anyone wants to reach out, we'll be very pleased to answer the questions.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. You too.
So, longtime viewers of PLUGHITZ Live will know that in the past, so we do for CES, we do our best of, right? We used to do a Christmas episode where we would talk about what is it that we want, right? Todd always does his, I found this over here, and that's the thing I'm going to leave with, right? Whatever it is, Todd always does that at CES.
Right.
We would do that for Christmas.
Right.
What is it that I want?
Yeah.
And there was this brainwave-controlled game that I encountered. It might have even been here. I don't know. And it was probably 2010 or 2011, and I said, that's what I want. That's what I want for Christmas. And it was this running joke for several years.
Right.
I never changed it.
Right.
I'd always forget that that's what we were doing that episode. And so, I already have an answer. The thing I didn't get last year. And so, John, one of our former hosts, bought it for me for Christmas one year, so I couldn't do it anymore. And I had to pick something new, which was pretty funny. And that's how that worked. Like, it's not like you thought, think like a marble run game, right? It's not like what you would do is say, go left and it would go left, go right and it would go right. What you would do is it would say, think about a song. And when you think about a song, it goes left. And, think about a book. And when you think about a book, it goes right because it triggered different parts of your brain.
Oh, okay.
Music triggers this part, and book triggers this part, and a movie triggers this part. So there would be categories that you thought about, and that would allow you to go front, back, left, right. And that was the extent
Isn't it like the
of
one?
the detail.
Isn't the one game like the game? I have an idea what you're talking about. Where like you're moving this little ball, and with your Oh, okay.
Essentially like a marble run maze.
Exactly right. Yeah. Okay. Just want to make
but
sure.
you're
Okay.
doing it with your brain.
That is so cool.
Yeah, but it's not like what they're talking about, where it's reading the brain waves and it's doing detailed analysis. It wasn't that.
Right.
It was think of a book. Whoop, and this lights up. It goes, okay, that's what thinking about a book does.
Okay.
Think about a song, and maybe this part lights up. Okay, that's what thinking about a song does.
Right.
So it was just looking for these 4 things that they already know triggered different parts of the brain.
Okay.
So that they could essentially get the 4 quadrants to be able to do the 4.
That is so cool.
And that was as detailed as it got. And they're sitting here talking about we're able to read waves, electrical pulses off your arm to
Right.
be able to control the hand
Right.
using a cuff. I mean, things have gotten so much more advanced.
Oh, my goodness
in
gracious.
the last couple of years.
That's cool.
All right. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hey,
How are you doing today?
I'm doing absolutely fine.
Excellent. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, so I am Dominique Luissin, CMO of MyDTech, and that's it.
Okay. Tell me about the company.
Yeah, sure. So MyDTech provides digital solutions for optimizing agricultural production systems.
Oh, fascinating. How does that work?
So basically, our solutions include software, and hardware.
Okay.
In the following areas, which are animal welfare,
Okay.
precision agriculture, security, and traceability.
Okay. So, obviously, animal welfare clicked immediately for me, but what's precision agriculture?
All right. So smart farming is the key to face the upcoming challenge issued from the climate change and the food autonomy. So what we do is that we build from scratch IoTs. For example, we do have the animal color activity I can speak about maybe.
Sure.
So we do put it on the cow so we can measure the temperature. We can see the movement, and also we can geolocalize the animal. So it's pretty important for the farmer, so he can he will know continuously where is the cattle.
Fascinating.
Does that make sense?
100%. So, my former business partner and I, about 12 years ago, pitched an idea called Connected Cow.
Oh, wow.
But no technology was in place to make it possible.
Okay.
It's just, we simply weren't there yet because, something that you attach to them, the power wasn't there to be able to do GPS because,
let's talk about the power.
It was like something this big would only last 18 hours. That wasn't going to work.
Well, let me tell you about the power because we do have, like I said, we build from scratch.
Sure.
And we do have a solar panel on it.
Okay.
So actually the battery will last forever.
Okay.
Without sun, it would last 50 days.
Wow.
But whenever you have the color with you, it lasts 12 years. So you can put it in 6 generations of cow.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so and that's totally different. But we also remember a time not that long ago where if you had the GPS running on your phone would only last an hour, right?
Yeah.
It would die almost immediately. So that was one of the things we were up against. The technology's advanced wildly.
Yes, and
that's awesome.
The company was created by Sébastien Luissin, who is the CEO and founder. His parents are farmers.
And I think right there.
Yeah, he's right there. And his parents are farmers, and he has computer engineering background. So that's why he thought about everything.
I was going to say, that's the logical connection between those two things.
And the company was created in 2017.
Okay.
So we are a young startup, and we are looking for sale partnership, distributors, and fundraising round for accelerate and to industrialize storage and to grow the market in Africa, because we are in West Africa and we are looking forward to increasing this.
Very cool. So are you here as part of the African delegation?
Actually, we are in the Africa Pavilion, yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's super cool. So what did it take to get here to CES? I'm super curious about that.
What do you mean by what did it take?
How, because obviously Africa is huge and the Africa Pavilion is not. There must have been a process to go through.
Absolutely.
To be part of it.
We had the great opportunity to, we built a side project with our partners. One of them is Renewtech, and they are also part of the Africa Pavilion. And so, well, we have the great connection and the great network, and that's how we get, because I mean, Meditech is the solution to have, and so that's
it sounds like it.
Yeah, that's
so
why we
was it
got
like
chosen.
Was it an application process, and you got chosen because it's a great idea?
Kinda.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Awesome.
with the networking and the people behind the Africa Pavilion believe strongly into what we do. We are the only one to have turnkey solution in. It's very unique. We have all the solution in one, and we do have the platform and the application to do so. So, yeah.
So, what kind of infrastructure is needed for this? Like, how is the communication done? Is it cellular? Is it satellite? How do you get the data back from the devices that are out?
Satellite is coming. Just hold a second. It's coming. For now, we are using low frequency waves.
Okay.
It's LoRa.
Okay.
And so we got this year, I mean 2024, we did the setup for weather station in Togo, in the whole territory, because we do have this LoRa.
Like transceivers?
Thank you very much.
I got your back.
And so we were able to put weather stations everywhere.
Okay. So essentially, they act as little relay beacons, essentially?
We can say so.
So it can communicate to them, and then they can get the data back to
absolutely
the central processing. Because for me to know where my, say, cattle is, that data has to get back to whatever's powering this screen.
Yes, so that's the process.
Okay. That's really cool. And so you said we've got at least one large implementation out there. Where are we in this process? Is it like out in the wild, or is it still like pre-production?
So when you talk about implantation, can you be more specific, please?
Yeah. Do we have a lot? Are you actively selling? Is it
yes,
ready to be implemented?
Well, okay, I get it. So Meditech has subsidiary. Do you get this word?
Yep, absolutely.
In Togo, because we just talked about Togo, Benin, Ivory Coast, and soon Senegal.
Okay, and so if a farmer wants to put your technology in, we're ready to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So our customers are farmers, obviously. We also have cooperatives and government, because government understands wisely that our solutions is what they need for the country to, as I said, better adapt to climate change and food autonomy.
Sure. And so the technology's ready. We could sign. I could buy, if I was there,
right
I could
away,
buy
yes.
today, and we could start implementing.
Yes, and because
Awesome.
we work with the local people there, we form them, we teach them, and we have a team ready to assist you whatever you need. Meditech is there in the country I just spoke about.
That is so cool. For us, it was just amusing, right? What an interesting idea. Wouldn't it? What would the technology look like? Oh, it wouldn't. Done. It's so cool to hear something like this out there and that it actually works.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, one of the philosophy of Sébastien Luissan, the CEO, is it's because they said it was impossible, he did it. So he did.
I always love that. And we have, particularly like with startups, we have this philosophy that great ideas come from things that suck. And it sucks to try and know where that many cattle are, right? I know when we were talking to people in Texas and Nevada, and that big areas, a lot of the farmers have to own helicopters to try and go around and scan. I mean, now they'd probably do it with drones instead, but
not only that.
But all of that is disruptive to the animals, which isn't good either.
Absolutely.
It's expensive, it's disruptive, it's time consuming. None of that's good.
Time
All of that sucks.
consuming, and time is money. We all know that.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
All of that sucks.
Mhm.
And so a great idea comes out of it. So that's really cool. If people want to learn more or maybe contact you to get involved, how can they do that?
Yeah, so please contact us at contact@myditech.com, and we will be glad to give you further information.
And the website is myditech.com.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Cool technology.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you.
All right. Truly, truly cool. It is a topic that I know with me seems surprising that it would be a passion project or a passion topic for me. But it actually is. We did like reach out on this. We started looking at how it might work, and the answer was it won't. So it's really cool that somebody has actually implemented that super, super cool idea, because truly, I mean, some of these large ranches in Texas, they own helicopters to do this. You know, you think of the cowboy on the horseback, and they're driving the cattle through the ranch.
That's what I think it is.
Nope. It is done with drones and helicopters from the air, and they go around and they count all the cattle and make sure they have them all, and then use the noise to drive them back to be able to get them back for tagging or whatever.
Wait, the noise of the hooves or the noise of
the helicopter?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with the helicopters and the drones, they actually use the noise to drive them when they need to, which is so disruptive. The cattle hate it.
What about, like, because I know I'm not showing my age, you know, but I think I've heard of cattle drives, I've seen cattle drives, and the people on horseback whistle. You know, to get them, like, in line and, you know, as they, you know, herd them through. So as far as drones, which is a great idea, I mean, you never thought of that.
Think of a sheepdog, but
I was
doing
just
it
about to
from
say
the
that.
air.
I was just about to say that. So, like,
That's how it was described to us.
Okay, because, like, you know, the whistling of the cowboys as they're like, and they're like, yeah, yeah, you know, you hear the whip, you know. I wonder, like, maybe, you know, it's like, again, a cool idea for helicopters and drones, but as far as that nuance that cows hear, instead of the whir of the blades, that I imagine they would probably do something like that, incorporate that.
Yeah, but with this technology,
right,
you don't have to do any of that because
True.
you know where they are all the time.
That is
You
true.
don't actually have to drive them back to be able to count them.
Right. Right. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know where
for
they
sure.
are at all times.
But let's say,
which
but
is super cool.
But what's to say, God forbid, and that may happen, where one calf or cow would stray, because that has happened where
you can still bring them back. Yeah, for sure. Using a drone or a regular cowboy or something.
Right.
You can still do that because you know a lot of some states, I think Texas is one of them, has open grazing.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Which is where something like this being involved with the government,
Right.
which is what she was talking about. It's not just ranchers, it's not just farmers.
Okay.
They also work with governments. So you could put it over a large area, and the farmers could implement it.
Right.
But they can install the relays off property.
Right. But also when you mentioned
So
earlier,
cool.
and like in different instances, what I about this idea, you know, and I think as I'm listening to the conversation, which is a great conversation about it and how technology is, you know, it's like, well, what if you do, like I said again, you know, with these cows, you know, as they're going through the plains, what have you, and they hear like the distinctive voices of the whistle, you know, and the whip of the horses and all that, because they're like you know on a mission. They're like, you know, going straight to an area to new next stop. That's what I thought of. As far as drones, they had that little whistle, or there's little things that they're been used to for like these cows. Well, I mean, I'm not a cow, but but it's like a cycle of life. They're
Right.
so used to hearing that since birth. They're used to hearing these certain sounds. And I think with these drones, I think that without incorporating that,
They might.
Yeah.
Like, legitimately, the drones, even they were super early
Right.
when we were looking at this.
Right.
I mean, we shut Sumo down like 6 or 7 years ago.
Mhm.
And this was at the height of it. So
Right.
this was probably 10 or 12 years ago.
Right.
The GPS technology wasn't ready.
Mm.
That was at the time where, God forbid, you wanted to use the GPS on your phone.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Your phone would last an hour and a half. And then the battery would be dead. So GPS wasn't ready. Cell wasn't ready. You couldn't have small satellite radios yet. None of that was possible.
Mhm.
So even drones were pretty early at that point. So they have probably implemented stuff like that in the
Well, I still think
I
that
haven't been paying
with the
attention.
little nuances, I think that's going to add it.
Yeah.
Now
the
I'm going
idea-
to
the
swap
idea of
out.
being able to just track the cattle.
Right.
On a thing that is able to charge itself enough that you don't have to interact with it.
Right.
'Cause that was our problem.
Yeah.
The technologies, you couldn't do it. The thing would be too heavy. So
Right.
super cool.
Super cool. All right, so we're gonna swap out. Adam's gonna be in for your block, and I will see you guys a little bit later.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you, Kirk.
You're welcome.
All right. So back to what we were talking about before, about the size and scale of this show. It is huge. There's a lot going on, and buyers are a big part of what's going on. We were talking about those meeting rooms. That's a big part of what it is, right? It's companies like Amazon and Walmart, Microsoft, companies that are looking for large companies that are looking for partnerships, companies that are looking for retail products, things like that. That's what all those meeting rooms at a place like Mandalay Bay or whatever's happening at the Flamingo, that's what that's all about. The meeting rooms are about being able to sit down, have a conversation in a private place to talk about possibly a multi-million-dollar purchase of hardware or parts or product or services or whatever. All of that is accomplishable here, and it is one of the big goals of this show. Partnerships, investments, actual purchases, or even corporate purchases. I would not be surprised if many companies have found acquisitions care of time and consideration here on the show floor during CES. So it is definitely a big show that has a lot of goals. What we do is just a part of it. I know from the outside we all think, because before I started coming here, I sure thought of CES as, the big tech playground. And while, yes, there is some of that, there are some really cool products on the floor. There's over here, there is massage chairs. You can get a haircut over here behind us, or I guess to my left. It is a tech playground. It is our big party every year. However, it is a business conference, right? This is the place that people come to do business. Ultimately, the world wants to find each other. That's what makes the conference good. Investors, media, buyers, everybody is looking for the next great thing here at CES. And we have found some great things. It's really weird. So when I'm up here, I usually tend to look over my right shoulder, because when we were where we were, over my right shoulder was the large part of the convention center. But they've changed our location this year. And so to my right, there's only 1 or 2 booths, as opposed to over my left shoulder, which is where things are actually happening. Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on up here. I don't know everybody's current picks for where they're thinking on some of the cool technology up here, but there's a lot, obviously a lot going on in a whole variety of categories. From like where I'm sitting, I can see health products, and there's some cooking products. There's, like I said, there's Wall, the like beard trimmer company. There really is drones over here. There really is a little bit of everything up here, and that's just on this floor. And there's a ton more of the show floor than what we can see from right here. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good, and you?
I'm doing great. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yes, I'm Peter Olsson, founder of On and Off.
Okay, and tell me about that.
So we at On and Off, we have been specialized in doing audio for kids in education.
Okay.
Founded in 2014 in the kind of start of where the smart device came into the hands of the kids. And we saw statistics coming out that a lot of kids had a hearing damage directly relatable to using headphones too loud.
Okay.
And that's for the birth of buddy phones. And since then, yeah, we've been growing this category and leading the category in terms of the innovation and design.
All right. So I see some Shark headphones here.
Yeah. This is our latest buddy phones.
Okay.
And we call it Echo Buddy. So beyond kind of having safe audio, which is our specialty, it has a recycled plastics. So we both use kind of a 30% is ocean kind of bound plastic.
Okay.
And as well recycled plastic. And on top of that, so it's a very kind of we try to do it as eco-friendly as possible.
Okay.
And then we do another program. We work with an organization called 7 Clean Seas, and they help us. So for every kilo which we do use of plastic into these headphones, we take 1 kilo out of the sea.
All right.
So the footprint as eco-friendly as possible.
Well, cool. So tell me about the product itself. Obviously, it sounds like the goal is safe headphones for
yes.
kids.
So so that was a kind of the echo part of it. But the headphones is specialized headphones for kids. It's capped in terms of volume limiting on. So it doesn't go beyond 85 decibels.
Okay.
So that means pretty much that a kid can listen to the audio for 8 hours without damaging the hearing.
Okay.
We allow as well for younger kids to kind of, you can, with parental control, you can lower it a little bit down to 75 decibels if that's for very young kids. And then as well, we go on board the plane. Then as parental control, we can jack it up a little bit because the environmental noise in the plane is much louder.
Okay. How do we set those controls?
So you hold 2 buttons, and it switches between kind of settings.
Okay. So it's all able to be controlled on the device.
And we do it with super friendly kind of cushions. So you can clip the cushions off and clip it on. So it's
Thank
very
goodness for that.
Yeah, so like it's like little fingers have a tendency to kind of grab everything and pull it apart.
Right,
and that was
right.
easy to set it on again. And
I'll tell you, adult fingers have a tendency to do the same thing. So it would be nice if more headphones had the ability to swap the cups out.
And then we have a stickers with it. Both kind of very kind of kid-friendly stickers, below 6-7 years old stickers, and then more like a lifestyle stickers for like 6 to 12 years old kids.
Okay.
And so they can customize the headphones.
Okay. Is that where the graphics on here come in?
Exactly. So you can see from this here is a very kind of kiddish kind of a fun shark, and then over here is more kind of a lifestyle sticker.
Okay, gotcha.
So and you can choose whichever sticker. It comes with 4 different sticker sets, so you can customize it quite easily.
Okay.
And it's super durable. It doesn't break. It's kind of it's made to last.
Okay. Very cool. So, can I?
Yeah.
Excellent. So, I like the feel of the ear cups.
Yeah.
This is, especially with kids, textures and things like that can be really important. then when you start, if you start talking about, maybe autism or something like that, texture becomes really important. And this is soft without being obvious.
Yeah.
Which I really like.
And it's over ear, so it has a great like a passive noise cancellation. So it's kind of and it's super comfortable to wear for a long period of time.
The adjustment feels good. I do a lot of headphone reviews, so I tend to go into that mode as soon as I start holding them. Yeah, they're really lightweight. They are soft. I like the pivot. So are they intended to be wired, wireless, both?
Yes, both.
Both?
So,
Okay.
Yeah, this is wireless headphones, so you can connect it to any Bluetooth device.
Okay.
Secondly, if you run out of battery, you can always plug in the 3.5 millimeter cable in and use it as just a wired headphone.
Gotcha. So we've got, here we've got our headphone jack, right?
Yeah, yep.
So you can do just an 1/8 to 1/8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And
So,
then where do we charge these guys?
So it's on the back over here.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
USB-C charging. So most of the chargers today are USB-C, so it's quite easy to charge it up.
And, the EU has pretty much mandated it at this point, so that's good.
And we have over 40 hours battery lifetime.
That was going to be the next question.
Yeah.
And how long does it take to charge?
It takes you less than an hour to charge it
Oh.
up. Yeah.
Less than an hour and you're at 40?
Yeah, approximately. Yeah.
Fantastic. That's really great. So it sounds like you've been around for a while, so where are we with this product? Is this new one available now, coming soon?
It's coming soon. It's probably going to be in the market in end of April.
Okay.
And yeah, just we stay tuned. We will announce our partners in the U.S. market. We work across the U.S. and with partners like Target and Sam's Club.
Okay.
So hopefully you will see those being there as well.
And they come out with your brand name on them?
Yes,
okay.
It's about the phones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. And general price point?
It's going to be about $39.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a wired and wireless of any type?
Yeah.
39 is a great price.
Yeah. So it's and it's like if you look at it, it's really tailor made to kids.
Right.
And so the size, the fittings, the audio, the kind of loudness, everything is kind of really tailor made for kids.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see more protective products coming for kids, especially in hearing, because it's so easy at that age to damage permanently.
Especially when we started, nobody was really taking care of kids' audio.
Right.
And they became a huge kind of consumer of audio. And this is where we kind of got inspired as a brand, is to build something that was really for that market, which has been underserved.
Right.
And kids deserve to have a good design and good quality products. And now, kind of built kind of as with the minimal eco footprint as possible.
Yeah, I like the eco-friendly aspect of it as well, because there's a lot of plastic in the world.
Yeah, and we need to be kind of become more responsible how we build our products, and that's the reason why when we came across 7 Clean Seas, our organization based in Thailand and Indonesia, that it was like a perfect kind of fit for us, because they were aligned in same kind of vision we had for this product.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So, sometime late April, 39-ish.
Yeah.
Partners coming.
Exactly.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming up and
Thank
talking to me. How can people find out more? Because they're going to want to hear when this comes out.
Yeah, you can visit us at onandoff.com or at buddyphones.com, and you find us all the information there.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, this is a category that, like he said, has not really existed right? This company, on and off, the brand is Buddy Phones, has been around for a while. We may have even had him on the show before. It's a unique category, but an important one, because kids' ears are super sensitive. It's why, I mean, when you were in elementary school, you probably knew several kids that got like ear infections all the time, and I'll but guarantee as an adult you can't think of two, right? That you might know one, and I'm being really liberal with that. You probably know none, because kids' ears are changing, and so hearing can be damaged so easily as a kid. So they've got the volume limiters, the decibel limiters on there. I think it's really cool. Doesn't matter. I think I saw a demo a couple years ago where they were pumping really amplified sound into them, and it's not what was coming out on the other side, which is pretty cool. So Adam, what have you seen that's been super exciting?
I've seen a desk. There's all those desks that go up and down.
Sure.
This one has wheels and it can move itself, or by control.
Oh, okay.
So it has omnidirectional wheels, so you can just move it wherever you need to.
Okay, so it's not that you have to drag it around. It's also remote control.
Right.
Okay. I wonder if you could use them. So now I'm seeing AMROC. I wonder if you could say, I want this configuration. They put themselves in place. And then you say, okay, well, now we're going to do classroom style. And they move like when we're doing events at AMROC.
It does have user presets.
Okay. I suspect that concept right there would get Terry very excited. Interesting. So you could reconfigure a room using presets.
Absolutely.
Did they give you an idea of what because obviously I went to our weird use case. Did they give you what the more standard use case was for it?
I think they have stuff available for a lot of different use cases. They have like a gamer one, a production one.
Oh, a production one. That's interesting. I wonder if it has like rack mounts on it?
I'm not sure about that.
I have to go over and recommend that if we're doing one for production, we got to have rack mounts. Okay. That's interesting. All right. I'm trying to, for most people, I feel like the ability to roll the desk is not a common one. So an automated rolling is not necessarily a common use case in general. But I can see, my brother is reconfiguring his stuff all the time. So I could see that, but you could have for doing a show, right? Doing a demo, you might want your production right next to you. But if you're just recording an unboxing, we'll use our example. Recording an unboxing, you might want easy access to be able to start and stop stuff right next to you, and then you hit a thing, and it goes back so that the TD for this has it where it's supposed to be if we were doing it back in the regular studio. Okay. I'm starting to put some use cases together for this. Above and beyond just Terry being able to reconfigure AMROC for a class. Okay. That's really interesting. Are they up here? Did you find them up here?
Yeah, they're up here with us.
Okay. I think I even saw that they might be on the schedule. Is that who signed up for tomorrow?
It is.
Okay.
So we'll get to find out more.
Excellent. Because I will definitely ask the same question. Who is your customer on this? What is the general daily use case of a moving desk in general, let alone... Oh my goodness. I'm going to step away for just a second because because somebody just showed up in the studio that I want to go say hi to, who pretty excited. I will be back in just a minute. Apparently there's something happening on the ceiling that I don't know what it is, but I figured I would join in with the rest of the team that all seem to be looking up. So we happened to be visited by our friend Wayne Rosen from Tampa. If you've watched PLUGHITZ live in the past, dating back to early Gulf Coast MakerCons, Wayne has the keyboard that is the double-handed keyboard, and he's got a new version of it that he's showing off. It's pretty cool. He's got it on a Roku remote, and he's changed the way it works. Instead of the multi-tap and the you hold multiple keys at the same time to be able to type, it's all about swiping across multiple keys, and the concept is really interesting. One of the things that he and I had talked about many, many years ago was that technology could be really interesting if implemented in unique places. Mark Lauder had talked about it being on a rifle for military use, and we had talked about, he had a demo of it on an Xbox controller, which I mean, that's the place where I'd like to have it, to be able to type without having to deal with the on-screen keyboard on like the Xbox or PlayStation. And this on the Roku remote is truly even cooler. But he's not exhibiting. He's just walking through, talking to possible partners, which is, again, what we were talking about earlier. CES is not all about us as much as we'd like it to be. The media is a bonus. In reality, it's all about making connections, the networking, the finding partners, finding buyers, or possibly even mergers to come out of the relationships that are built here. This morning, it sounded like we had a whole delegation from ZBox come through, including the actual organization, through one of our good friends who's not going to be on the show this year, even though in the past he's been on. Steve Winter's a good friend, and we always like working with him. Winter, Brockman and Fried, I think is the name of the PR firm. Steve's who we deal with kind of every day, but they're a great PR firm. We get in reality, we get the pleasure of working with a number of great PR firms with this show here at CES. And, Steve Winter, Karen Thomas, who I think brought us the last interview, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was one of hers. Tandem Marketing. There's a number of great companies that we get to work with. And they make our life easier, which is always better. The thing that we try to do for our viewers is make it look cool, calm, and collected up here on air, while the reality of what's happening can sometimes be chaotic. Up here, upstairs, especially this year, we try to keep things focused. Downstairs, things get crazy because we have a lot of slots to fill, and it takes a whole team of people to be able to fill all those slots. And they're running around downstairs, and the only reason why the beginning of the week we don't have to do that quite as hard is because of people like Steve and Karen and Sarah. So it's definitely always appreciated. I don't know if we've got any interaction going on, if people are commenting on the show or not. If you are watching, definitely comment, because we'd love to hear from you. If you have questions about the show or anything like that, definitely ask them, because when we end up in situations like this, now is a great time for me to be able to answer them. But yeah, I know that our next guest is physically here downstairs. It's just that the product is not. And so they're waiting on the product to be delivered to us, which I find even more interesting. I have no idea if it's big. I haven't been told that it's anything that we need to be worried about. So that at least there's that. Have you seen anything else out there that's caught your attention?
So you know how we periodically hear all that yelling from
Yes.
afar?
Yes.
So-
Tell me about that.
So it's a
we
device.
hear these gorilla screams from the distance.
So it's a device they strap on your back, and they also strap something around your thighs, and there's wires that go from like the backpack to your thighs, and it supposedly helps you run faster. And they're having like a competition over there where if you can break 38.3 kilometers an hour, I think that's about 24 miles an hour.
Okay.
They'll give you $3,000.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, that explains some of the chaos then.
Yep.
That's good. All right. I've now pulled the chat up on the phone. So if anybody, I'll tell you where you're able to chat. So if you comment or chat on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, I'll be able to see it. So definitely give us your input. We want to hear from it. We want to hear from you. We want to hear what you're thinking of the guests as they go. I know we were getting some stuff yesterday from Terry and some people back in Tampa. So definitely give us feedback as we go. We love to hear it. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi. My name is Peter Baker. I am the head of sales for a parent company called Nonobyte, which 3 other brands underneath. One Audio, Open Rock, and Eska Telecom.
Okay. And tell me about what we got here today.
Yeah, we brought all 3 of these brands to the show this year, and we're focusing on the largest growing segments in the U.S. network for headphones, and most of that is based off of comfort. So our heritage has started with One Audio. It was our first brand that we started. We wanted to deliver high quality sound with high resolution, big dynamic drivers at a reasonable and accessible price point.
Nice.
And so we have a price range from $30 to $169.99. Our newest product at $169.99 with low latency, under 20 milliseconds of delay. We followed that kind of concept of our, dedication to audio and delivering good sound, again, at accessible price points. And we found another passion from our founder, who was running all the time. And the solution out there for running hasn't been that great. Something that sticks in your ear, possibly falls out. You can't hear your surroundings. There's been form factors that have tried it in the past, but air conduction is really the technology that's made it possible to make a good quality sound and deliver ambient noise, because it's an open ear technology.
Okay.
Sits on the top of your ear. You can hear everything. But with air conduction, it channels it into your ear canal and delivers the sound so there's no leakage around you.
Okay.
And we took about 2 years developing a base that would work, because the problem with something that's that small, and it's not inserted in your ear, delivering a good sound it's challenging. And so you had to give a little bit of room, open up the air a little bit so that the bass can move and deliver that deepness.
Okay.
And then
Go ahead. I'm very curious on this one.
Yeah.
Because I actually almost 24/7 wear a runner's headphone.
Yeah.
That's sitting right over there. Because I've got these on right now.
Yeah.
That work differently. So mine sit here.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So, what's the difference here, and what's the benefit over that?
Yeah, so it's technically bone conduction, I think, is what you're talking about, versus air conduction.
Okay.
And bone conduction is a great technology, and it's pioneering the category of open ear. So I don't want to say anything too negative about it. The only thing is comfort again, and longer listening. Everybody's listening to things for longer periods of time. Sometimes that vibration can become an irritant.
Okay.
And with something that sits on your ear, it goes through and channels that sound and quality, and you almost forget you have it on. It's well balanced. It delivers a tight hook around your ear.
Okay.
It just sits there, and it's a pretty amazing idea. And before, I've been in the industry for over 10 years, and before now, I primarily used inserted earbuds. Irritation, health, issues over a prolonged period of times. I almost 90% of the time do air conduction now.
Gotcha. Yeah. I generally don't like in-ear stuff. The only exception is my in-ear monitor that I've got back here somewhere that I use for shows like this.
Yeah.
It is back there, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That I use for this, because I want to block out sound on one side when I'm down there because I need to hear what's happening up here.
Yeah.
But generally, I don't like things in my ear. I've had, full on ear, over the ear, things like that. And then this, all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I can have the quality. I can have the sound around me, and they've become light.
Yeah, exactly.
Or significantly lighter than, say, these, right?
Yeah.
And so you're saying that we're going to get all of that, and it's going to be more comfortable, and we'll still maintain the nobody else is listening to what I'm listening to.
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's I mean,
sounds like a win to me.
Yeah, and that's a good segue into the Exca Telecom, because we took that technology for comfort, and everybody's looking for longer lasting, big battery power. I mean, we have 48 hours of listening in our top product and 14 with one charging, and then we took that technology, put a boom mic on it.
Okay.
And OpenRock and Exca have both this technology, but with the boom mic, we get about 99.8% reduction of sound while you're on a call. And it's using an AI algorithm to constantly listen to your surroundings and cancel that noise, ambient noise around you. Because every environment's a little bit different, whether you're at the airport, whether you're in this setting.
Say, this is a unique one.
Yeah. So
and as you walk, it changes.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's the people shouting over there that you may not be able to hear over here.
Yeah, a kid over there, higher pitch voice.
The bird sounds coming from the golf thing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's always constantly in flux, and the nice thing is you're not just tuning it to one specific sound. It's always constantly listening and adapting.
Okay. And for regular listeners of F5 Live, you'll recognize the third brand because they've been the bumper for our gaming segment on the show.
Yes.
Exca has been our gaming bumper for, 2 years now.
Yes.
I've been a big fan of the gaming product line.
Yeah.
We sell them at the Forge, in fact.
Oh, that's awesome.
We've loved Exca products, and I wasn't aware of just how wide the parent company's range was.
Yeah.
Even knowing you guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's really fun being a part of it because we get all that technology. We get to share it with each brand, and we can kind of create other ones because of the, benefits that we didn't realize before. With the open ear concept, of course, that makes sense for somebody who's, on the phone all day long at their office.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of the reasons why I wear the headphones that I do. Is because it's the boom mic one, and I have that ability to take a call anytime, all day.
Absolutely.
And listen to music when I'm not.
Yeah.
And that convenience is wonderful.
Yeah. It is really nice. Yeah, we have one product that's coming out. You have prototypes. It's got a magnetic boom. So it's the open ear technology, but a magnetic boom, so you can switch back and forth, but also then go on a walk without a boom mic on. And it's convenient.
Okay. So you can switch between the two states.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
exactly.
cool.
Yeah.
And I had the opportunity. What day is today? Is today Thursday? Must have been Tuesday.
Yeah.
To hear the ones that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And they sound great.
Yeah. Like I said, we took that, 2 years at least to just develop that bass. Something that small is extremely difficult to pack in a deep sound.
Yeah.
Especially not in your ear.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it was really cool getting to hear it in action. Obviously, the next step is to wear it.
Yes.
Long term.
Yes.
To see how that plays out.
And we have some coming.
Yeah.
So
yeah. That I can't wait to actually spend a week wearing it basically all day.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
truly see it in action, because the sound quality. I mean, like you said, you don't want to talk smack about bone conduction. However, I mean, this was leaps above what I wear every day.
Yeah, and the convenience, it just shows the concept and the convenience of having an open ear, being able to see ambient sound was a great idea.
Yeah.
and it's really showing in the market right now. I mean, it was 140% up year over year in August, and I've heard from other people that it's even more so over the holidays.
We'll do what we can to help you, but I will tell you, the number of people I've seen wearing that one here at the show versus last year just shows how much that space is growing right now. I think maybe people just didn't know. Yeah. And there's one brand that's marketing like mad because I see it even on Facebook and Instagram all the time. But I can also tell you that their price point is very different than yours.
Yeah. Yeah, and and it's nice to be able, having the brands separate, it allows us to focus strictly on what we do best.
Yeah.
And the Open Rock brand, they have a whole team that's just dedicated to air conduction.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Like I said, the sound quality is incredible. The weight was way less than what I've been wearing, and they were comfortable,
which is amazing.
And you get all the benefit.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
What kind of battery life do you get on them?
So we have 3 different products. Our accessible price point is a 60-hour battery life with the case, which is pretty incredible. 19 hours on one charge.
That was the next question I was going to have. So 19 straight through.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the middle price point, which is our original that came out in 2021, is 46 hours of battery life with the case and 19 on one charge.
Okay.
Our newest product, the Open Rock X, which I think is the most comfortable, the best balanced, best quality. We've got the sound, the AI algorithm. That has 48 hours with the case and 14 on one charge.
Okay. And is that the one that
That's the one you tried.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah. Those were wicked comfortable.
Yes.
And what were the price points on these guys?
The accessible price point, the opening price point, is $79.99, and we do have an ultra lightweight one coming out at $89.99, and then we have our mid-range at $129.99, and then the X, which is all-day listening, and our pinnacle product at $169.99.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, for people who want to learn more about what you guys are up to, how can they do that?
Yes, go to openrock.com, oneaudio.com, or exatelecom.com, and then you can find us on social as well. Open Rock is Open Rock Global as well.
Okay. And I'll just put it out there. You can also go to f5live.tv/exa, and I think they oftentimes run promotions on that link. So
yes, absolutely. And we'll continue doing that for sure.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming up and talking to me today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Like I said, I got to try several of the products the other night, and they all sound fantastic.
Yeah, awesome. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of the show.
You too.
All right. So what we'll do, 1 second. What we'll do is if you send me graphics of the things or videos. Yeah, bring them up. We'll show them off real quick. We can put this back together. So the products just arrived. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think they're in this building. I think he was here for us and was supposed to have the products come over. I'm not 100% positive on that, but I think that's what just happened. But they've just arrived, so he's going to bring them up. Yeah, I got to try these the other night at Showstoppers, and again, we've had EXA products around for a while. They've been a great marketing partner with us on F5 Live. Okay. But yeah, I wasn't aware that there were these 3 brands all under the parent company that are all so different, and truly, like, I think people know when I when I fall for a product, I do pretty hard. Like I'll tend to buy things for friends, including the one that's over there. I got one for Alante for Christmas last year, and truly, based on the comfort the other night of what I was experiencing, I would be happy to switch. They're about half the weight of the headphones that I wear every day, and I do mean like every day. True, I think mine are on the desk over there right now somewhere, but I would be happy to switch. They're all looking, so maybe not. I thought they were. At one point, I thought they were with the gaff tape, but I guess not. Somebody picked up the gaff tape yesterday. See, there they are. I knew they were around here. I don't need them. The ones that I wear now, these were about half the weight, a lot more comfortable, and the sound quality was great. So, I'm really excited to give them a long-term shot. All right. Our next guest is just getting up here now. I keep sitting on the cable for the headphones. I end up pulling them off my own head. All right. Our next guest is here. Hello.
How's it going?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Excellent.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi, I'm Isaac Lean. I'm the co-founder and chief product officer of GrandPad.
All right, and tell me about GrandPad.
So GrandPad is a simple platform designed for people who struggle with standard technology. Our typical users are 75 years old and older and either have never used standard computers, smartphones, or they have and they've really struggled with it. So what we've done is built an end-to-end solution, custom hardware, custom software, support, LTE connectivity included, all the apps, games, phone calling, music. It's all in one easy-to-use platform.
Fantastic. And what kinds of capabilities do we have on this?
So what we've done is taken all the things we know and love from our smartphones and built an easier version for the GrandPad. So video calling and phone calling, but it's actually a safe listed network, meaning no spammers, no bad guys can call the device whatsoever.
Wonderful.
Same thing with email. They're not going to get any spam. They can just tap on someone's face, send them an email just by speaking, and the family members can get those emails using whatever email services that they use.
Okay. That seems pretty straightforward on that one.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I notice immediately is everything is big.
Yes. It's big. There's clear instructions on every screen. So on the bottom bar, there's always instructions about what to do next. And that is persistent across every app. We've designed every app, every part of the entire experience. It's not just a launcher with big buttons. It's actually a complete UI overhaul and custom operating system for our users.
Okay, and it's all in-house?
Yep.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about how I installed this and my contacts have been stolen or whatever. We don't have to worry about any of that because it's all in-house.
Yeah, we built this for the needs of my grandma who was a victim of scams and attempted scams, and we needed to make something that we felt comfortable saying, hey, we're not introducing more risk into her life. If you give someone who's 85 and has never used a computer before an iPad loaded with Facebook and an open web browser, you're introducing a lot of attack vectors for the scammers who love to prey on seniors and prey on their lack of experience with technology. They prey on that fear, and it's horrible. And with GrandPad, you don't have to worry about that. You can't download external apps. It's all one trusted system.
Yeah. Many years ago for my father, we had to create a child account on his computer for him because he kept clicking on the fake dialogue ads on websites. Oh, I'm going to close it. And it comes up and it installs whatever malware. And, about once a quarter, we'd have to go in and reset the machine because that's who they're preying on. They're actively going after people with limited experience.
Yep.
Because you and I see those ads, and they look like Windows XP. And
I'm on an iPhone,
And and you're not using Windows XP.
Yep.
but
yeah, grandma might not,
Grandma
you know,
might not.
and it's
Yeah.
not her fault. It's the fact that systems aren't as secure as they should be, and there's lots of ways for scammers to prey on these people.
Right, and that makes, you know, doing something like creating a kid's account also means that the actual things that need to happen can't happen because you've locked it out of everything, including Windows updates.
Exactly.
Right? So all of a sudden now you've introduced a new way that it's not secure because updates aren't being run.
Exactly.
So no part of that is a great move. This, however.
Yeah, so this, you know, we keep it up to date automatically. So if there's security updates or anything, in the middle of the night, we just push the update down. They don't have to accept anything or press any buttons. And then also, the adult children, who are typically the ones who buy this for mom and dad, you can remotely manage the GrandPad from our smartphone and web app. So we have a suite of all the apps we've built. You can enable and disable things. You can say, hey, I want my mom who's 70 to have an open web browser and be able to Google search. Or you can say, I just want her to be able to read Yahoo News and, you know, go on to Amazon, but she can't go on any external links or do any web searches. Or you can remove the internet entirely. And that's the same for all the apps and experiences.
Okay. So what I'm seeing here is calendar, internet, call, email.
Yeah, so we can keep going here. Photos. Seeing the family photos is one of the most loved features on GrandPad.
Of course.
Everyone has our smartphone app who's connected to the GrandPad user. They can take and share photos. I can share photos here at CES. They show up right on Grandma's GrandPad, as well as my family members can see those in our mobile app. We also have something we're really excited to be introducing here, which is called Grandy Chat. So Grandy Chat is this AI-friendly companion who lives on GrandPad. It's a blue owl who you can just chat with anytime. It's all voice-powered using the latest and greatest AI and LLM technologies. And Grandy is here anytime to chat with you, real-time information, as well as world knowledge. But what we've done as well is we've made it have a personality where it'll just sit and chat with you about your day. It'll ask you about the weather. It'll have some banter back and forth with you. So it's more than just information.
Purple button to explore activities.
There we go.
Yeah, there you can hear Grandy's voice. You can choose a voice that is good for people with different hearing challenges as well.
Okay, so you've got like different, essentially, tones.
Yep.
Okay.
Higher, lower, masculine, feminine, etc.
Okay, very cool. And so what were all the things? I'm looking at temperature here that's built into like the initial
Yeah, so it'll greet you with
response.
your weather of where you're at, and then you can ask it any type of thing. So it knows, you know, I could say what's new at CES this year, and it'll you know, be able to search real-time news information. One of the things that's interesting, and this has been something for even younger users using ChatGPT, is these technologies are so amazing, LLMs, but it's hard to know exactly what to even use them for. You can do so many things. So we've introduced this Explore button, which the user can go and say, hey, I don't know what to talk with yet, but I want to play games. And I can go in and I can select something like trivia. And my grandpa, he loved John Deere tractors. He'd be amazed by the things John Deere is showing here with the autonomous tractors. But
aren't they wild?
They are, and it would blow my grandpa's mind. But he likes talking about old John Deere tractors and the history of these tractors. But he doesn't have a lot of people there around to talk with him about this anymore. But he could go to Grandy and say, I want to play, you know, vintage John Deere tractor trivia, and it would talk about him and banter with him and play games. And now he can explore hobbies that, you know, maybe many of his friends have passed away. He can't talk about that with anyone now, but he can talk about it with Grandy.
Oh, fascinating. That's super cool.
Yeah, so
I like that.
we're and the really cool thing about generative AI here on GrandPad is we're seeing now, because of Grandy, GrandPad users are using generative AI 3 times more than their peers of the same age. So because we have this platform delivered out to older people already, we can bring the latest technologies to 90-year-olds, 100-year-olds.
All right. You just gave me an interesting statistic. Say that again?
Yeah, so users with GrandPad are using Gen AI 3 times more than their peers of the same age.
Okay. Makes sense. Very cool. So we had, I think there were a couple more things on here.
So that was Grandy Chat.
The moods was the thing that, because the icon was interesting.
Yeah, so moods is a really interesting feature. This was something that came and was developed during COVID. People were anxious, they were at home, and you know, it was a really hard time for mental health for all of us. And one of the things we realized is sometimes people just wanted something soothing they could pull up. So we have things like, I can go in and say, I just want puppies, and it's going to play videos of puppies on an endless loop. It's instant, it's fast, plays sounds. koi pond, white noise, fireplace. Sure. And you wouldn't believe the engagement and love that users have for this. And of course, you can find these things on YouTube or whatever, but you got to search, you got to go through ads, etc.
Quick and to the point.
It's quick and to the point, and our users love it. And we even have clinical partners who they'll tell their users who they deliver this in kind of a healthcare context, hey, go watch these moods at night if you can't sleep or you're having anxiety, and we're really seeing positive benefits from it.
That's super cool.
Other things, camera, you can read articles, see your weather. We have music streaming as well, so we've built our own music streaming service. You can search songs, stream. That's all included in the subscription. And then games are one of our most loved features as well. So you can play classic games. We're here in Vegas, so I can go and hit whatever, blackjack or slot machine, things like that. And it's just super fun. Again, the games are all designed by us, unlike the App Store where games have tons of ads and kind of predatory microtransactions. Everything is just free and instant on the GrandPad as well.
Or might be out there to steal your data.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And then a really important thing we always highlight is the help button.
Yeah.
So 24/7, 365 U.S. phone-based customer support.
Wow.
Our employees, you can call us at 3 a.m. on Christmas Day. We'll answer. We're here to help with anything they need. So
that's
oftentimes, we end up being tech support, probably tech guys like us for mom and dad or grandma and grandpa, which I like doing, but sometimes they feel bad asking us all the time for help. We're happy to be the tech support for the seniors in people's lives.
Very cool. So obviously, I know this has been on the market for a while, but I know that we've got the new feature. Is that in the wild, or is that something we're just showing off now?
Yeah, so Grandy Chat is new, but it's now fully rolled out and available. So you can get a GrandPad from grandpad.net. Grandy's there. You can start talking to Grandy, and it's available for all users.
And what's our price point?
So it's starting at $65 per month, all-inclusive solution, which is the hardware is included there, software, 4G LTE data connectivity, customer support, phone, everything is ready to go. Prorated returns. If you don't like it, you can send it back, and zero risk guarantee.
Gotcha. I suspected that was the case because everything was working, was that it had some sort of cellular connection on it.
Yep.
And LTE actually makes sense because I'd imagine those towers aren't being stressed right now like 5G is.
Yes.
Which is why it was actually functioning, which even my phone won't.
That's the beauty of the all-in-one solution. We saw Wi-Fi was a challenge for a lot of older people, the passwords and whatnot, so it just works out of the box.
Very cool. And if this is your solution, it means that you don't have to have Wi-Fi. You don't have to have the internet connection at the house. It's all okay.
Yep,
so that's
exactly.
That's an expense that doesn't have to exist from your cable provider or your phone provider or whatever.
Yep, it has a
That's
phone number
awesome.
as well, so people will use this as their cell phone, kind of like a big cell phone. They just take it with them, and it's
super cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming up and talking to me.
Yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have a
enjoy
good
the rest of your show.
You as well.
Thanks.
Yeah, I have been the tech support, and I have been the one that has to fix when somebody has done something. You know, my father has many times clicked on those ads that are not real and screwed up the computer. We recently actually had to reset Mom's phone because there was some malware that got installed on it. So, but that's the danger of the app stores, right? It's one of the things we always tell people is one of the dangers of the App Store is you have to pay attention. Avram and I talk about it on the show all the time. You have to pay attention to what you're installing real carefully. So for like Adam and I, we go look, before you install anything, I always go look at the permissions. I look at what data it's going to access. iOS has a thing. I can't remember on Android if it's there yet. I know it's coming if it's not there yet, where it says what the data collection policies are. But that's Adam and I, right? Not everybody does that. Most people go, oh, it's solitaire. I'm going to install it, right? And what you don't know is that, you know, in the background, it's going to access your contacts, and it's going to upload all of that so all your friends start getting spam calls. It might start accessing your location. Why does it access your location? I don't know. Why is it that this wants access to my camera when it's a solitaire game, right? All of that stuff happens in the app stores all the time. So something like this could help protect anybody, not just even necessarily older people, but lots of people struggle with the idea that the app stores aren't actually as safe as Google or Apple would like to tell you that they are. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm very good. How about you?
I'm doing great. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So I'm Taha, I'm co-founder of Ataric. We are a clean tech startup based in Morocco. We have developed a wave energy device that harnesses the power of waves to create green energy.
Okay. Tell me how that works.
So very easy. We have a patented device that we implement on existing infrastructure such as port, desalination, offshore platform. Once done, it starts to follow the level of water. It goes up and down, and each up and down is energy for us. We are converting it to mechanical energy, then electrical energy to be directly on grid.
Okay, so this is, wow. This technology is being implemented in existing?
Exactly. It's implemented in Morocco.
Okay.
Something like 2 meter of width and 12 meter of height. And it works mainly all the time as wave doesn't stop. So this is the main, I would say, the main advantage of waves is consistency of production compared to our other renewable energies.
Sure. Because even wind comes and goes, but tides don't. Tides always exist. Waves always exist.
Waves is always here. Exactly.
Even when the weather's calm,
there is always waves.
Yeah, there's always waves. The tide is always in motion. They may not be necessarily as today may not be the same as during a hurricane, but there's always tide, there's always waves.
Exactly. And you know what? We need green energy to face climate change. You have seen what happened yesterday in Los Angeles. It's, I don't know, climate change is something now that we couldn't avoid it. We should work to face it. And solar only is not sufficient to do it because solar is only the day.
Right. And it requires space, a lot of space.
This is a very important point.
You see these solar farms and they're huge.
You know what? In this one unit of 750 kilowatts of our technology called WaveBeat is equivalent to 15,000 meters square of solar. One unit.
Wow.
Exactly.
Okay. So that's definitely addressing the space issue that I was just thinking.
Exactly. And do you know what? All the story, how it's come from the beginning. I just want.
It's one of my favorite questions to ask.
I just want to show you a quick video that happened like 5 years ago.
Okay.
It is I can show you here. You can see.
Ooh.
So this is the moment for us. This is how everything started.
Okay.
With this coming powerful wave that crashed and towered in front of me. I was working in the port breakwater. I said, this energy, I cannot allow myself to let it go to waste. I should make use for it. And this is the story, how it began.
Wow. Most people see that and they think of the videos of people getting hit by them and knocked down while they're trying to pose for a social media photo. And you saw it and thought, we can power the world with this.
Exactly. and the main problem for renewable energy, as I said, is that I don't know if you know what happened last summer in Philadelphia. People has been incentivized to consume more energy at noon as solar production was very high. So honestly, solar is capped now, and it's time for wave. It's time for other resources to ensure the net zero, to ensure what we said, moving from 17% to 70% of renewable part to save the planet.
Sure. And, there are places where solar makes great sense. The top of this building, for example, right?
Exactly.
Makes perfect sense. It helps power this building right now, and it can offset and allow the energy created by a platform like yours to be used elsewhere at the same time.
Exactly.
It's not like solar is pointless, right?
Solar is very important.
That's certainly not the point you're
No.
making, because there are places solar farms may not be the thing that makes the most sense, but the top of this building makes perfect sense. We've got these great buildings all over here that are aimed at a mostly clear sky all the time that are doing nothing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we have a gang of kids that are fighting a big guy, which is climate change. The first one will be solar, but solar only is not enough.
Right.
We need wind also.
Yeah.
But also it's not enough. It's very valuable. If we mix them, if we
Right.
make them together, the gang will win the climate change. And this is the idea that I want to share with you. Yeah.
Yeah, that totally makes sense, because anytime you go too heavy into one direction, something like what happened in Texas a couple years ago happens, and there's a freeze, all of a sudden the solar is not producing and people start losing power. You've got to be able to diversify.
To diversify, to have the mix, to as I said, maximize the part of renewable in our electricity.
Yeah.
We need this. We really need this.
So where are we in this? Is it out there?
Yeah, it exists in Tangimet Port in the north of Morocco.
Okay.
Tangimet Port is the biggest port in Africa, Mediterranean, top 20 in the world, the third best port in the world in terms of efficiency, has a huge energy demand. So they gave us their infrastructure to put our device. We have validated the technology. It is patented in more than 70 countries around the world. And now we are proving the competitiveness. This is the main thing. We need that this energy start to be competitive. You know the story with solar. 50 years ago, not competitive, but people tried to put it in their floor, even if it's not competitive. But now it's very competitive. This is what we are trying to do with waves. And we are proving that by the next 2-3 years, we believe we will be the most competitive technology in wave energy sector.
Wow, that's fascinating. We live in Florida, so the idea of using water for power is incredible. Can't wait to see this start to make its way into more of the world. If people want to find out more about your technology, how can they do that?
They can go visit us to our booth 63701 Africa Pavilion, or they can visit our website www.atarec.com. They can contact us, and we are ready to be with you in your green energy transition.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A pleasure to meet you today.
You as well. Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you very much.
All right. A really interesting pitch. I like the idea. And I'd imagine on the live show you probably couldn't see that video real well. In the final version, we'll have it full screen, is my intention. It's basically the same video that we've probably all seen on Instagram at some point, where somebody's posing for a video and a big wave comes up and knocks them down. And they got knocked down. But, I mean, that absolutely proves his point, I think, that there's so much power in those waves that it just knocks somebody to the ground. And as he said, why let all that energy go to waste? It's already there. It's already happening. And if it's easy enough to turn into mechanical or electrical energy, why would you not? That's really fascinating. All right. £25 is fine. Ooh. It is big, though. We've tried that before, and it's not a success. Do we want to do this, Adam? Do we want to do this like we did the cat thing yesterday, where it sits a little forward?
Yeah, I think that'll be good.
Okay. Nope, don't go anywhere. Where's the front of this?
Sorry?
What's the front of this?
The front is the other side. That's a front.
This is the front?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a front.
So what we're going to do what does it look like in the wide shot? Okay, we can make that work. So I'll pull this to here. He and I will be able to. I'm okay being on the edge, and then that will have to sit probably either in front of you or in front of me.
Sit on the top?
It'll be out of frame if it's on the top.
Because that suppose the warm.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to change some stuff around real quick, and we will be back in just a second. Hello, Internet. I am back. We had to shift some stuff around. You'll notice that the wrong camera is on us right now. That's because we had to do what we did yesterday and make a move, because we got a really big, interesting product over here that we'll do in just a second. Because our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Thank you. Very good. How are you?
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, I'm George Yin, co-founder CEO for Verizon. Verizon is specialized in providing innovative AI-powered solution for the home composting.
Okay, for home composting. All right, so now I have a better idea of what it is we're looking at over here.
That's
and why
right.
there was the big blade that I saw a little while ago. So tell me about this device.
Yeah, this device is provided a household solution where we cut the problem, the food waste right at the source, and allow the user to achieve the zero waste goal, at the same time upcycling the food waste into the premier compost in the kitchen within 7 days.
Okay, so how does this work? I know we're looking at it right now. There's a little handle here and a compartment, right?
Yes.
What's in that compartment?
Yeah, that's a compartment like a carburetor. Built in the carburetor can handle all the hot stuff, like bones, the fiber, the stuff. And that can be crushed into the small piece and pre-treated to have a good physical conditions for the composting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where I saw that big blade earlier.
Yes. Yes.
So how does this work? What do? We finish with dinner. We've got some, let's say we had chicken. We've got some bones. We've got, I don't know, some rice that's left.
Yes.
What do we do?
Yeah, for the soft stuff like rice, noodles, and cooked potatoes, any other even cooked meals, barren products, you can open the bag lid. There's another opening. You can toss in. And the system will automatically guide it into a proper the compost chambers.
Okay, so back there, that's our normal food waste.
Yeah.
Nothing special.
Left over.
That's our soft bits.
Soft
stuff
bits.
like that.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then we've got some bones because we had chicken wings. That's where the front comes in?
That's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
so the back is more like a normal trash can.
That's correct.
And we just put regular food waste in there. Here we put the special things.
Yeah.
Bones, what else?
Yeah, the fiber, the long stem, those vegetables, and then you can just put there, then crush it to the small size and prepare it for the composting.
Okay, so that's your bigger or your harder objects that we need to break down.
That's correct.
Before it can go into the compost.
You got it.
So once we've got that, what do we do?
Yeah, the system is automatically outfit the pre-treated materials. You can open the top. Open the top. No, the top compartment.
The whole lid.
The whole lid, yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
See?
Okay.
Yeah, and then inside there's a dual chamber compost design. This is our patent technologies.
Give us real quick. Give us just a second because she's in the shot. Okay, continue.
Yeah. Each chamber actually is controlled by the AI sensor. Yeah, the compost we're using aerobic compost process is control the environment, make the interaction between the materials and the environment working perfectly to activate existing the microbes in the food scraps. We don't add anything addition.
That was going to be my next question.
Naturally.
Okay.
Everything's naturally. But we are control precisely those aerobic compost process to make sure remove the odors and then able to activate those microbes, achieve, the composting to get the mature compost within 7 days.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so this really does take care of everything.
Yes. All organic waste in the kitchen.
Okay. So for me, I have this in the kitchen. It's super passive. There's nothing special I have to do. I throw the soft stuff on the one side, the hard and long stuff on the other side. It cuts it down, it breaks it down, it goes in. Natural processes occur. In 7 days, you've got something that you can then use.
Yeah. Yeah,
in the garden or whatever.
Yeah, it's very costly and inefficient. Yeah, our mission is really to cut the problem right at the source. It's a decentralized and efficiently the upcycle the food waste by user technologies.
Okay. And do you have a background in gardening, or what was it that you were like, this is my passion here?
Yeah, my passion is actually in the past 15 years ago, I working as a startup co-founder for another renewable energy company. I got a lot of connector with farmers. Then I recognized that a lot of waste generated actually from the farmer, from the agriculture. Nobody has a way to trade, to upcycle those things, and they just throw away. That is actually those food waste, the scraps. There is a perfect nutrition. You can turn to the organic compost to directly use their business for the. Yeah, and then another one, I get into the the investigation. I found it actually the single largest the organic waste in our landfills is not the agriculture, is not the farmers, it's not the manufacturer, it's not the grocery stores, it's our everybody's kitchen. Yeah, that's why I started, to work on the household units to really touch the first, the major problem for these issues. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So household waste is more than wow.
It's the single largest source of organic waste in our landfills.
Okay.
And then
that's an interesting statistic.
Yeah, actually, up to date, there's no technology existing able to provide an economic, efficient way to treat this. And that's why we bring this machine, this technology. We spent 3 years. This is, our own innovation. We are the Canadian company. And we have a patent our technologies, and then that's the one kind of the technology available in the world.
Very cool. Well, I can guarantee that people are going to want more information about this, and I can already think of some people who are going to want it in our in our viewership. How can they find out more?
Yeah, you can certainly find it. From the website and www.lilacampus.com. And we have also a lot of, information provided through the CES as well. Yeah.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for coming up here and taking the time and bringing this fairly large product up for us to see.
Yeah, that's my pleasure. I really appreciate it for your time and the interviews.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. I am going to leave for a moment so that I can help them put the studio back together. I will be back in just a moment. Hello, Internet. I am back. We have put our studio back together from the last interview, and we are ready here with our next guest. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So my name's Drew Timler. I'm the co-founder, COO, and president of Glemencio, and we created the first smart home address number.
Oh, okay. Excellent. So that's what I'm looking at here.
Yes, sir.
I will, which one do you want me to aim it at? This one? Okay. So this is what we're looking at the booth. If you're watching it not live, you will see it full screen. So tell me about this.
So we started out back in 2021 just building modular light-up house numbers.
Okay.
Because if you go to Amazon or Home Depot, Lowe's, anything like that, can't really find anything that's up to this kind of tech level. So during COVID, every time I was calling Uber Eats, they're like, well, I think I'm at your house, can't find you. Can you come up to the street? And so that's how it is. That's how it started.
Okay.
And we just kind of snowballed on the tech features from there. And now currently we just released our Gen 2 device, and this is our official launch at CES this week. So if you dial 911, it'll automatically trigger your house numbers to flash red and blue. So that's going to alert your first responders and your neighbors nearby that obviously you're in distress.
So is that what we're seeing here in this video?
Yes.
Okay.
So obviously we're not dialing 911 here today, but
Sure.
you can change the number for any country code that's needed.
Okay.
So we're just using 999, flashes red and blue, and doing demos down at Eureka Park.
Okay. Very interesting. So obviously there are, like you said, there's the modular ones. So what is it that, other than this, because you said this is the second gen.
Yeah, so the first gen, honestly, it was just light up address numbers that plugged in. Now we have our proprietary technology included, which is patented as well.
Got it. Very cool. So how is this powered?
It's powered through mains, just your 120 volts, 8 to 10 watts, kind of like a MacBook screen. So a lot of people have said, well, why aren't you doing battery power? Why aren't you doing solar? And I don't know about you, but I've got solar-powered lights in my backyard, and they shut off by 9 p.m. So
fair enough.
To utilize the emergency features, we want it to be plugged in to a source that's actually, it's going to work when you need it.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. So if we don't have a line, we'll have to run a line to wherever it is that we want.
Yes, and we're currently providing complimentary installation for the first 100 orders.
Oh, wow. Okay. So what point are we at in that 100?
We're at
right
54 right now.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Yes.
So if you're watching live, you might still be able to get in on that list.
Yes.
But if you're watching recorded, almost certainly it's too late. That's cool. So what kind of price point would you expect on something
we're
like
currently
this?
selling for $299
Okay.
with that complimentary install. Once we're able to scale up production and get some more orders in, then can lower that price point down by a little bit. We just got a potential purchase order for 1,000 units, so we're willing to go down to $249.99 and include installation because it's pretty easy for us to get installer or certified installer to go install it in the same community.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, Gaurav, the inventor and founder of the company, he's a mechanical engineer, so he designed it to be modular. So it's super easy to install. I'm not the most handy person. It takes me 5 minutes to put up.
Okay. All right. And where's your target market? Is it here in the U.S.?
Yep, currently in the U.S., but we do have a device in India because that's where my partner's from.
Okay.
And then we've got a couple up in Canada as well. We're just waiting for further certification so we can keep expanding outside in other countries.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense because it's a plug-in electric device. You've got to get UL and CE and all
Yes. Obviously, it's super simple, but you got to play by the rules and regulations.
Yeah. Okay. So how long has the first gen been on the market?
So we were doing our beta testing units. They've been installed for over 3 years now, no hiccups. We tested the climates up in Wisconsin, so you got all 4 seasons. Florida survived a couple hurricanes.
Oh.
Houston, Texas,
That
New
must
York.
be nice.
India, Canada, pretty much tested all our bases.
Okay. We were not quite so lucky with those 2 hurricanes.
Sorry to hear
that. It is what it is. We're doing okay.
Yeah. Yes.
We're here.
Yeah, exactly. We're
so
here. Yep. Focus on the positive.
Indeed. We're good right now.
Yes.
We'll figure that out Next month. So, yeah, so we can order them on the website?
Amazon and our website. Okay. Obviously, we always prefer our website, but shipping time is going to be the same regardless.
Okay.
If you make an order today, we'll ship within 3 to 4 days from now.
Okay. Very cool. And you said $299 is the price right now.
We'll probably be able to get it down to like $249.99, but we also have a subscription feature too.
Okay.
So we're providing the first year free because obviously our goal is to hopefully save a life.
Mm-hmm.
That's what our #1 goal is for 2025. And my background, I was an Air Force veteran, first responder in the Air Force, and now ICU nurse.
Oh, wow.
So I've kind of seen a lot of use case scenarios for this.
I would imagine so.
So a big thing with flashing red and blue, it's not only going to cut down on the response time from first responders, but it'll also act as a beacon of distress to your neighbors. Okay. So if somebody knows CPR, they can come in and help perform that life-sustaining care until they arrive.
Okay. Or possibly activate a defib that you might have or something like that. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm really curious about how that works.
Which part?
How does it trigger on 911?
So we have an app currently, the iOS app's currently under development because we just launched. This was our official launch.
Yeah.
Can download it on the Google Store after this week. And on initial install, all you have to do is download the app and it connects to your phone, and it just kind of talks to your phone from there. So as long as your Wi-Fi is connected, then there will be no issues with triggering the numbers. It's not like you don't have to pull up the app to make it flash red and blue. It'll just automatically know that you called 911.
Okay, so it's connected. So you've got your phone. You call 911 from the phone. The app recognizes that the number has been called.
Correct. So
and then pushes a signal to the device over Wi-Fi.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Perfect. So
eventually we'll be able to change that, but as you know, startups, everything costs money.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a simple and straightforward way of solving the problem today.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've got the app. We set it up. We use the app to connect it to Wi-Fi, I would imagine.
Just on the initial install.
Okay.
And then after that, it's pretty
connected.
straightforward. But other things that you can do on the app, so like holiday season's rolling around, you can change the colors if you want.
Okay.
A big thing, we're headquartered in Arizona, and there's a lot of HOAs and low light level communities.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tone down the brightness so no HOAs can say, hey, it's too bright. And then another issue to combat that is we're trying to target more like uniformity for big communities and HOAs, neighborhoods. I mean, you go down somebody's neighborhood today, it's like you got a blue number or like a backplate, you got granite, and you got the dollar ones that you get from Home Depot or Lowe's. So just trying to make it more modular and unique so helps out first responders just know exactly where they're going every time.
Makes sense. And because of where my house numbers are, it's like this.
Yes.
Can they be done that way?
They can, but just to do our injection molding, just for this piece, like obviously thousands of dollars. To save capital, we're really just focusing on this one, but it's super easy
like
to
this
switch.
right now.
Correct.
And at some point.
Yeah, probably within the next 6 months, we'll have the vertical numbers.
Understood. Very cool. Well, how can people find out more about this?
You can just go onto our website, www.glumencio.com. Follow us on LinkedIn, Twitter, all the social media platforms are on there.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
this
sir.
is super cool. I
Appreciate
like
it.
I really like the safety feature on it. Yes, glowing house numbers.
Yeah, not the sexiest thing, but I mean, improvements to simple technology that's never really been changed.
But this isn't just a glowing house number.
Correct.
That's my point. Yes, glowing house numbers exist, but this is a different thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is super cool.
Yes. One more key thing, too, I'd like to add is the first 8 to 10 minutes. Obviously, if you're unresponsive, your heart stops. If you're not getting that CPR, then brain death, that's when brain death starts to occur at about 8 to 10 minutes. And me being an ICU nurse, the people that came in, obviously you can't really reverse a lot of that damage that's done. So we really want to use this neighborhood watch community feature to empower your neighbors to come help save your life.
Yeah, really great.
Yes. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Yeah, that's it's another one of those things that you'll only find at CES. It's a really interesting concept, and it's seemingly a simple alteration to an existing long-running product category, right? Yeah, I also have glowing house numbers, but this is very different than just that. So, very cool. I know we talked in the past, probably last year, about when Mom had her heart attack. You know, if she had not been around people, you know, it becomes a really scary situation, as it was. You know, it was on the line of timing, and so, you know, anything that you can do, you know, we acquired a portable defib and things like that, but you can't really do it for yourself. And so being able to alert not just first responders that this is the house that's having a problem, but also your neighbors, that something is wrong at this house. Somebody with maybe a CPR certification or a background in you know, maybe an ICU nurse, because, you know, nurses are all around us. Maybe somebody can get in there and cut that response time down and, you know, beat that 8-minute window that we've talked about with him and with Heart Hero in the past. And, you know, that window's really important. So, and you look at it and you think it's a digital house number. I've seen those before. This is not exactly that. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Okay. My name is Harry Rim with Vuroid USA, which is the industry first AI technology-based dashcam supplier in the USA.
Okay.
I'm very much welcome, and thank you very much for giving me this chance.
Absolutely. So tell me about the product.
All right. As you may know, a dash cam fundamentally has several benefits. The number one benefit is the undeniable evidence by capturing footage of the road ahead and behind in case of an accident. This video evidence can be crucial in determining whose fault it is, especially in situations with conflicting stories. And it can also protect the driver from, we call, fraudulent claims by others,
right,
and even help avoid unfair traffic citation. These are the biggest benefit of a dashcam. Second benefit of dashcam is the theft deterrence. Actually, the visible presence of a dashcam on your windshield can deter potential thieves from targeting your cars in the first place.
Makes sense.
Okay. Third one is the parking surveillance. In these days, most of a dashcam has a parking mode, which can automatically start recording when their car is parked and detect the movement or impact. And it can also help people in catching hit and run incident or vandalism attempt when your car is unattended, right?
Sure.
The fourth one is we call that is capturing scenic drive, which is not main purpose, but it can also be used for capturing beautiful views or scenery during road trips, creating your journey, a long-lasting memory. These are the main reason and benefit of a dash cam.
Yeah.
But what makes the Vuroid dashcam unique and different? The number one is the high-quality image, based on the proprietary ISP technology for unparalleled image quality.
Okay.
That's number one. Two is the AI technology with automatic license plate capture mode, and AI-powered license plate restoration functions.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you what that means is later on.
Okay.
So the third one is the premium night vision mode based on Sony Starbase 1 and Starbase 2 C-mode sensor. Fourth one is the parked car recording on impact and motion and time lapse. Fifth is the energy-saving parking mode. It wakes up on impact and start recording less than 1 second after detecting impact. The sixth one is vehicle battery protection. It wakes up on impact, as I told you. When the battery power is low, it automatically shut off and to protect the battery. The seventh is Buroid Hub application with privacy protection for Android and Apple CarPlay, which AI-powered, automatic. The license plate blur mode can locate it and blur the other vehicle's license plate number and the driver's face as well. Okay? It can help a lot. The number 8 is the easy file transfer using Wi-Fi connectivities. It directly connects to other device for file transfer using Wi-Fi connectivity. Number 9 is the recording reliability and conversion free based on the FAT 32 file system. Number 10 is it is fully compatible with portable battery, such as a power bank. These are the main feature of Buroid dashcam, makes unique and different than others. Based on this kind of good features, Buroid has already sold over 4 million units of dashcam for the last 5 years to worldwide, with average 44 million US dollars of the annual sales revenue during that time period. All right? Now, I'm going to tell you something. In a world where road accidents are commonplace, and consumers and commercial customers alike are looking to reduce risk, increase safety, and protect their investment. Now, Buroid can provide it a full range of high-quality dashcam to address these needs and constantly innovate to meet the future requirement.
So let's talk about some statistics.
Right.
So you said high-quality video. What resolution are we recording
Mostly
at?
4K in front and 2K in rear. And the actual 4K image is not so easily made it, all right? It is kind of a long history camera and processing technology basis. There's a lot of, dashcam supplier talking about 4K. It is not real 4K.
Right. Or it is, but the lens isn't good enough to actually capture 4K, so who cares?
Right.
Right. And so you said that you're using a Sony CMOS.
Exactly. Starbase 1 and Starbase 2.
So we know Sony does well with their cameras. They've been partners with, with Zeiss for decades now. So I imagine the actual picture pickup is as good as the storage.
Right, exactly.
So that's
exactly.
good.
You know well.
Does this run on a battery or does this plug into the car?
Mostly both way is possible, but mostly we suggested connecting to the battery inside using the OVD cable. That is very much possible.
So we're going to do a more direct connection. We're not having to go under the hood and wire into the battery. We're going into the port on the car.
Mostly the cigarette, the charger is inside. So you could hook it up directly. And you can use the all the features using one camera. But if we use 2 camera or 3 camera, then you're going to use it such a OVD cable directly connecting to the vehicle battery.
So with multiple cameras, we recommend a direct hardwire, and that allows it to do all of the parking stuff too, right? 'Cause
Right.
for most people, when you turn your car off, your cigarette lighter goes too.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that kind of purpose, we suggested to using the connection to the vehicle battery directly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That-
using the cable.
I was going to ask how that worked, and so that
yeah.
totally makes sense. Is there a battery in it, or are we, when we're talking about running it off battery, are we talking about plugging it into something?
Basically, dash cam does not contain any kind of battery cell. All right, always connecting to the vehicle battery first.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Or if we use such a portable battery selling on the street, that could be another solution to easily connect with each other.
Okay.
Right.
So you said 4K to the front, 2K to the back. Is that
right?
Is that one device that's aiming both ways, or is that two devices mounted on both sides?
Good suggestion. Both are possible, but we suggested separate.
Okay.
The front camera itself and the rear camera on the back shield.
Okay.
That is a suggestion.
Okay, so that'll give you a better frame of vision out the back.
Exactly.
If you've got a passenger in the back seat.
That's right, because of the field of viewers.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, but you could have one inside if, say, you're an Uber driver.
Right.
And you want to be able to record what's happening in the car as well, because sometimes passengers
That's true.
can be a problem.
Right.
Okay.
Ride shader, such as Uber, Lyft, and taxi driver, they needed inside camera as well,
Right.
separate with the front and back.
Right. Okay. And what kind of price point are we looking
Well,
at?
the most advanced one, we call it S1 Infinite, has the 2-channel, price at the $299.99.
Okay.
Okay, and 1-channel $240, and 3-channel $350, which is very much competitive than the others.
Okay.
For the other competitor has around over $400, based on 2-channel. So we are very much competitive as a brand new.
And you're using Sony CMOS. So
right.
I mean that's a win right there.
Yeah, that solution is really good for especially a night vision mode. Okay.
So where can people find out more about this or purchase one for themselves?
Right. Basically, Amazon is the good place to buy, but later on, the retail channels such as the Best Buy or automotive retail such as Pep Boy or AutoZone will carry this item very soon.
Okay. Very cool. And the website, is it viewroid.com?
That's correct.
VUEROID.com?
That's true.
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you so much for coming up and talking to me today.
Very pleasure.
Dash cams are an important thing. I was almost a victim of one of those scammers who backed into me at a red light.
Yeah.
And I happened to have a phone hooked up as a dash cam, and that's how I got out of it.
I'm going to send you one good sample to you for your own purpose, and let me know what's the result after using that. Would you do that?
Hopefully I won't need it, but yes, absolutely.
All right, okay.
Have a good rest
Thank
of the
you
show.
very much. Thank you.
The best case scenario is not having to prove that it's somebody else's fault in a car accident. But yeah, if you drive a lot, a dash cam is definitely something that you should have. It has helped me as a software engineer. There was a thing a couple years ago, it's probably a decade ago now, that Nokia had for their Lumia phones for developers. They asked you to do little challenges. One of the challenges was to build a dash cam. So I actually happened to have the one that I built running at the time on my Windows phone, and it's the only way I was able to prove that that the guy had backed into me and that I wasn't moving at the time. Dash cams are definitely an important thing, and being able to do more than one lens, have one out the front and out the back, all recording together, something that's pretty cool. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi there.
How are you doing today?
Very good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Bob Jelinas. I'm the Vice President of Sales for SoftNG USA. And we are, SoftNG is a software engineering company. It's been around for about 25 years.
Okay.
And the last 10 years or so, we've been primarily focused in the wonderful world of artificial intelligence.
You were there before it was cool.
Exactly. Well, and we actually are helping emerge the market that we have now, in the sense that what we came here to the show to do was to announce a new framework technology that actually came from, we built it for ourselves.
Okay.
We needed it.
Fair enough.
And but it has a lot of everyday person consumer applications and so forth. But the real sort of magic of it is that it is a software platform that you build use cases on top of. And like, for example, if anyone out there has ever, say, had a legal issue, and you called a lawyer, or you called the city, or whatever, it's not uncommon, let's say, that you have talked to 5 different people and get 5 different answers, none of which agree, and probably none of which are correct.
Nobody's ever encountered that with the government.
So a recent project we did with this technology was for the lovely island country of Jamaica.
Okay.
We completely absorbed and ingested their entire Justice Department. We actually digitized and vectorized all of their data back to the 17th century.
Cool.
We actually, if you can imagine the old dusty leather-bound volumes of everything back to maritime pirate law and all that.
I'm impressed that all of that still existed.
It does. And in many cases, it's still applicable.
Okay.
And so the idea was take all that information, put it in one centralized knowledge base of truth. Okay, that's the way you look at it. And now you can go to an AI chatbot, which means conversationally. You can type or talk, and it'll do speech to text or whatever, and ask it any question, any legal question you might have, and you'll get the correct answer instantly. And not from a bunch of opinions, but what the law states.
Okay.
And that can be anything from as simple as, hey, I want to start a business. I want to open a barber shop. What do I have to do? This is what you got to do. To something maybe a little more complicated, like, hey, I think somebody wronged me. Do I have a case?
Okay.
And the dialogue of the chatbot will tell me what happened.
Yeah.
You know, and through that conversation to actually tell you the real story of what you need to know. But where that system came to life for us was that we needed it for the buying and selling process. So if any of you sales guys out there are looking for better ways to make your quotas and increase your commissions and so forth, we've actually done a lot of projects globally for major countries and things and telephone systems and a lot of big stuff. And that process is very much dominated by the whole request for proposal, tender, RFP kind of world.
Yeah.
Where, like most RFPs you don't count the pages, you weigh them, you know, and you're talking about documents that, for the most part, people take months to read, and what happens after those months? You decide, this is garbage, I don't want to do this.
Right.
Okay, so
we're in that process right now.
Well, we should talk after.
Absolutely.
Okay. What we did was we averaged bidding on approximately 100 RFPs a year, winning 2 major ones, you know, which was really good for us. And through this system, that's why we built it, we were able to create a knowledge base of all of our capabilities and what we did, and basically comprised of every proposal we've ever made, you know, in life. And we could take, let's say, look at and find 100 RFPs that might be of interest. We can read them all in less than an hour and know in that time what are the 5 that we have the best chance to win.
Okay.
Okay. We can also, for a seller who's kicking out an RFP, they create their 1,000-page document and send it out and get 500 responses. Same thing, within less than an hour, all of them will be read, and they'll tell you, here's your short list of 10 that meet everything you're looking for. So you're basically facing months to minutes, you know, is what that particular use case does.
Sure.
And the one that we're kind of excited about, so for all of you folks in the audit and compliance world, the same machine can be used, technology that is, to take any kind of compliance or audit data, whether it be like financial audit, or cybersecurity, or just anything where somebody's got to come in and inspect and make sure you're up to snuff on whatever. And all that information becomes the knowledge base. So now, okay, I'm going to do this financial audit. Okay, it's the XYZ-whatever audit. Okay, fine. Click. Here's the information I need. You get your checklist. You bring all your evidence in, and you present that. And the system will, it's not just pass or fail. It'll actually come back and say, okay, you're great in all these 14 areas, but on these 3, we got some issues.
Okay.
And here's the 19 things you could do to fix that. And so the purpose of it is to actually help you pass and help you get through and remedy anything that's out there. But it's sort of an open-ended type of platform in the sense that any use cases that people are coming up with and thinking about, is, well, let's talk. Because that's what we do, is custom build software for people's needs.
Okay.
But yeah, we're seeing a lot of happy campers out there with stuff like that.
Do you have any issues with hallucinations? Obviously, anytime you ingest data, sometimes it can hiccup. How do you test for hallucinations?
Well, I'll tell you explicitly in a second, but we were just talking, me and my colleague over there this morning over breakfast, about the fact that a machine can only play with what you give it. The garbage in, garbage out kind of thing.
Yuppers.
And it's a kind of idea where a machine doesn't have the capacity to know truth from a lie.
Right.
And so what we look for is conflicts and for collisions of information. When you're ingesting all this, it's going to, in fact, it's part of a 3-phase process. The way you implement a system like this, and that's really what we do for a living, is roll these out and implement them because they're unique for every client. Is step 1, phase 1, is gather up all the information. Okay, and there's so much garbage in that it's not even funny. Okay, step 2 is validation, sanitization.
Yeah,
that's where that comes in.
Okay,
because step 3 is use the clean data. Go from there. But as far as the lies and the discrepancies that in the data, it will actually identify areas that are uncertain, and somebody has to come in and play referee and say, that's right, that's wrong. And from that point, it only knows what it's been told. And so that's why it's probably healthy for a lot of people to always maintain a certain degree of skepticism
sure
about these type of environments.
Right. And, the more sources of knowledge,
yes,
the more likely it is that something conflicts, and that's where things start to get weird, right? That's why something like ChatGPT or Google Gemini will just...
Which kids you should not use to fill out your essays.
Absolutely not, because they'll just make stuff up,
right?
Of course. Google was giving a recipe for, was it macaroni and cheese that included Dawn? We assume because it got confused with washing the dishes after cooking.
Well, but in a more sort of deadly serious kind of vein, if the source of your large language model is internet information, etc. Think about just a couple of years ago of all the recommendations we were being told about COVID. You need to do this, that, and the other thing. And then today, all these scientists come out and go, no, that was all garbage. That didn't help. That actually hurt people.
And even sometimes from week to week, at the time, things were changing. And so you've got now what was recommended this week, next week, last week. What's the truth? The computer doesn't have any idea.
Right.
That's
so
not
you
its
have
job.
to adopt the President Reagan philosophy of trust but verify.
So when you're doing the verification and the sanitization, is that technology you've built, or are you using something like Pentaho, or?
We primarily developed ourselves proprietary-wise the math models. The large language models are typically open source or third party that we've brought into there. So, and it's in a, again, not carved in stone kind of environment where we can say, okay, for this application it's best if we have this little chess piece and that piece, but you don't need the one-size-fits-all type approach, which is always the wrong way to go.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Very cool. Obviously, this is an area of interest of mine for several reasons, not the least of which is general AI seems to kick out nonsense.
What we're seeing as the little red light go on in people's eyes, that strikes the chord, is this whole idea of a central knowledge base of truth. That because most organizations out there have 97 departments and they all have their own data and none of them talk to each other, and it all talks about all the same people.
465 departments in the federal government right now.
And it's all talking about us, right? We're the citizens. And the whole idea is, where can all of that information come together? Like I was talking to a gentleman earlier from the VA, and he told me he said, the motto of the VA is, if you've worked at a VA hospital, you've worked at one VA hospital.
because the next one's nothing like it.
Exactly. And so that's really what a lot of this technology is, the utopia is designed to understand, is that when we vectorize data, and that was a learning step for me, is to understand it's not a language function, it's a meaning function. And you can quantify that mathematically.
Okay.
And suddenly amazing things start to open up. And it really gets close to, we call it artificial intelligence, but you can almost think it can think a little bit and start, because what artificial intelligence does best is pattern recognition.
Yes.
And
that's what all computers do best, is pattern recognition.
But the real bonus with AI is that it can do it at such scale that beyond that which a human could hold in one head.
It's able to recognize the patterns across a wider landscape.
The universe,
Yeah.
you know. It's like the example being like if you go to your local library, and if you could memorize every book in your library, you know, that would be a hard thing to do, right? And people, yeah, of course. What if you had something that could do that for every library?
Right.
That's the scale we're talking about.
Absolutely. Absolutely wild. Obviously, it's an interesting topic. People are going to want to find out more, and I imagine out there's people who are going to want to contact you on this.
Sure.
How can they do that?
Softeng.com, SOFTENGI, think software engineering, softeng.com. If you're here at the show today, tomorrow, stop by our booth, 51159. It's the Ukrainian Pavilion is where we're located. And if you come by, you can pick up, we have cutesy little product cards for each of these technologies I was telling you about. Here, I'll leave these with you. That has a QR code on it, and if you scan those with your phone, you can get just oceans of information about each area of these use cases that I've shared with you.
Very cool. Well, I definitely appreciate this. I'm intrigued by AI in general, but not general AI, which is fascinating, right? Like we use it for interpreting this interview and helping to put together the write-up at the end.
Oh, excellent.
But I'm not interested in what Gemini has to say about the world because it comes out as chaos. There's fascinating, focused use cases like what we're talking about here, where you're analyzing your own data, but when you're analyzing the internet, you end up with Twitter. And that data is going to confuse everything.
Well, that's our primary business model, is not so many engineers, and sorry engineers, this is just the truth, just brace yourself, love technology for technology's sake.
Oh.
You know, if we build it, they will come.
Sometimes, because I can tell you, I am the opposite. I avoid most of this stuff at all costs.
Our strategy is pretty straightforward in that find a cure for a disease, then go find out everybody that's sick with that.
Indeed.
That's
for
what
sure.
we do.
Makes sense.
Thank you, man.
Thanks for coming up and talking to me.
Okay.
Have a good rest of the show.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. And interestingly, with that actually ends my day. It's time for Marlo to come join us on the show. For those who didn't hear, I'm Scott Urch with PLUGHITZ Live, and I will be back tomorrow, I think at noon, for a little bit, and I will see you then.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code BLUBRRY004.
And welcome, everybody. This is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, taking you home today at CES 2025. This is day 3. We are high atop the tower here in the Venetian, and at the board. Adam, how you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. You getting through the day okay?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
Really? It's because you've been sitting all day.
I wish I could stand up, actually.
I can't tell you how good this chair feels. I have been on my feet the entire day already. But it's been a good day. We've had a lot of great interviews, and we have a lot more to come for you with our live coverage here coming to you from CES 2025. Marty Urich from Hubble Connected will be here. I bet this is Marty right here, absolutely. So we're just going to get things rolling right away. And another great day here at CES. I'm sure you're seeing all kinds of footage coming out. We do have some other, normally CES is the top of the news cycle when it's on. Of course, we have the fires in the LA area that I think are dominating right now. So a lot of the companies that expect to get significant news coverage for their product intros and that type of thing are probably not going to get that out as much this year. But, you know, life is what life is. And all our prayers to all the people in California with all the challenges that they have in front of them so far. A lot of people have lost their homes and those type of things. Hopefully technology is helping them a little bit, though. I mean, the ability to communicate has never been like it is today, so it's easier to find out if your loved ones are okay or not, which is great. So it helps with that worrying that probably be going on, I guess. Have you been following it all, Adam?
I've seen a little bit of it on the news, and it looks terrible.
You know, it's probably unfortunate or good. I don't know, but the the fact that we are just steeped in what's going on with us here right now, I haven't really seen too much, but it looks just devastating.
Yeah.
So they closed the university down? Oh, Universal. Really? Wow. Nancy was just telling us that. Yeah, that Universal is now closed as well. So Nancy's also helping here today. She's the person who coordinates all of our guests coming up and down the trek of stairs. Get your steps in, Nancy? And my first guest for the day is Marty Urich. I'm reading too far down there, Nicholas. So with Hubble Connected, how you doing?
Hi, very good. Nice to meet you. Nice to be with you
as well.
today.
Yeah, thanks for getting up here. And you have quite the array of product here.
We do, yes.
Yeah.
We're presenting at CES solutions for parents to connect and protect their kids from ages 0 to 10.
Okay. And you have a variety of products to do that, obviously.
Yes.
The first thing is that I see the teddy bear with the green blinking nose.
Yes, that has been the most interesting product we've showcased here today.
I can believe that.
So we've been in the baby monitor space for the last 12 years, and we developed a very strong app platform with baby monitors. Here we're announcing some AI capabilities that can be introduced to baby monitoring that can help parents as they're raising their kids. Everything from getting notified when they're rolling over to finding out how they slept last night. Did they sleep on their front, their back, their side? Did they roll over twice? Did they have a deep sleep? Were they restless? All kinds of things. In addition to being able to view their child at anywhere in the world with our app, as well as having things like a nightlight and soothing sounds all built into one monitor. That is our Hubble AI Vision that we announced here at the show today.
So it's pretty sleek design.
Yes.
And is this actually, can you wrap it around something?
You can,
or?
yes.
Okay.
Yep. So if you want to get the best AI piece, they prefer that bird's eye view above the baby. So we have a little a mounting device. You can mount it, put it above the baby. It can look down on them. You can see the entire crib. Great night vision. It's a 2K camera, and you can see it that way as they go from there. And then as they grow, you could always put it on a stand. You could wrap it around someplace else. So a very flexible camera to have around your home.
And let's talk about the AI part of that a little bit. So other than the sleep patterns and things, what else will the AI be able to help parents with?
Yes, so it has things like, believe it or not, eye wellness. It can track how often they're blinking and let you know if that's within normal ranges or things like that. AI also helps with true cry detection. So based on looking at the baby and analyzing the sounds in the baby's face, whether there's a noise in the room or the baby's crying, you can get notifications exactly what's happening with that. And the great thing about it is that as we get more advancements as they come out, that can get pushed out to the camera. So a camera you own today might have more features in 2 or 3 months than when you bought it.
Because it's learning.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, interesting. And of course,
We have to get to the bear.
Yeah, we do. And I'm wondering, we have such a time constraint sometimes. Well, let's go to the watches first.
Sure. Well, if I could go to the bear goes in order. So I'll go quickly. So this is for when you bring the child home as a baby. You can watch from there. As they grow into toddler tech with Hubble the Bear uses the same app platform. And what this is a smart communicator with screen-free entertainment. So what happens here is that the parent can leave a message for the child. Hi, Parker, I'm at CES. I can't wait to see you when I get back. The nose will light up green, as you can still see that there.
Yeah.
The child pushes the ear to hear the message. They hear the message from me. The child then can hold the bear's hand and say, hey, Papa, I miss you. It's snowing today. I'm going to go sledding, and I'll get that message notified to me on the app. So it can be a two-way chat communication with myself and anyone. So parent to child, grandchildren, you can open up. The parent can choose how many people they want to have open on it or not. So it has that smart communication piece. We also have this little hand with the heart. That's where you can put your favorite message. So if you have like a nice message that you want to say to them every night before they go to bed, you can record that there. It won't get interrupted by the chats. The child can press that and listen to it before they go to bed. And then the last thing we have is screen-free communication. Over 1 hour of screen-free communication, the parent chooses based on their child's age what they push down to the bear. The bear can save up to an hour of content, and the child can push the ear and control what content they want to listen to.
So storybooks, whatever.
Audiobooks, yes. You can have soothing sounds. You can have lullabies. You can have storybooks. All different kinds of content that stimulates imagination, and it's all screen-free.
That's really amazing. That's pretty cool.
Yep. So then as the child gets a little bit older than that, then we have what we're calling our kid tech, which is our MIMO, smartwatch, and phone.
Okay.
And the idea of that is communicate, educate, locate. There's two scary times for parents. One is when they bring the child home and they have no idea what's going on and they're learning as they go. The second scariest time is when that child is actually leaving the home without them for the first time, right? You've always known where this kid was their entire life, and now all of a sudden they're going to school, they're going out in the world and doing some things like that. So with MIMO, you can locate it has geolocation, so you can locate your child anywhere, wherever they're at. It'll show up on your app. It has communication, so you can do texts, voice calls, video calls, and we have a push-to-talk walkie-talkie limited range because it's 4G, so it's easy for a kid to use to give them messages where we go from there.
Okay.
And then we have content on there that the parent can choose what content they want to put on there. Now, the important thing about this is that there's no social media. So no social media at all, so you don't have to worry about your kids being influenced anything. And it also has, it doesn't have a phone number. So we have a eSIM program where through the same Hubble Club app, all you need to do is sign up for the phone through the app, and then we'll handle all of the connection pieces. It doesn't matter if you have Verizon or T-Mobile or anyone else. We run all of that for you, so you just need to communicate with them through the app.
Okay. Nancy was giving you a thumbs up about the no social media.
Yes.
So
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's all coming on, all right? The Surgeon General is saying 10, 13, you should stay away from that. It can be very disruptive for a child's life.
It's really amazing the numbers that are coming out about how detrimental it is to our youth.
Yeah.
It really is. So, and then you have the watch here as
well.
Yeah,
and the watch has those same capabilities on it. If a child wants to use a watch, it might be a little bit easier for a little bit younger kid to have the watch on instead. But they can do the same types of communicate. They can do video calls, text, voice calls, the push-to-talk walkie-talkie. That's all available to the watch as well.
That's
and like I
cool.
said, the cool thing about this is it's one dashboard. So you could have your one child go through the dashboard of baby monitoring to toddler tech to kids tech, or you could have multiple kids and you could have one dashboard that says I want to know where this kid is. I want to send a message to my other one, and I want to check in and see how my little one is sleeping. So all in one, have one dashboard for parents to know everything that's going on in their children's life.
That's actually very clever. And anything you can do to make a parent's life more simplistic, the better, right?
App fatigue is a real thing, right? No one wants to have 5,000 apps on their phone, so we figure we'll cover you for your kids age 0 to 10.
Yeah, I love it. And everything here is available right now?
No, we're announcing it. These are all new announcements for the show. So the baby monitoring product, we've been in the baby monitoring space for about 12 years, but this new Hubble AI Vision is coming out in the first quarter of this year.
Okay.
Hubble the Bear is coming out second quarter.
Okay.
And then the MIMO watch and phone is coming out third quarter. So we'll have all of these things available to people by the end of the year.
I'm impressed that you brought all these and showed them off here.
Yes, happy to show them off to you and your team.
And you said that the bear has just been the talk of the booth.
It has been, I think a lot of people at CES, people see a stuffed bear. It's like, what is that doing in an electronics show, right? We've had people say, can I take it home?
I bet
we've had other people say, I understand how it works. Can I take one home so I can talk to my kid next time I go to a trade show? So we've had a lot of very fun interaction. And the great thing here is you can get interaction from people all over the world, different countries, different cultures, and get their feedback on how they feel this could work with their family.
Yeah, it's very, very cute, and I can see where that is going to be. I think everything you have here is going to be very popular. This is clever. I mean, anything you can do, again, too, to help new parents.
Yes.
Is good, and of course AI is just coming in strong everywhere, and for the most part, why not? You know,
Yes.
it's.
Well, it needs to be within reason, right? And what we try to do throughout our app is that for every level of this, there's parental controls. They can control how much they want to be using it and how much they want to be doing that. So instead of saying, it's interesting, one of the interesting conversations we had here is that this was the kickoff of Generation Beta, right? Generation Beta is going to be the age of kids that they're going to grow up with AI their whole lives. They're going to live to the next century. They're going to have all this technology around it. And at a show like CES, technology is almost always, I want more and I want it faster. I want more and I want it faster. But I almost think in a lot of ways we've reached a peak, especially with parenting, where they're saying, wait a minute, I don't want all of this right now. I want to be in control of what my kids are seeing and what my kids are doing. I don't want them to be just open to the whole wide world, open with one door all by themselves. So I think this is an age and generation where they're going to take a step back and say, I want to have a say in how much technology my kids are exposed to.
But I also think, like, you know, you were talking about the first time that a parent takes their kids to school or whatever, and they're letting them go for the first time. I also feel that happens when you put your baby down to sleep.
Of course, yes.
You know, because you know
you're checking out, are they still breathing? Is everything okay?
All of that, right? You know,
it's stressful.
There's kind of a little peace of mind knowing that you have an AI that's kind of overseeing your baby and will notify you if something is amiss or whatever.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
So I think it's very, very cool.
Yes,
right.
Excellent.
All right, well, Marty, I don't mean to kick you out of here right away. That's my key phrase of the year, though, is that I'm kicking you out of here.
All right, we'll be out of here. Back to the show.
Yeah, back to the show. But
right.
Best of luck to you. I hope your CES is going fantastic.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be with you today.
Thanks, Marty. And again, Marty Urich from Hubble Connected. Oh, Marty, where do I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you.
No, yes, we need to know that.
Where do we find your products?
Yes, our products, our baby monitors, you can find them today at a number of places. We're at most of the major Amazon, Target, Walmart, places like that. This new AI product will be rolling out to those people later this year as they have their resets and change out their product. Hubble the Bear will be available direct to consumer as well as on Amazon, and we're working with retailers here on how that could be performed in their store. But if you just go and Google it, I'm sure you'll find it everywhere else. And then same goes with Mimo. We're working on partnerships with all of these same partners. But again, we're establishing our baby business with all of the main retailers in consumer electronics and baby and kids and toy, and we'll be expanding that network to include these products next.
And I'm assuming people, if they want to, they can just hop on the website to see the progress.
They can, yes. Just go to hubbleconnected.com,
there we go.
And you can learn all about them. Yes,
thank
you very
much.
Right,
thanks, Marty.
All right, thank you.
All right. Up next, everybody, we will have Nicholas Abel Lee with Sonics will be here. And again, I'm going to probably butcher a name or two, and that might even be wrong because I notice there's more stuff coming on the string. Who's up next, Adam?
Whoever they send us.
Okay, fair enough. I see we have lots of people showing up today, though, so this is going to be a fun afternoon, everybody. If you're just joining in, we are coming to you from CES 2025. And we're high atop the broadcast tower here at the Venetian Sands Convention Center, which is just a very small part of CES. In fact, unfortunately, I'm not even going to get out of this building this year, but there is the convention center too, which is another couple million square feet of showroom space that's totally taken over by CES. It's quite remarkable, actually, how many companies show up here to show off their goods. Did I hear this right, Marty? I got Marty in my head yet. Adam, with is it over 200,000 products that are debuted here?
I don't know that for a fact, but I wouldn't doubt it.
It's absolutely mind-numbing how many new products are debuted. I think I did the math one year, and it would be like if every media person did 20 interviews, you still of a brand new product, you still couldn't get through all of them. So it's quite remarkable. So. So next up is Sonics. We have Nicholas here with Sonics, and I think I'm going to have some fun with this. This looks like more Star Trek stuff to me. Toys, and more toys. Hey, Nicholas.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good, very good, thank you.
So yeah, this looks quite interesting already.
Yeah, so basically we're showing two things here.
Okay.
We're showing a AR-based shooting game.
Okay.
But made for kids to move around. I mean, we want kids to not stay in a computer but move around. And basically you are like a team of two.
Okay.
You get a gun here and you can shoot at them. You can throw them some shoes, etc. That's one part of it. The second part is that second product is from Sonex, and this is we do very low latency communication.
Okay.
AI based with AI noise cancelling, so you can play this game like real time
With
in the same
somebody-
place with
okay.
somebody being in a different city
Sure,
as well.
sure. That's
That's
very
all
cool.
idea here.
Very cool.
You want to
So,
try?
so do you so you just pick a target?
Pick a target. The other guy's got the same phone here.
So does it actually like? And I think you said something about shoes earlier. I mean, would it be where you just target shoes, or you target?
Now you target the other one
on
the shooting, but you can throw them something. You can throw them like shoes to them.
I
You
see.
can-
I see.
There's a bunch of items.
Yeah.
You can send
Okay.
them.
And what kind of range do I have here? I mean, is it?
You can have like up to 100-meter range.
Okay.
It's very
so is it like a laser?
It's based on light intensity.
Okay.
So basically the
Oh, wow.
flash is flashing and sending a code, and the other guy will gonna catch the code, so we can shoot the other guy and the enemy team, but not your friend.
So this is kind of a like a laser tag type of scenario.
Exactly. Laser tag. In addition, you got a communication part of it.
So I don't know if you can catch that on there, Adam. I'm just going to push the trigger here. And I think you can see that on there. You see, it looks like there's a laser being shot out of here that you would see, virtually. So that's actually pretty cool. Okay.
Thank you.
So instead of all the paintball, laser tag type of stuff that you have to go through, there's a lot of setup with all that too, right? I mean, in the expense, laser tag's expensive.
It's expensive. This is just a mobile phone.
Yeah.
Everybody can have it. I mean, teenager does have
So
it.
how many people can play at a time?
Today it's 3x3.
Okay.
Up to 3x3. It could be 1x1, 2x2.
So generally, like laser tag or paintball, do you have like everybody wears matching T-shirts or whatever you want to do? And
I mean, you don't need to, but you
Okay.
can. Obviously,
Yeah,
you're the same
yeah.
team. You want to share the same.
Yeah.
Same
And
features.
the phone is your phone?
Yeah, this
Okay,
is
so
my
it's an
phone in
app
this case.
and
It's an app. You can launch the app. I mean, you launch the app for the game. You launch the app for the audio communication. So because as a team, I mean, you want to separate a little bit.
Right. So if you had a Bluetooth earpiece in, then you can talk to your team as well.
Exactly, and that use Sonex for this because we are real-time communication.
Gotcha. Well, that's pretty clever, actually. So you can outfit the entire team with Bluetooth headsets. You can get out there and have a little fun competing. So have you? Have you gone out in the woods, for example, and had a little competition with another team yourself, or?
Absolutely, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm doing the show every day.
Okay.
2 times a day. We have a
Okay.
competition at.
Oh, you do?
At CES, absolutely.
Are you actually going through inside here and
We go inside. We also have a Swiss Tech booth, Swiss Tech pavilion downstairs, and we're making the show over there. Absolutely.
You're not the people I seen running through the aisles here a little while ago with jumpsuits on, are you?
No, it could be.
Oh,
we never know.
okay. I thought I'd seen somebody kind of playing something a little while ago, so that's pretty clever. So, are these available to the general public right now?
Yeah, so you
or-
can download the app, the 2 apps. You can download Light Clash on iOS. You can download Sonic, the communication, on
Okay.
iOS and Android.
Okay.
So both are available. Both are in beta. So they are really good enough. You can really experience things. They're
Okay.
not like bug-free yet, but we're working towards it.
Sure. And the unit right here. I mean, you can order that anywhere
The
as well.
shooting
or-
gun is just a Bluetooth shooting gun. You can order it on Amazon.
So you make it sound like these are just readily available. Is that the case?
The gun, yes.
Yeah.
The gun is
I did not know that.
totally
Okay.
available here. Yeah.
Okay. So what you're showing off here more than anything else is just the app and the ability to play with that. Okay.
Absolutely, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Very cool. So if you're interested in playing, I guess you get out and get a Bluetooth shooting gun. I didn't even know such a thing existed until just now. And then get the app, the Sonics app, and go out and have a little paintball fun without the expense of paintball or laser tag. I would do this. I'm a big fan of laser tag. It's a blast. And I think I'd like paintball too. I just have never gone out to do it.
Paintball can be a pain. If you're a shooter, it's pretty painful.
Have you experienced this yourself?
Absolutely, several
Really?
times, yeah.
And what about, are you really covered in paint? Is it washable? I mean, I have to think it is.
It is washable, but
Okay.
you've got a bruise afterwards.
Really?
Yeah, it's not like that's part of the game as well, because you need to hide really seriously.
Right.
To avoid the pain.
Nancy's shaking her head over here like you've experienced this too. Okay. Adam, like this Adam? Oh, you're Adam. Okay. I thought Adam was going to weigh in for a second. Have you played paintball before, Adam?
I have not.
Laser tag. How about laser tag?
Actually, I've never played laser tag either.
Well, my goodness, I think our friend Nicholas here ought to give us a couple of these units, and let's get busy downstairs.
Sounds like a plan.
Absolutely, we're making a show at 3:30 downstairs.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. So, all right, Nicholas, I appreciate the time. And
what is this?
Oh, yes.
It's from Switzerland.
So, what is this?
It's a Toblerone. It's a Swiss chocolate.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you.
For all the team, obviously.
Yes. That would be me. Everybody's laughing about that. Notice how it's just going in my stack of stash over here. Yeah. So thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate
very
it. So
much.
and all the best to you at the show.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everybody, check that out. Sonix, SONIX, and go get that app. And I guess just go out and get a Bluetooth-enabled. Did you know these things existed? These Bluetooth guns?
I did not.
Huh. I'm kind of surprised at that, actually. I didn't know that they were a thing. But I suppose with all the shooting games, it would probably make sense that you could hook that up to, your PlayStation or your Wii or whatever, right? So next up, I think we have, the next three we have coming are Blink Charging with Beth, and then Mike's, and then Live Hive will be here as well. And who do we have next? Dr. Anna. I'm just going to be surprised here. But it looks like I'm getting more free stuff. Am I getting more free stuff? Oh. Don't be greedy. Nancy's saying I'm greedy now? Oh, my goodness. As we're getting things lined up. And then if you're just joining us, everybody, I'm sorry. We're just having too much fun. We are at CES Live and high above the tower here in the Venetian. And this is third day of coverage here at CES. If you're thinking that we're blurring our words and we're tired, that is correct. That's exactly what's going on. So, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Very good, thank you.
That's nice. And you are?
I'm Anna Barnacka, and I'm
Okay.
CEO and founder of MindMics.
MindMics. There we go. All right. Thank you, Adam. So MindMics software platform turns everyday earbuds by repurposing existing microphones for noise cancellation and other embedded sensors to monitor health accurately.
That is correct.
So, all right, I'm just going to let you explain, Anna, and then I'm going to have a plethora of questions. So tell us what this is.
MindMics is the next generation of wearable technology. First generation, we all know. A lot of watches, I guess most of the people on the floor over there, and including our host,
Yes.
is wearing.
Yes.
Those watches are using the optical light. So sometimes when you sleep, when you look at your wrist, there is something shining.
Yeah.
Those is this optical technology that is looking at the blood flow just below the skin, which means that you don't get much information. You get the blob each time the heart is beating, which is enough to get the heart rate. But if we really want to push, get to the next level of the accuracy, we need better technology.
Okay.
And also a better place, because there is not much happening. Different story with the ear.
Okay.
Ear is close to the brain, is close to the heart, close to the lungs. All of the key organs without which we cannot live. The rest, there is not that much.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But the reason why people didn't put the optical technology into the ear, even though they tried very hard, was that the optical technology requires bulky sensor. And this is where the MindMics story really begins as well, that we figured out how you can enable health monitoring through the ear, because it's really the place where you want to monitor your health, because this is where all of the key organs are, without the need of bulky sensor that will not drain your battery, will not even require to add extra sensor. So when you think about the earbuds, they are already packed with microphones, with motion sensors for applications like noise cancellation. And actually, what we figured out was that, when you think about the ear works as a speaker and is broadcasting everything that those organs are doing because it's attached to the body. It will, with each heartbeat, it will be the tiny, tiny pulsation that will create the sound waves that we can pick up using the microphone. And because it's creating those pulsations, those tiny, tiny pulsation, but those pulsations be created by actually the organ. So we can literally look at the heart in real time, and we did a lot of clinical studies showing that our technology is looking directly on the heart, and the accuracy is comparable to medical devices.
Okay. Well, like I said, I have a plethora of questions. So, first off, I'm assuming you can make phone calls and listen to music and all that stuff through these earbuds as well.
Absolutely, and the key for that is that the sound waves that we're picking up are a different frequency range. They are below 20 hertz. So what we hear is 20 hertz and below. The reason why we don't hear anything below 20 hertz is not because there is nothing interesting, it's because we are such a loud creatures.
Okay.
And Bernie said, okay, I cannot listen to it. I filter it out. People thought that, okay, there is nothing interesting, so I even better. But actually, if you use the sensitive microphones, you can detect all of the cacophony of sounds happening inside our body.
So, all right, so you're able to track and listen to our hearts. Is there an AI that's added to this as well, that's learning as well? You're shaking your head yes, or is that coming sometime in the future?
Yes, we will get there. Already we're using a lot of machine learning algorithms.
Okay.
A lot of people already call machine learning AI.
Yes.
So we use a lot of machine learning at this point to detect the motion. Now also our blood pressure algorithms are the next thing that is coming, where we're putting a lot of machine learning algorithms.
You're telling me that you're going to be able to tell blood pressure with these potentially?
A year ago, I would say let's wait and see.
Yeah.
We just submitted a paper to Nature Cardiovascular Health showing that yes, the sound wave is so accurate, such a accurate picture of every heartbeat that we can predict from it systole and diastole using machine learning, or some people call it AI.
Yes. Yes. I'll try to say machine learning from now on. So
there is a lot of AI applications as well which we will also want to get to, especially when we add more metrics toward the cardiovascular health, where we can really look at the predictive, and using the metrics we have to do the coaches that can coach you based on your data and help you to get to better health. So we looking forward to the point when we get also to the AI and work with the partners that want to use our metrics to empower their AI algorithms as well. This is perfect system to build on a lot of different AI applications as well.
So as I'm sure you've heard many times already, I love the fact that this is something everybody uses already. So, and if you're not using it now, if there's a health, it's just kind of like the watch. I hadn't worn a watch in 20 years, and then when this comes along, and I was probably usually I'm a pretty early adapter to technology, but this time I'm like, I'm not going to wear a watch. I can get the time off my phone. What do I need that for, right? Well, then when the health stuff started coming out, I'm like, oh, well, okay, that's interesting. I don't mind the fact that it tells me how many steps I have, and now I feel like I need to have this on every morning, right? But this, I would give up my watch in an instant.
Okay.
If I was
we can do it now.
If it was going to track this stuff for me, this is really interesting. So what do you think? And I'm not going to hold you to this, but where do you think this is going to go? I mean, are you going to be at a point sometime in the future where, let's say I'm 2 weeks out from a heart attack, are you going to be able to tell me, because you've learned enough about me through this monitoring, that maybe I should go see a doctor because of this?
Mm-hmm. So we don't have those metrics yet, but
yes.
This is why we're doing so many clinical studies to get more data as well, where we'll be able to look at every single aspect of your heart health. And we have already shown with our studies that if you will have irregular heart rhythms, this technology is accurate to detect irregularities like atrial fibrillation, which is very dangerous because it can cause stroke, with the same sensitivity and specificity like ECG. This is really, that's just one of the first things we have shown. Then we look at the patients with where the valves were not functioning properly. Like there was one patient with very severe aortic stenosis. Today it's very difficult to diagnose those diseases. We could hear the murmurs that the valves was making through the ear. So imagine being able to look if the valves, every valve is working properly. Then heart muscle, what we see is the result of the heart muscle squeezing the blood, so we can actually see how it's propagating from the aorta. From that we can learn if it's working properly as well. So basically you could think about, okay, you will listen to one song and we'll give you everything about your heart health at an instance, and if there is any change. Because today, when you think about heart failure, we still don't know why really heart fails. We learn about it when you have a stroke, when you have a heart attack. But usually, most likely, there was few decades that you work towards to get to that place.
Right. I wish I could talk to you longer. I think this is fabulous. And I'm actually going to give you an invite to my radio show. So I'd love to visit with you. The nice thing with radio, of course, is that we can talk for a long time. So we should do that. I wish you the best luck. Is this available on the market now?
It is available on our website
as
the evaluation unit, because primarily we want to also license this technology to other earbuds.
Oh, okay.
Because that's in this way we can make sure that this technology can get to as many people as possible.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Exactly, we can focus as a software, as a medical device.
Yeah. Well, best of luck to you, Anna. I think this is fantastic. So, all right. And have a great rest of the day and at CES here. So thank you very much. Check that out, Mind Mics. I had no clue that this is what we would be talking about here. This is another life-changing device, actually. So make sure you check that out, Mind Mics, online. And you can actually be part of a beta test if you'd like with them right now. And it sounds like you can maybe even get a set. I have no idea how that process works. I guess we just ran out of time with her, but check that out. Next up, we have Blink Charging, and we also have Live Hive after that. Blink Charging with Beth Virelli. Oh my goodness. Beth is going to have to pronounce her last name for me. Adam, stop laughing at me. I should have grown up somewhere outside of North Dakota, because all we have is Andersons and Smiths. Oh, you're not an Anderson? I guess you could still be related to us, but yes. Anyway, Adam, what did you think of that? Are you into like watching or like trending medical devices and things?
As I go older, I'm finding myself more.
Villarreal? All right, thank you. What do you think of that idea of using your ear?
It's impressive.
Huh. I'd have never thought of that, ever. I mean, now what are they going to stick up our nostrils next is what I'm thinking to myself. But the ear is a little, not so intrusive, I guess. And we put stuff in our ears all the time now anyway to listen and to take phone calls and things. But, yeah, it's very impressive. Thanks, Adam. All right, next up we have Beth with Blink Charging. Beth is the brand communications manager. I have to set you up here. So, Blink Charging is a global leader in electric vehicle charging equipment and services, enabling drivers, hosts, and fleets to easily transition to electric transportation through innovative charging solutions. And just so you know, at one time I was the poster child of autonomous vehicles in this country.
Oh, no way.
And of course with EVs as well, because what I found interesting about autonomous vehicles, self-driving vehicles, if you're not familiar with that, is that a lot of car companies weren't afraid to experiment with fuel. Right?
Yeah.
So it was kind of this natural merge of autonomous vehicles and EVs at the same time. So as I think most autonomous vehicles, in my opinion, in the future will probably be EVs.
Yeah. I think that's where it's looking it's going to go.
Yeah.
Obviously, right now, most people are still driving their cars. So we serve both.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell me about Blink.
Yeah, so we've been around since the beginning. We started in 2009. We are primarily level 2 and DC fast charging. So what that means is we are your standard level charging and your fast road trip charging and fleets. So we are based in Bowie, Maryland. We moved our headquarters last year. Very excited. We're going to open a brand new headquarters in a couple of months.
Okay.
And we are Maryland-based with offices in Tempe, Arizona, and Europe and India.
Okay. And what makes you different from other charging systems that are currently out there?
Yeah, so most companies only do one thing. So for us, we are the charging manufacturer, the network provider, and even, we're even an owner-operator.
Okay.
So we do it all, and we're all about helping our host businesses find the right charger at the right place at the right time.
So you actually have in-home charging as well?
We do. It's
Okay.
not as big of a segment for us. We are primarily working with businesses, fleets, government.
Okay.
But we do have a home charger.
Okay. So and I think probably what makes you different is, and what you're getting to is that, let's say my wife owns a Tesla and I own a Ford EV, that your charger would actually charge both of our vehicles, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's really what makes it different. Whereas if you, of course, you can't use a Tesla charger on my Ford, so.
Not at the moment, but in the future. So
Are they going to actually start?
I believe that at this point, most automakers have announced that they'll be switching to the NACS plug. That's the North American Charging Standard. So at least in the U.S., we're seeing it move in the direction. So we offer both. We offer the non-Tesla standard and the Tesla standard.
Gotcha. Okay, very interesting. And if I was a business,
Yes.
well, in fact, I am a business. So I am my own business. Wow. So in front of my business, if I wanted to put a charging station, I would just get a hold of you, and then, we work out the details. Do you come in then and install it for us as well? Okay.
Yeah. So depending on the business, and, a big part of what we do is coming out and helping you figure out where's the best spot. Do you have data in this location? So we'll come out, help you consult. We have a design services team and a variety of business models. So whether it's you want to buy your chargers and install them yourself, or we help you with owner-operator model, we have both.
Do you have any statistics on, I'm trying to phrase this question because I know you're going to say yes to this, but where businesses who put charging systems in front of their places, like if a person is charging there, they're going to spend $18 more in your restaurant or whatever it is, right? That is exactly how it is, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of who specifically I've read it from, but, drivers, they'll say, hey, I really need a charge up. Let me plug in my car. Maybe instead of 30 minutes shopping in the store, I'll do an hour. I'll, get dessert at the restaurant.
Right.
So, we have both level 2, that's standard charging, and fast charging. So we do see both. And that's definitely a driver habit.
And I think, and I know I'm picking on Tesla a little bit here, but between LA and here, there is the big ice cream cone. Are you familiar with this?
I am not. Tell me more.
All right. So I think it's Eddie's, but this place, it's in. I'll think of the name of the place shortly, but it's basically a ghost town, right? And they had this, and I've watched this transformation. Now I'm from North Dakota, so it's amazing that I would know this, right? But I drive the LA to Vegas thing often, and 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it was basically a last place to get gas type of thing. It was, at that time, $4.82 a gallon, whatever, and you're like, I'll put 2 gallons in to get me to where I need to go, right? Well, then they put charging stations in, and there was like a dozen, and every time I'd stop there, these things would be full. And the next thing you know, the world's largest candy store is there. They have a 800-degree or Blaze pizza in there. They have sushi there. They have all of this stuff because people have to stay there for a half hour to charge up or whatever it is. So a business is now booming, and they have like 50 charging stations now and a very active fueling station for gas and diesel as well. So it's really amazing how these charging stations have literally transformed that. And I just think for businesses, and I can give you other places too. I think about the co-working space that I used to have here in town, and they had put one in, and then they put another one in, and I believe they are your systems, as a matter of fact.
Love to hear it.
Yes, and they're always used. They're
Yeah.
always used, and those people are always in the co-working space too. So
Yeah.
it really does make an impact.
Yeah, you know, I mean, they're EV charging stations, if they are outside, you know, if you are in a downtown area, this brings more EV drivers to shop at your business. So this is great for the local business, great for communities. And like you mentioned, something like a co-working space, commercial real estate, they love it because you can use this as an employee amenity. So if you have a big corporate tenant, you can say, hey, we can offer your employees chargers. So
Right,
it's great
right.
for everyone.
And I think you have to get past the. I will tell you, I live in North Dakota.
Yeah.
You know, I can count on my. In fact, up until 2 years ago, we had 142 EVs in the state. It's crazy that I know that number, right? But it's just such an uncommon thing. Now we're starting to see a few Teslas pop up because we have some charging stations. And I thought our dealerships, our car dealerships, were really at a disadvantage for this because we didn't have the infrastructure to support EVs, and our car dealerships couldn't even sell the cars because how do you put fuel in these things, right? So anyway, that's a long story. I'm sorry. But
we're here to help that.
Yes, yes. And I just think that whether you love them or hate them as a business, you have to understand that these people who have EVs are your potential customers as well.
Absolutely.
You know, and you can actually maybe even benefit from that a little bit too. So, yeah. Do you see a lot of government installation too?
We do. So actually, Blink, we are one of 3 vendors for the U.S. Postal Service.
Oh, okay.
So if you saw the holiday ad from this year's Postal Service ad, we're in it.
Okay.
So very exciting. Want to name drop that one, but yeah. So we serve government, fleet, commercial real estate, multifamily. We serve them all.
Nice, nice. So, all right, people want to know more information about Blink.
BlinkCharging.com.
Just as simple as that. do you have like a map on your website too of all the different charging stations? Okay.
And so we have our own app. We do have a
that.
station locator, and we do appear on third party. So Google Maps, Apple Maps, we do show up.
Okay, very good. And I guess I have one other question too, real quick. You know, if you're a business, and I suppose maybe it differs by state because I know there are different laws in states. Are you allowed now as a business to kind of sell electricity, or do you sell it
almost
like by the minute?
It's almost all.
Okay.
So I think there's one state left.
Okay.
So, and this just for everyone, in most states, it requires a legislation change to allow businesses to resell energy.
Right.
So now that is allowed in most states, and we've been tracking that, and we help our customers figure out the right pricing plan.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank
it's very,
you.
very interesting.
It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Beth. So check that out, everybody. Blink Charging. If you've been thinking about maybe adding a charging station to your business to support those customers that are coming into your area, maybe even adding one to your home. Blink is great. They've been around since, like Beth said, since the beginning. They're very reliable. I've actually charged on a Blink station many, many times over the course of a few years here. So they're very reliable and wonderful. So anyway, next up, Live Hive. Pascal Brunner will be in-house. And we are, again, at CES 2025. This is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. Functioning on no coffee, Adam.
Why is that? It's readily available right over here.
Well, it's readily available except when I was trying to get to it, so hopefully. Oh, see, Nancy's going to be nice, and I would take a coffee. Just coffee. Plain coffee is great. Just to wake up a little bit here. Okay. Wow. I get service here, Adam. This is great. I should work here more often. Because this doesn't happen in my own office, I'm telling you right now. But we're happy to have everybody here. And it's been a very, very exciting CES this year, I have to tell you. The floor has been packed outside of the first day, and I think a lot of that had to do with the snowstorms across the country and people not getting here. Tomorrow is a little different story. It's going to be probably a little quieter. Although with people getting in late because of weather, that might change it a little bit. But generally speaking, it's a little lighter on the last day. But it's been a very, very busy, very brisk CES this year. Maybe the busiest I've ever seen it. I know yesterday was just wall-to-wall people. And I have a series. We have 40 videos coming out of CES this year, and a couple of them are about the construction of CES, and then, of course, unleashing the masses into how the show is put together and things. So it's a great little, hopefully it'll be a great little thing, and I hope you'll enjoy that when that comes out. Pascal, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
All right. I'm betting we're talking about bees.
All right, Ben.
So it's called Life Hive, and I'll give you a little bit of so Life Hive Innovation Solution fights. How's it pronounced?
Varroa.
What is Varroa?
Varroa is a small parasite. It's 1.6 millimeters in diameter.
Okay.
And it's present in every beehive, and it's the beekeeper's worst nightmare because it causes up to 45% of colonies being lost each year. And so far, beekeepers rely on chemicals to treat. And a lot of them don't like to put chemicals in their hives.
Well, I would imagine. I mean, one of the things with honey, of course, is that it's supposed to be like an all-natural substitute as a sweetener, right?
Exactly.
I am a honey consumer. I will pick honey over anything else.
What's your favorite honey?
There's what, flavors? No.
Yeah. There's like, the nectar they collect is.
Yeah. I mean, I like all forms of honey, but I will tell you, have you ever had a whipped honey before?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that because I love how it melts on toast.
Yeah, that's just fantastic.
Oh my goodness, it's like just get the butter out of here. I just want this whipped honey on the toast. It's just so good.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm a big honey consumer, so I didn't know that there were other. I just buy honey. We have a local
beekeeper.
Collector, and she's been around for a long time, and she must have a lot of. I'm not familiar with the collection of honey. I mean, I understand that there are bees involved, and they have to go out and collect honey, from the hives. But I would have to, you get a jar, right, of honey. I would have to think that takes a long time for a bunch of bees to produce.
It's millions of flights. The bees, they are 1 gram in size, and they collect 10% of their body weight. So it's 0.1 gram they collect with each flight. And sometimes if they need to fly far away, they need to consume some of that to make it back home.
I see.
There's millions of flights in 1 jar of honey.
That's remarkable, and we buy it for $3 or $8 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right? I know it's a little more money than that, but when you think about the work that goes into making that 1 jar of honey, that seems remarkable.
Yeah.
Remarkably reasonably,
Yeah.
So, all right, so Varroa.
Varroa, exactly.
All right, so and this is a little parasite in bees, and yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't want to consume the chemicals either. I'm sure the bees don't want to either. So how are you preventing Varroa from being a part of the bee colony?
Yeah, so the mite has really become a problem in the last 40 years. So it's a relatively new problem, biologically, and when it entered the European and American hives, it becoming a big problem because without any treatment against the parasite, hive dies off within 1 to 2 years. And the way it affects the bees is like the mite attaches to the bee's body and then it bites it, and this bite causes like infections, and then viruses enter the bee's body, and in the end, a bee colony is like 30 to 50,000 individual bees. And if all of those bees are weakened by the parasite, then the whole colony is weakened and don't make it through winter. And this is what causes this colony collapse disease.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And you said like all colonies have this now?
Yeah, all colonies have this, and roughly 1 out of 2 hives does not make it through winter. So this is an enormous economic efforts by the beekeepers who need to recoup their hives, split them, and get new bees in there in order to provide all the pollination that's so much required in our agriculture.
And there's a significant bee shortage now.
Yeah.
I mean, I know. I mean, we talk about it often about how cell phone towers or something is, and I didn't know about this mite, this parasite, that Varroa. I'm really gonna study this now. By the way. That was affecting the colonies as well. I mean, we're talking a significant problem here because of the food. I don't think most people understand the production of food and that relationship between food and bees.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, it's really like estimations, but there's a saying 1 out of 3 bites of food depends on bee pollination.
See, I would say that was probably pretty accurate. It might even be higher than that. You know, I mean, you think about every fruit and vegetable.
Everything is bee pollinated.
Yeah, and then you could take it even farther. So even your proteins, I mean, the foods that they eat to grow was probably pollinated by a bee at some time.
Exactly.
You know, so that's what I mean. That maybe that number would even be higher.
Yeah, and this affects us as a whole society.
Right.
And that's as well like why we stepped in. I grew up in a beekeeping family. We're 4th-generation beekeepers.
Wow.
And we always loved caring for the bees and doing something for nature in our own environment. But then we had the problem with the varroa mites back in Switzerland where we live. And we wanted to get rid of chemical treatments. And this is exactly how we came up with this one. This has a foundation, or this is called a frame, and it has a foundation in it. And in this foundation, we have embedded a heating element. You can probably see it.
Yeah, I can see it there, yeah.
So with this heating element, we can detect when it's the right biological moment to treat. And then we can apply a treatment at 108 degrees Fahrenheit for 3 hours. And this eradicates the offsprings of the mites while keeping the bees safe.
So it doesn't impact the bees, but it kills the mites.
Exactly, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That seems like a pretty practical solution.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, we have put 10 years of development into that.
Okay.
It sounds like a very simple concept, and I think
simple
the concept,
is best, right?
yeah, the concept is simple. Obviously, like, you know, it's always the details that make a product thrive or fail. So we have invested heavily as well, for example, in a problem like, you know, with these mechanics here. This is just like a miniature version of a hive.
Okay.
But one of our biggest challenge was that we need to put reliable contact to the frames, because a beekeeper wants to work the hives. You know, he wants to open up the hive and then take out a hive, check out, oh, queen is here, all right, I'll put it back in. So this needs to work with no cables, with no strings attached, basically.
Okay.
But then, on the other hand, we need to make sure that if a beekeeper puts back the frame, that we have then afterwards a reliable connection again.
Gotcha.
And this is why we've developed, for example, this mechanical feature here that makes sure that it cuts through propolis, it cuts through wax and honey, to make sure that we have, you know, we use tech in a clever way to help the beekeeper. That's our mission. Yeah.
Interesting. I'm going back to your original question about what kind of honey. Were you referring to, like, you know, if
should I give you a little bit of a selection?
Yeah, that'd
all right.
be great.
So I'll start with the most special one is the Manuka honey, which is origin to New Zealand, and this is like a plant that only grows in New Zealand.
Okay.
And the plant has like very antibacterial properties. So if the bees collect the nectar from Manuka and create Manuka honey out of it, then if you eat the Manuka honey, it will have very, very good properties as well for your health.
I see.
Or you could, for example, as well use that honey for wound healing. So there's a lot of people putting honey on their wounds, which will help disinfect their wounds.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is like the most special one. There is the buckwheat honey. There's all kinds of honey.
See, I mean, I'm told all the time with honey that you should, if you have allergy issues, that you should consume local honey because it'll help you combat that as well. Because the pollens that are in the honey that are probably impacting you help fight that a little bit. So I thought that was interesting, and it seems to be true. You know, I don't know. So does it change the flavor too?
Yeah, I mean the flavor can. There's a wide spectrum of flavors in honey. So Manuka is like really strong.
Okay.
Like then there is like, you know, for example, canola honey.
Yeah.
Which is like very whitish. You can. I personally I love canola honey. Then there is as well like chestnut honey, which is as well on the stronger edge.
And the bees are just collecting from those different type of flowers. So if there's an apple orchard nearby,
they go to the apple orchard.
Yeah.
The bees are they go wherever they want. There's like wherever there is food, you'll find bees.
And their nectar is a result of whatever they're collecting. So it'll have a little apple flavor to it or whatever.
Yeah, but yeah.
I just never really thought about that because I've always bought my honey from one producer, and I just never really even. Wow. I don't mean to be shocked by that, but I'm going to be looking for special honeys now, so that's good to know. All right, so, I mean, we're way off topic here, Pascal, but how do we find out more information? How do beekeepers, protect their colonies with your product?
Yeah, so what we've actually done in the past 10 years is we've developed this product. This is the 7th generation of the product that we've developed. And we have as well validated the product scientifically and demonstrated it on large farms in Alberta, Canada. And what we're now doing is we're launching it on Kickstarter by the end of February.
Okay.
So this is really targeting hobbyists, backyard, and new beekeepers.
Okay.
Because with our solution, we help them get rid of the #1 problems they will have, which is the varroa mite treatment.
Gotcha.
And this is covered for them, and then they can focus on the beautiful things of beekeeping, which is the bees and the honey, obviously.
Yeah. Very cool.
And the company is called Lifehive, so you can as well check out more information on our website, lifehive.io.
Okay. Very good. And just look for you on Kickstarter at the end of February.
Exactly,
well.
that's
it.
it.
Cool, yeah, so go out and invest in this, everybody. This is something that really is critical to the human race, so we have to take care of this problem. We have to get our bee population healthy again.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. Appreciate that.
Pascal, appreciate it as well.
Cool.
I love your outfit, by the way.
Hey, thanks.
So is that,
I thought I'd dress up for the show, you know?
Yeah. Is that like an original beekeeper outfit?
Yeah, this is how we go out to our bees.
So I've always seen like the yellow ones, right? I mean, why is there a color preference, or is it fashionable this way?
I think, if you go out to the hives, it's normally very hot summer days, and the sun is just like putting all her rays back down on you. So you try to have something as light as possible. That's why as well this one, we're not selling those ones, but this is very light. It has this mesh on top, which can breathe very nicely. But the bees, if they sting in here, the stinger doesn't make it to your skin, so you're protected well while not sweating too much.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you've been stung once or twice.
Maybe 3 times.
Pascal, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah,
Cheers.
all right, take
Have
care.
a good one.
Yeah, check that out, everybody. Life Hive. Let's get our bees healthy again. That would be great to do. Adam, are you a honey consumer as well?
From time to time.
Time to time. Do you have little in the tea maybe, or?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites too. But I do like that spun honey. Have you ever had that?
I have not.
Oh my goodness, it's like butter. Oh yeah, Nancy's saying peanut butter and honey and toast. That is actually a very, very good thing as well. So yeah, check it out, everybody. Life Hive. CMI Health is next with JC Wren. JC will be making, hopefully, we'll be making here shortly. That's one of the problems with CES, of course, is that there's so many people. People run behind. So it can be challenging. And it's also large, so people get lost if you've never been here before. I have a hard time even trying to get around here, and I've been here for 23 years. And if you're just joining us, this is continuing live coverage from CES 2025. I'm your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, and I'm going into hour 2 of my coverage for you today. I am the host of the Tech Ranch, which is a radio talk show, and evolving into television as well. I guess the older, the fatter, the balder I get, the more I'm on TV, which is wonderful. Right, Adam? Adam, did you see that I got a haircut the other day here?
I heard about it.
Oh my goodness. And the guy, the master barber, came up to me this morning right away, and he's like, "How you liking the do?" I didn't know how to answer. I'm not used to it yet. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had my hair this short in my entire life, so it's kind of weird. But anyway, JC, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Great to have you on the show today. So JC is the Chief Operating Officer of CMI Health. CMI Health is dedicated to providing innovative, convenient, and affordable patient monitoring devices and cloud-based solutions for medical professions and healthcare facilities and consumers at home. And it looks like you have something that I would blow into.
Yes. Yes, thank you for having me here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so CMA Health, we are a 12-year-old company.
Okay.
We specialize in medical devices
for
both over-the-counter home use and professional use, and we're based out of Georgia.
Okay.
So right here we have a solution called Asthma Go, and we won the CES award last year.
Oh, very.
And this year we are. Oh, thank you. And this year we're fully commercialized. We are selling thousands of these devices.
Okay.
So basically, this is a HIPAA compliant, secure solution for asthma patients to be able to better monitor their condition at home.
Okay.
So they can use our free app. And most importantly is the connected the devices. They are over the counter. They're FDA cleared. This is a home spirometer. It's very easy to use. They blow into the device. It measures the peak flow and the FEV1. That's the two key metrics for monitoring asthma condition, lung health.
Okay.
And also we integrate sleep watch in case they have sleep issues, sleep apnea, or fingertip pulse ox to monitor oxygen on the go. So all the device data, they are coming to one place. The app, the patient is very easy to see their history record, manage the trend at home, and also very easy to generate PDF report and share with doctor. So when they go to the doctor visit every 90 days, they'll be able to look at the whole history together, and it helps doctor to make better decisions.
Absolutely, I love this idea. So, all right. So, how does the device work? Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Can you? If you just turn it on and put it like right there, you can kind of see.
Yeah, the device is very simple to use, and it also has a nice display. And what's better, it also gives you voice command.
Okay.
So because one problem like a lot of doctors have is patient at home, they don't know how to do the spirometry test. They didn't do the best effort, and they just lightly blow into the device. It's not, and the data is no good. So we have all the quick guide, the user manual, and in the app. And also the voice command. So if I start the test here.
Put that right up to your mic there.
Oh, okay. It just said, please blow.
Okay.
And I'm just going to do a fake test here.
Yep.
So it also tells you what my peak flow number is.
Yeah.
So in reality, I will take a big breath and blow as hard as possible and then as quickly as possible into the mouthpiece, and then try to empty out my lung in like 6 seconds.
Okay.
So that's pretty hard. Like if you're not
Sure.
familiar with that, so we use this to try to help guide the patient to do the best effort. And also what's better is we show the percentage here that's compare the real tested number to the patient's standardized or the prediction number. That's calculated based on ATS standard, based on your height and weight and the age, all this information.
Okay.
So it will show you, oh, you are 80% of your prediction or 60%, and in the app and also on the device display, also show a color code, so like a green, yellow, red. So it's very easy for the patient to understand, oh, where am I standing, and also with the whole history, they know a baseline of themselves. So that's how this solution can prevent something bad from happening, because when they feeling some tightness, but sometimes it's not necessarily related to asthma, maybe just like anxious or something. But with this, with the testing result, with the number, it will validate, oh, if my number is lower than my normal number, then I know there's something's going on, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So how often should you test with your device?
It kind of depends on the condition of the patient.
Okay.
If it's like a bad season, or if it's for people with severe asthma, people typically do like twice a day. So
Okay.
in the morning and in the evening, and then we also in the app it also show like a variation morning, evening, and a 30-day report.
And is it important to test at about the same time every day? You know, so at 10 a.m. in the morning today and around 10 a.m. tomorrow too, so that the baseline is the same there, or does that not matter a whole lot?
Yes, that'll be better.
Okay.
That'll help create that baseline, and you are familiar with that, and if the number changes, you are the first to know about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Is this available on the market already?
Yes, it's available. So the app is completely free on Apple and Android. All the devices are available on our website, cmihealth.com, and also on Amazon. We have a fantastic Amazon storefront, and customer love our products, and we have really good reviews.
Yeah, I can see how this would be very, very helpful for people who suffer from asthma. So this, you know, anything you can do at home and you know, stop having to go to the doctor for everything, in my opinion, is great. And creating that baseline of information that I would have to think is invaluable to your doctor.
Yes, and and one more very important thing I forgot to mention is the affordability of the devices. On Amazon, it's only $80.
Oh my!
So for patients like out of pocket, it's really affordable, and they can also use their healthcare money, FSA and HSA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So fantastic. So yeah, check them out, everybody. CMI Health and CMIHealth.com.
Yes.
Okay. Check out their Amazon store. This device is absolutely wonderful. So JC, thank you for being on the show today. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Take care.
Take care.
Again, check it out, CMIHealth.com. And if you know somebody who has asthma, if you're an asthma sufferer yourself, this is a great way to maybe help you monitor your asthma conditions at home. It's quite remarkable, like most things that are showing up here again today. If you're just joining us, this is Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek. I'm the host of the Tech Ranch, and just helping out here at CES Live. I don't know if I'm just helping out anymore, though, Adam. I feel like I'm part of the team here now, which is kind of cool.
You most definitely are part of the team. We love you here.
It's I don't know if you feel this way, Adam, but Alice and I were just talking about it, since Alice is now taking Nancy's spot for a second. And it's almost like a family reunion for us to come back here every year.
It is.
You know, one thing we need to do different, though, just thinking for next year, we should, because usually at the end of the time, we all get together, we have like a little wrap-up party or whatever. We should have a little get-together beforehand. Because the challenge is that when we all get here, we're busy and we're trying to do stuff, and we're all trying to catch up with each other at the same time. And it kind of gets in the way of maybe getting our job done a little bit, you know, while we're here. So I thought we should have a catch-up session before CES actually starts.
That sounds like a good idea.
I'm just throwing that out there. It'd be one more day for us to come in here a little earlier, I guess, but that's okay. I think it would be good. All right, next up we have Mike Baker with Formlabs. I just walked by their booth just a second ago. He brings a helmet. Oh, he's got other stuff in it. Do I need to wear this, Mike, for... I figured that was part of the deal, is that if he's going to be on the show, I have to wear protection here, I guess. Not that kind of protection. But anyway, Mike Baker, Head of Communications. I've actually had the pleasure of visiting with Mike. He might not remember this. A couple years ago, I actually interviewed you here. And but of course, Formlabs is a leader in professional 3D printing. If you're looking for the best in 3D printers, you want to go to Formlabs. So they make absolutely amazing printers. Thanks for being here.
That. Of course, happy to be here.
Thanks for seeing me. This is fantastic. So what do you got for me today?
I got a few different goodies. So we have two main product lines, SLA, which is resin printing, and SLS, which is nylon powder-based printing.
So I have to stop you right there.
Please.
Most people, when they think of 3D printing, they think of filament.
They
so I think you have to explain to everybody what these two things
I'll
are.
happily do that. Yeah,
Okay.
so filament FDM printing is definitely a common process on the hobbyist side as well as the professional side, but we focus on, I'll start with resin printing. So the difference is it starts with a liquid vat of resin, different materials like elastic properties or ceramic type properties, and it cures it with light. So it hardens it layer by layer, and you build up something like this helmet, one single layer at a time, and you end up with a prototype or an end-use part or something fun that you want to print.
Yeah. And I know you're going to explain more here in a second. Did you really print this?
Of course, yeah. Print
all
in place.
All in one piece.
One single print comes just like that. You can latch it, in the detail in there. It's pretty incredible. It's the
I don't
future's
mean
here.
to be rolling my eyes, everybody, but this is stunning.
Yeah.
And if you're not into 3D printing, this would not impress you. If you're into 3D printing, Mike, you need to show that off.
Yeah,
That's
it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
So yeah, happy to answer any questions. But
okay, well, I mean, you can. It's your show.
Yeah.
For a few minutes, so you go right ahead.
Sure. So I started talking about the SLA, the
Yep.
resin printing process, and definitely happy to go into that. But this one caught your eye. So this is a totally different type of process. This starts with a nylon powder, and so it's just like kind of like an archaeological dig. You have a big build volume filled with powder, and then laser sinters or melts exactly where you want to do it to form products like this crazy thing here, which is a demonstration of the ability that you can do with SLS. So it has incredible detail, threads that actually work, and the beauty of this is there's no supports. It comes out of the printer. You just kind of sift off some of that excess powder, and you're left with amazing, durable, functional prototypes or end-use parts.
The fact that this has moving hinges, locks, the whole bit is unbelievable. This would normally, well, I mean, there's, in a traditional 3D printer sense, I'm guessing at least 6 different prints in there, and then you'd have to assemble it, and good luck with that.
Yep, that's a lot of fun. You know, you'll probably be figuring it out, trying to get it to work, but nope, this comes right out of the print bed just like that. You can do amazing stuff with it.
That's, well, I said it 100 times already today. That's remarkable.
Yeah.
That's got to be my new tagline,
That's
I think.
remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, CS is filled with remarkable things.
It really
for
is.
Sure.
It really is. All right, what do you got here?
So this I thought I would show kind of inside. So this year we launched the 4th generation of our SLA, our resin line, so the Form 4 and the 4L, and it was a total different direction than we'd done before. So as I mentioned for the SLS, it's sintered with a single laser. That was historically how we did the resin as well. Like a single spot laser would harden each part at a time. The benefit of that is incredible detail, incredibly precise parts. We work with dentists, we work with people who need incredibly precise parts. But the trade-off is speed, right? So a laser can only move so fast, it can only cure a spot at a time. And so prints, can take 10 or 12 hours, you get an amazing part, but that doesn't necessarily move with the speed of business for people who actually want to iterate each day or are trying to do serial production. So we totally redesigned the internal optic engines of our printers, and we use an LCD. And so a light source comes up, it's got this amazing texture here to really, direct the light in incredible ways, and it cures an entire layer at once. So no matter if you're doing a small part or a big part, it takes the same amount of time to cure that. So it's 5 times faster than our previous model, which means that what we're hearing from our customers is it changes the way they design their products, because they can actually iterate once, twice a day and do a whole new iteration the next day. And so they're rapidly going through something like this, which is you put it on your head for a little bit. This is a black diamond helmet, so like a climbing helmet. And this, a very interesting design. Black Diamond is known for their really ergonomic and comfortable designs. This is probably the 30th iteration that they went through.
Okay.
And so this is the final prototype before they went to production. The actual helmet is traditionally manufactured, but because they're able to try so many prototypes and get through so many iterations, they can come up with these amazing designs. They can get users to give feedback. They can improve every small detail and end up with a part that people really love.
Well, and just the cost of R&D and something like this, right? I mean, 30 iterations in an old-fashioned sense would have cost I mean, it's hard to imagine actually what that would cost.
Thousands of dollars, but I think the more important thing is the time that it takes, right? So every design that you're locked into, you need to come up with custom tooling or outsource it, and it just slows you down, and ultimately it means that you're not bringing the best product to market because you're kind of like, we got to call it, we got to ship this product, we're on a deadline. If you're able to prototype things, through additive manufacturing instead of subtractive, you can do as many as you want. Right?
Well, and you think about the, I mean, your time thing is just spot on. You can design something, and then I'm just thinking about my work day. This is what I do with 3D printing, by the way. At the end of the day, I'll be all right. I'm going to send the job now. And when I show up in the morning, at least I can look at what I created, right?
Yep.
So that's what I do. And imagine that you would leave work with your helmet design. When you show up tomorrow morning, that design is now done.
Yep.
And your team now can evaluate and say, hey, you know what? We need to put a little bit more here. We need to take away a little more there. Or you whatever you're doing with it, right?
Yep.
And then you do it all over again until you get it where you need it to be. And over the course of 30 days, you've printed 30 helmets.
Exactly.
It's remarkable.
It really changes the way people design, and it's so exciting for me to be at CES because there are hundreds, if not thousands, of companies here who actually use Formlabs 3D printing in their process, and so I can see the results of that. I can see people who are so proud. They bring their products to me and say, come by the booth, and they say, I was able to design this because of Formlabs technology. And so that's how I think about it, right, is that every product has a story, a design, an R&D phase, and Formlabs, we're so excited to be able to either open that up to a company that might be just starting out and they don't have the ability to do a custom manufacturing line or build it up, or a company that has is already selling lots of products and they want to like Black Diamond, bring the best product to market. They're known. OXO, who makes kitchenwares, people who are really known for their design, they care a lot about the design process and the ability to iterate really quickly.
We do a lot of 3D printed items with Formlabs too.
Sure.
And we have some stuff. I have another company that you might be familiar with, National Day Calendar.
Okay. Yep.
With of course we started Pizza Day and Coffee Day and all those things, right?
Yep.
And we have a slogan called "Celebrate Every Day," and we print these things personalized for people. So we'll put your name across this, Mike. Then underneath it, it says "Celebrate Every Day." And the only way you can do that, in my opinion, in a cost-effective way, is to 3D print it.
Yep.
And they're beautiful.
Yep.
They're beautiful when they come off the printer, and it actually allows us to have another revenue stream that we would never even allow ourselves or have the opportunity to do before. And actually allows us to have that revenue stream, and also allows it because we sell it for $29.99.
Yep.
How in the world could you do that?
You can't without additive.
No.
Yeah. For me, it's like really feels like this pendulum shifting back, right? Everything's mass manufactured, made to be designed, and manufactured by the million.
Yep.
And that's great. It keeps costs low for parts that you're making a lot of, but it's not one of one. It doesn't have that customization.
Yeah.
In CES, you walk around and you see lots of customization, lots of one of ones.
It's like the creatives have kind of come back into play here a little bit. So yeah, it's very, very cool. Well, anything else that we want to talk about before we send you on your way?
I don't think so. I mean, really excited about this, the 4th generation.
So this is nice, by the way. And the reason, I'm thinking on my side, if it basically prints 5 times faster, right?
Yep.
So then you're at the choice, right? Do I buy 5 of this? Do you buy, because if you're doing some production with it, or now I can just buy 1?
Yep, and you can get that. I mean, what we're hearing is actually people who are like, I'm the bottleneck. My design skills are the bottleneck. I'm not sitting there waiting for the printer to spit it out.
Yep.
It's ready. It's kind of like forcing me as a designer to improve and increase the speed of my design. And so it's really changing a lot of how people think about the design process. They're like, how can I keep up with this? I'm not waiting for my printer to be done. The printer is ready. The part's ready for me to iterate the next version.
Yeah, I love it. So, all right, Mike.
Cool.
It's good seeing you again.
Thanks so much.
And formlabs.com.
Formlabs.com. Visit.
Go check them out, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Check out all the new stuff. They always have great ideas all the time, right? And I highly recommend anybody who's an entrepreneur to go check out Formlabs, because you will get the creative bug. I guarantee you. You'll probably be able to create things that you've never thought of that you could sell and make a couple dollars on. And even in the home or in your business to replace parts and all these other things. You'd be surprised at how many things I have on my own desk that have been 3D printed. And there are a lot of birds in the world that love me because I 3D print birdhouses. Alice is shaking her head. Nancy's smiling. Alice is like, if he prints one more 3D printed birdhouse. I've printed one or two. There's no doubt about it. All right. Now they're laughing about it. Next up, we have Ohm. Ohm will be here with Akshita Iyer. And then after that, we have January AI. Oh, this is January AI. All right, so we have January AI first. Adam, you probably showed me 100 times how the screen works here, and I still have it backwards, so what can I say? But I have coffee now, and I think it's cooled down enough to drink. Okay, I was wrong. It's not quite cool enough yet, but I'm still drinking some anyway. And we want to welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, this is our continuing coverage of CES 2025. This is CES Live. We are high atop the broadcast tower here at CES 2025 at the Venetian Sands Convention Center. And Adam is at the board. Nancy and Alice are over there making sure our guests are comfortable and getting here in a timely manner. Adam, you put a lot of work in over the last few days. Thank you for that.
Not a problem. I enjoy it.
I'm glad. I guess you wouldn't be here if you didn't, right?
Right.
And next up, we have Noshin with January AI. And I bet you I'm going to get some information from Noshin?
Nushin.
Nushin.
Yes.
Thank you, Nushin. Tell me a little bit about January AI.
January AI, as it says in the name, is an AI company, precision health company.
Okay.
It innovates at the cross-section of AI, science, and medicine. And it specifically predicts your next glucose level.
Oh, okay.
So you're used to ChatGPT predicting your next word, or and this is predicting your next glucose. So it's based on 7 years of research. We've been published extensively, and most recently in NPJ Digital Medicine for our predictions. We're the only glucose prediction that is understands all macros, not just carbs, and we have 54 million items in our database, so you're sure to find what you're looking for. And also, we have combined our predictive technologies with LLMs and vision models, where you can just simply take a picture of a food and get the macros and get your blood sugar response. Most recently, we have done that without sensors, so without having to wear expensive or invasive continuous glucose monitors or having to wear smartwatches. So it's quite innovative, and we have received an innovation award from CES this year, and we were recently just in Wall Street Journal for tech that can change your life in 2025.
Well, congratulations on all of that.
Thank you.
And thank you for what you're doing. This is, again, another remarkable thing here coming out of CES. So I'm assuming, and if I'm wrong, you just tell me, that's okay, that you have to have some type of baseline for the person first, right? Or does that not really matter?
So we are on version 3 of our product.
Okay.
Version 1 of the product worked with continuous glucose monitors and smartwatches, and we spent a period of time. Essentially, we were essentially predicting your glucose while you were wearing a continuous glucose monitor. Next, our second product essentially established a baseline while you were wearing a continuous glucose monitor, and then you removed it, and it still could predict for you. And then we took it to the next level, and we could actually draw glucose curves for you, just as if you would get from a continuous glucose monitor. And then the next stage, our version 3, we essentially had enough data points to be able to then produce a probabilistic model where, with no sensors, no smartwatch, no continuous glucose monitor, we're able to give you a directionally correct prediction of your glucose based on your demographics, your age, your gender, your height, weight, BMI, disease state, ethnicity, etc.
So you have all that in a profile,
Mm-hmm.
and then, don't laugh. I always tell people my body's built on bagels. So I do, or at least at one time in my life, consumed a lot of bagels. Maybe not so much anymore, but I did have one today. It was delicious.
22 grams of protein.
Is there 22 grams of protein in a bagel?
I've been to food shows where they have, there is a bagel that has 22 grams of protein, but that's rare.
I'm guessing the bagels here were not 22 grams of protein.
No way.
Yeah. So I put a little cream cheese on it, so I would take a picture of that, and then it would predict.
Yes, it will figure out how much cream cheese you have on it. It figures out the size of the bagel, and it will predict to you, for you, that it has, 400 calories or so many proteins and so much fiber, so much fat, saturated fat, sodium, etc. And also give you a predictive glucose curve.
Okay, so give me a real life scenario here now. So I have diabetes, right?
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have to.
No.
You don't have to. Our entire science has been built on healthy prediabetes and diabetes with no insulin use. So type 2 diabetes, where it's not advanced enough to use insulin. So non-insulin. So out of the 134 million people that have diabetes and prediabetes, only 8 million of them use insulin. So another, 128 million people can use this without a worry. So a real use case is you're out with your family at Cheesecake Factory and you want to figure out what to eat. You open up the app and you can go to Cheesecake Factory, find the restaurant you're sitting at, and look at the little mini curves for every menu item that is on your menu to quickly see, red, yellow, green, which ones are worth eating if you care. It may be a day you want to really splurge and you don't really care, but it may be that you eating there frequently enough that you want to mostly stay in the green. If that's the case, you're able to see the blood sugar response. You also have a little toggle. You can see how much protein, fat, sugar it has, and you can you can also compare items. You can decide what to eat. So a real use case, you want to bake a cake over the weekend for your kid who has a birthday. You're looking for a recipe that doesn't spike your blood sugar. You can go and look for recipes. We have millions of recipes. We have 54 million items in our database, but of course we have unlimited, infinite number with the pictures that people would take. So you can plan, be mindful about getting the right recipe, planning to eat the right thing, or in the moment, you're at a friend's birthday and there's a big buffet and you've grabbed a bunch of things from the buffet. Just take a picture of your plate and it tells you, you've got 1,800 calories in front of you. You can decide, okay, maybe a little bit less on this pasta, a little bit less on the mac and cheese, a little bit less on the bread, a little bit more on the protein. So it helps you make decisions in the moment. It also helps you make decisions ahead of eating. I myself, sometimes when I know I'm going to have a big restaurant visit with a bunch of friends, if I haven't been there before, if I've been there, take a look at the menu and I plan ahead when I'm rational and I'm not hungry. And I think, this combination will make sense for me. I'll eat this. Or if people order this, I'll share this. And it's all little trade-offs we make with ourselves. But we do need to be informed, and we do need to understand. We are very poor at estimating calories ourselves. So when we have all this AI around us, where we have vision model and language model names this stuff, tells you I got it, I know what you're having. Last night I did it at the restaurant at the Wynn. I was having chicken parmesan and definitely wasn't going to eat the cheese, but I just wanted to know. So I took a picture, sure enough, chicken parmesan with spaghetti, and I decided, okay, I'm just going to move the cheese aside, eat a little bit of chicken. It was already breaded, so I couldn't really not eat the breaded part because it was pretty... it wasn't the healthiest to get, but unfortunately, it was 11 p.m., which I never, ever, ever, ever eat at 11 p.m. I had just flown in. I had just flown in and needed a quick bite, and it was a friend's birthday, so it all kind of... but yes, I try to keep those indiscretions to a few a year.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and January AI is an app that we can put on our phones right now?
Yes, you can. Okay. You can just download January AI. Okay. This is ready for barcode, but if I don't want to have barcode, here I can just go look for any food that I want. I can search for anything that I'm looking for. What did you have for lunch?
I haven't had lunch yet.
You haven't had lunch. Oh, okay.
Oh, no. I had the salad in the media room today. So
do you know what kind of salad it was?
It was like it was a chopped salad. It had some over the. Yeah, there was a lot of little things.
There was a lot of little things on there. But if I just went in and did a quick describe, for example, if I just said I had a chopped salad, and not even with a whole lot of details, let's see, it will bring a typical chopped salad for me, which is 531 calories. It's decided this based on a bunch of things. But salads should have very low blood sugar.
Okay.
But of course the carbs are, if you've got a little corn and a little bit this, a little bit of that, especially the big culprit is like balsamic vinegar, right? That's just shoots your blood sugar really up.
Okay.
People think of vinegar as something very, very healthy.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're telling me this, actually.
Yes, indeed.
I'm stunned at that, actually. Most people pick vinegar because it's supposed to be good for you.
Yes, because they're thinking of apple cider vinegar or something like that. But
gotcha.
Balsamic vinegar, or I always recommend people eat, for example, fresh fruit instead of dried fruit. Dried fruit is super concentrated.
Right.
But it takes a bit of just a little bit of retraining your palate, just a little bit of patience. Eat that fiber first, get your veggies in, get your protein in. If you need to have a little bit of sugar, great. But bagel is all sugar. So bagel hits your tongue, and your body thinks of it as sugar.
Like I told you, built by bagel right here. So
No.
It's funny. I always suspected. I didn't know. And about a year and a half ago, I was visiting with a doctor one time, and I'm about ready to grab a bagel, and he's like, "You eat bagels?" Like I eat them all the time.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that something as innocent as a bagel, and that was my problem. I just, it's a wheat product. I live in North Dakota. It grows all around me. Why would I not think this is not healthy for you?
Absolutely. I've had people tell me that they have just been diagnosed with diabetes, and I ask them, what are you eating for breakfast? And they tell me orange juice, toast, and I say orange juice is one of the highest glycemic index products, and they say, but it's fresh squeezed.
Right.
And I'm thinking, yes, but it's still very high glycemic.
Yeah.
So I think the amount of nutritional education that we all get as humans is pretty low, regardless of degrees that we have. The person I just told you has a master's degree, is a very big executive at a very large company. And so he's well-read and all that. He just doesn't know. He thinks that he's eating very healthy because he's having his toast and his juice.
Right.
So personally, I wouldn't have juice without, I usually put protein powder, collagen fiber powders into my juice. That's how I drink juice, if I drink juice. And I drink juice if I can get it fresh squeezed, beet juice or something with high antioxidants, only if I can moderate it with a bunch of protein and fiber at the same time. I might even eat eggs with it, or smoked salmon and avocado, just have enough fat and protein to really mitigate that blood sugar spike.
Well, I have to kick you out of here now.
Okay,
so,
it's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure visiting with you as well. I wish we could talk longer, and maybe I'll invite you to my radio show sometime. So
Please
we can do that.
And how about some seed bread, Ezekiel? Like seed bread,
seed bread. Yeah,
instead of bagel.
All right.
Great to meet you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Check it out, everybody. January AI. I think that this is a great way if you need a little nutritional education. Obviously, that will help you, and it'll help you make better choices. When you're eating out or at home, I think it's great. I agree. I think that we have a nutritional divide in our country, and I just assumed I was eating okay too, and I've been working on changing that a little bit myself. Next up, we have OME. O-M-E is the name of the company. Akshita Iyer is our guest, and Akshita will be joining us here shortly, making the way up the tower. Check out my coffee is okay. Oh, I think Akshita was there and now not. Okay, all right. CES happened again. Here we go. All right, Akshita is here. My coffee is now at a temperature I can tolerate, which is good. Feels good to drink a little coffee and get a little caffeinated going on here, waking back up a little bit. Welcome to our continuing coverage of CES 2025. I am your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. I am the host of the Tech Ranch, which is a tech talk show that is broadcast across the country. We also do some television as well, more and more of that all the time as well. Also the founder of National Day Calendar, which is what most people know me for, but not at this show. I've been coming to the show for a lot of years, and a lot of people just know me as a tech guy, which is okay with me. So Ohm is up next. Ohm is a technology company that builds smart solutions for safer homes, founded with a mission of enhancing kitchen safety first. The company's flagship product is Ohm Smart Knob, a proprietary retrofit device that turns any gas or electric stove into a smart appliance in minutes simply by replacing its existing knobs. And it's Akshita?
Yes.
Oh. I usually am wrong 100%, well, 98% of the time, but I'm glad I got that right. That's great. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Yeah, and I like any time that you can take existing things in the house and transform them into something amazing and bring things into the 21st century, right? And it looks like you have created something to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been doing that in the smart home for almost a decade now, retrofitting door locks, doorbells, and thermostats.
Yeah.
And I found a part of the home that wasn't as up to date on technology.
Yeah. Well, I can see that actually, and you're right. The knobs on our stoves, and people don't tend to replace those very often either, do they? I'm not talking the knobs on the stoves. I'm talking about the stoves themselves. You know, especially people maybe my age and older. I mean, I still talk about the freezer we have in our garage that's from the 1950s, for goodness sakes. You know, I think it's probably an energy hog, and we still use it. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing about your home appliances is that they last 10, 15, 20 plus years. It's a major purchasing decision, so it takes a long time for technology to get built in because you have to wait for everyone to need a new appliance, right?
Yeah. So explain to me how this works.
Yeah. So at Ohm, as you already mentioned.
So put that right here so we get a better shot with the camera.
Yeah. Okay. So we've built the only retrofit smart knob that can turn any standard gas or electric stove into a smart appliance by just replacing the knob. Okay. So you pull your knob off, you put our knob on, all DIY to install. You don't need a professional installer to do it. And you use your knob like you do every day. So you push, you turn. The only difference is that our knob connects to Wi-Fi. It's got a built-in motor, so it can automatically and proactively control each burner based on what's happening in your kitchen.
So if you have both an electric or a gas, it doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. Okay. Works on both electric and gas stovetops and ranges.
Okay. Perfect. All right, keep going.
And first and foremost, we're solving for the #1 cause of house fires, which is people leaving the stove on. I actually started the company because my own mom left the stove on by accident one too many times and started a kitchen fire, and realized that we don't really have solutions for your most used cooking appliance, which is your stove, that can solve for this problem. $1 billion in property damage every year. So I thought, how hard can it be to build a smart device that can control the burners?
Let me guess, it was difficult.
It was a little harder than I thought, but I think that's the only way to become an entrepreneur is just to be a little ignorant and just kind of figure it out as you go.
Yeah, very impressive, actually. So, okay, so you leave this burner on your stove. Does it just automatically turn it off after a while, or are you at work and you're like, oh my goodness, I left it on. Can I, instead of having to run home to turn it off, can I just turn it off?
You can do both. So we have an automatic shutoff that will turn the burner off after a certain period of time if the setting is not changed. You can adjust that automatic shutoff timer based on your cooking habits. So if you know that typically you're cooking no longer than 30 minutes, you can just set that automatic shutoff for 30 minutes and it'll automatically turn off. If you do leave the house and you have that moment of panic, we all do, whether it's your garage door, your security system, or your stove, you can also go into our app and check to make sure the burners are off. And if they are not off before that automatic shutoff timer expires, you can also turn your burners off remotely.
What is the typical time that a person uses their stove? Is it usually like that 30-minute space, or?
So it's on average, cooking sessions tend to be between 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
However, You're typically not leaving the burner on a certain setting for more than 5 or 10 minutes. Usually when you do that, it's because you're simmering something for a while, maybe making rice or pasta. And the way that we account for that is you can actually set a cooking timer. And so if you know your rice is going to take 12 minutes, you can actually set a timer either through our app or through Alexa, and then the burner will just shut itself off after that.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, and the beauty of that is how many times have you gotten distracted for an extra few minutes and
All
you
the
burn
time.
something?
Yeah.
Right? So you can actually set that timer, which will override any automatic shut-off timer. So let's say you have to slow cook something for 3 hours. Set a 3-hour timer, and then it'll automatically shut off after that.
I was just thinking to myself, like, you know, the special instances like Thanksgiving where the 30-minute thing wouldn't probably work. So you can just override it anytime you want to. Set it for that's very clever.
Yep.
So okay, cool. And are these available now?
Yeah, so you can actually buy them on our website, ohmkitchen.com.
Okay.
And then we are actually now expanding beyond direct-to-consumer to multi-unit buildings, senior living. So we're here as part of H-Tech Atlanta, which is basically a consortium of Atlanta-based companies building solutions for older adults. As you can imagine, our primary customer tend to be middle-aged adults who have young kids at home and who have aging family members. And aging in place is becoming a huge priority. You know, aging at home, being able to retain that independence. And so we found an additional market we've expanded into, which is senior living, independent living. Cooking is usually one of the first things to go just because of the hazards of your stoves. And so, yeah, we're now selling through there too.
Very nice, very nice. And okay, I was just seeing the gas connection right there. So
this is what your gas connection looks like behind the stove, but our knob is only attaching to the shaft. And so the knob is comprised of 2 components. The knob bottom, which is the core of the technology, a custom motor and an adapter that clamps down onto the stove shaft, and then all the electronics are in here. And so this has a position sensor, Wi-Fi chip, a battery, and so all you have to do to recharge it about once a quarter is take the knob top off and then plug it into a USB-C cable, and then yeah, you're good to go.
It looks pretty easy to do, actually.
Yeah, and actually I'm gonna...
I like the light part of it, too. Can you change the lights a little bit?
So the lights are based on your stove settings.
Okay.
Yeah, so you calibrate it so that we know and the knob knows where off, high, medium, and low are.
Gotcha.
And I'm just actually going to rotate it here, and you'll see it rotate in a second.
That is real cool.
Yeah, and so the lights or the LEDs mimic the burner settings. So low is yellow, medium is orange, and then high is red.
Okay, okay. And what do you sell them like in sets of 4? How does that work?
We sell them in packs, so you can buy one, or you can buy 1, 2, 3, just as a 1-pack, or you can do a 4-pack plus more. So typically, if you're buying a full set, you have 4 or 5 burners. So you would buy a 4-pack and then plus however many extra burners you have. The reason we do the 1-packs is because we found that generally the younger demographic of our customer base only uses 1 or 2 burners the most, and they just want to try it.
Sure.
And so we're trying to lower that threshold as much as possible just to get into your home, right? Just try us out, and then what we find is typically people come back and they want everything to look the same, and so they end up buying the rest. But we do sell them in packs.
We have run into a couple of smaller like stoves and things at the show this year.
Yeah.
And even the world's smallest dishwasher.
Oh,
right?
wow, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's just kind of cool. And I was just thinking to myself, this would be kind of a neat add-on on those too, because you have these people who are minimalists or whatever that have just small stoves that only have 1 knob on their stove or whatever.
That actually happens a lot in like hotel extended stays.
Oh, sure.
And so those are all markets that we're looking at down the road, but none of them are smart, so we've got an opportunity.
Yeah, very cool. And you can get them at
ohmkitchen.com.
Okay, ohmkitchen.com. Available on Amazon and things as well.
So we have not expanded into Amazon just yet, but just on our website. We want to control that customer journey, that experience. We actually offer a free installation call for every customer who buys a knob, so we can walk you through installation, make sure everything is set up. So once we kind of get past these next few months, we'll look at expanding into other.
Well, congratulations on your journey here. This had to be, it's amazing that you have this idea and you took it to fruition, and I love it. So
thank
good luck,
you.
and I'd love to have you. I'll reach out. I'd love to have you on our radio show sometime. This would be fun to talk about as well. So
yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thanks, Ashita. Check that out, ohmkitchen.com. Am I right? Ohm Kitchen? Okay, ohmkitchen.com. Go check that out. It's very, very clever, and there's a lot of uses here. I could see, for myself, not that I cook a lot, but then that's the problem. I don't cook a lot. Alice actually does most of the cooking, but I could see myself burning water, actually. So having that timer, I thought that was clever. That timer on, we set it for 12 minutes. Adam, do you cook at all?
From time to time.
Yeah. Are you like me and you boil or you burn water as well, or?
I'm okay at cooking.
Okay. But you could see yourself. I mean, what do you think of that timer idea? You could set it for 12 minutes. I mean, if you're cooking something for 12 minutes, and at 12 minutes, the dial just turns itself off.
Yeah.
It's clever.
I'm thinking about getting some of those.
Yeah. I was very impressed with that. So, I don't know. All right. Next up is, I don't know, I'm feeling a little lazy today, if that's even a word. Oh, and somebody that comes up, showing up with some excitement here. Swip Sarl is the name of the company. Raphael will be joining us here shortly. And he's bringing a lot of cool stuff here, too. Maybe I'm going to get some freebies here. Hello, Raphael.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Marlo. Good to meet you. They'll get you all set up in there. In fact, you can put your stuff right here.
Yeah, we'll try to do something smart. I don't know what they can really show or not.
All right. I guess this is an assembly type of scenario, so we'll let Raphael get all set up here, and we'll get some housekeeping business out of the way. You are watching continuing coverage of CES 2025 right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I am your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, with the Tech Ranch, and coming to you with the Tech Podcast Network. And let's see, we're high atop the tower here at the Venetian Sands, and we're in day 3 of coverage, and it's probably starting to show a little bit because we're all a little tired, maybe a little goofy. We've done an enormous amount of interviews this year. It's been very, very good. And Swip Sarl, is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
True.
Wow. I should be tired more often because I've been spot on today with names. So, Raphael, this looks really intriguing here. So, what are we going to be talking about?
Yeah, that's a great question. So my name is Raphael. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm also a father. I have a little boy of 7 years old, and I'm struggling with something. It's keeping my son occupied. We are working a lot, and today families are all working a lot, daddy and mommy. So you come back at home, and you have to cook fresh meal. You have to take the laundry. You have to keep your kids occupied, so you turn on the TV. So it's so easy. It's accessible, or you have phone and tablets. And I've done the same, so I know what I'm talking about. And then I thought, okay, maybe we can try to do something else, because I've seen my son becoming a bit more aggressive or stressed or a lot of different diseases. It was hard to get him sleeping, and I just tried to find something interesting, and I've done a lot of study to see what could help children to get away from screen and what's the consequence of screen. So the consequence of screen is overweight, stress, anxiety, hyperactivity. Hyperactivity was not existing 30 years ago. Why? So I just imagine a new game console. Okay, you will tell me, you see here, it seems not to be a game console. Yes, it is. It's a screen-free game console.
Okay.
Yeah. And the concept is to keep your kids active, being completely autonomous on the way they manage products. So we have a connected mat, where they just have, by simple pressure, control the device. We have a jumping system in the center, which is a rotating rod, which is turning, and then they can control the pace, they can control the speed, they can control the direction of the road, and just start to develop their mobility, dexterity, and they have fun. I mean, we have a mat with color, with numbers. It's nice, it's moving, it's interactive, so it's fun. But then I thought also there are children that will be bored, so I integrate some what we call cognitive mini game, which inserts some mathematics that you have to do at the same time that you have to avoid the road. It's increase the difficulty, but it also allows you to think and to do two things at the same time. It's multitasking experience. So it keeps interested into the activities, and it develops well the skills of children. And then again, they will be bored. And so we created interactive content. And every additional games that we have on the console, it's always a new mat design on the topic you have on the book. So it's a book. It's not new. No, it's not new. But in the book, you have to read. So we start to put slowly some education on the concept. But in the education, you have an adventure, which is a nice adventure, well designed, with, of course, the support of AI. Nice. And you have then a nice story that allows children to be immersed. So you have a nice design on the mat, you have a nice design on the story, and then along the story you have challenges. So you have to go back on the mat, still avoid the road, and do some activities which are matching the story we have in the book. And so it allows children to continue like we have on standard gaming, to continue the adventure, to go further, and so on and so on. And then to conclude it, to give a full solution to help children to grow better, we have some nice education about the topics we are talking about in the book. And today we are still making a lot of books. We are in a world where imagination is limitless, and still after a century we are still producing books. So our concepts don't have absolute limit. We can produce any kind of type of game. We have already one game on planet, one game on a mountain and different summits across the world. And we have today several companies or several schools that are contacting us to create new games about specific topic. The only consistent rule from the product is to avoid the road, so to have physical activities as well as a cognitive function activated. But then you can do whatever you want, and without any screen. That's shortly my concept.
You may have to work on getting your 5-minute pitch down to a minute.
Yeah, sure.
To get on Shark Tank, you know. So, all right, so this is great. I'm a space geek, by the way.
Okay.
So I'm seeing all this space stuff here. You know, the mat here with the lunar stuff. I'm just going to move this way a little bit, if that's okay. Can I pick that up or not?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So it's
Oh,
look,
I see. We
yeah,
have
it's
quite a bit here.
Everything is integrated.
I see.
It's
okay.
1.5 meter on 1.5 meter. Sorry, I do not know the measure in
1.5 meter. That would be about 2 feet. Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you.
No, excuse me, 5 feet.
Okay.
Because a meter is about 39 inches, which is a little over a yard here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
So you said 1.5, so it'll be about 5 feet. Yeah. All right, so then this guy goes up like this.
A bit less.
Oh, okay.
So it goes up to 50 centimeter at the end. So it allows children to go up the road or down the road.
Okay.
So that's why they're working also flexibility. Sometimes you have to go up, sometimes you have to go down.
Okay.
So you really have to move in every direction. It can change the direction as well. And when you begin, you have to control it. So they can choose whatever they want to do. But then after, when you play some games, we have decided, we have parameters the games, so they have to follow the instruction. We have parameters. So we can really increase the difficulty, and they don't know what would happen in the next step.
Okay.
They will have to discover it. They will have to react, to be concentrated on everything. So you imagine, we spoke about hyperactivity. It's something that could be not solved, but improved when you really let the mind of children being occupied by something that allow them to be really focused. And here, you always have to focus. Otherwise, you lose.
Yep.
You always have to react, to look at the light, the bar, and everything at the same time. You still move, and then you will be tired. And then you will go to sleep quite easily. So I just try to give a nice solution to help children to grow better. So, of course, it can help to a lot of disease. But at the end, it's just a nice alternative, affordable alternative to help children to have fun in a good way. It will help parents as well to have no culpability to give a lot of screen because they have a nice alternative. The product is on battery, could be used outdoor as well. It's waterproof, water resistant. It's anti-slip to play on the wooden floor or a stone floor, whatever you want to do. I think it's well Swiss designed, well thought, a lot of safety measure to avoid any risk of accident. I mean, like, you can just check. It goes out pretty easily as well. We have an accelerometer that just tells us when you have a little shock to stop it directly. So we take care of even little children. So
they coordinate with the books.
Yeah.
So what's the other mat here with the
That's a planet, exactly.
Okay.
That's matching the book you have just there. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Here.
Okay.
So
you have different mats for the different books and that type of thing. So when you get, does it come as you have an initial kit?
Exactly.
And then you have add-ons after the fact.
I should not mention a competition, but Nintendo always sell one console wins one game.
Right.
Because you have to discover the concept. That's the same. You have the console, and here the starting pack will be with the Ruins of Atlantis.
Okay.
Then you have a mat, and you have a SD card, which is the cartridge, basically. And so you can discover the full concept until the end, and then come by and purchase more.
All right.
Yeah, good.
I love it.
Thank you.
So how do we find out more information?
Let's go on www.spinandplay.com, and then you will fill all the information, all the next book coming. We will be on the market in about a few months, in June this summer. So just before summer vacation. It's
perfect.
Grab it for vacation.
What is the website again?
Spinandplay.com.
Spinandplay.com.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure I heard that right. Okay. And it's just spelled out SPINANDPLAW or PLAY.com. Okay, very good.
Good.
Good. Raphael, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you too.
I wish you all the best.
Yeah, you too.
How's the show? I mean, have you had great feedback from everybody at the show here?
Yeah,
Okay.
it goes over expectation. I mean,
that's great.
Everyone who got chilled around, niece, nephew, or kids, just feel that it's a great solution. I mean, no one could give us any wrong feedback or improvement possibility. So it's great, first. And we have seen a lot of partners, of investors that really believe that it's great as well.
Good.
So, yeah, we try to bring little things that can improve really importantly the way children are growing, and I think it works.
All right. Thanks, Raphael.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it. And go check that website out, everybody, spinandplay.com. You know, sometimes when we're at CES, we have to have non-tech type of stuff. Although there's a lot of technology in this as well. Again, you're joining us here at CES Live. We are coming to you high atop of the broadcast tower at the Venetian Sands here at CES 2025. Adam is at the board. He likes it. He told me yesterday he wants me to say his name more, so I figured he's just like, stop saying my name. And then Nancy and Alice are over helping everybody get up and out of the broadcast tower here. My name is Marlo Anderson. I am the Guru of Geek. Have a talk tech show called The Tech Ranch, and can be heard, a lot of different places. Of course, it's a podcast as well, so you can just catch me there anytime you like. And I'm not really sure who we have coming up next, so I'm just going to have a little sip of coffee while we're waiting. We have about an hour to go yet for today. And let's see. Are we in a little hiatus here? We're just checking to see. All right. Well, if that is the case, somebody coming up? Okay. I might just grab somebody to chat for a minute or two. Maybe Alice will come over.
I think we got somebody checked in.
Oh, do we? All right. Very good. I guess we have somebody coming up. All right. One of the issues with CES, everybody, is that it is a very, very large show, and traffic is very, very difficult. And if you don't plan accordingly, if you're moving from the convention center over to the Sands, for example, where we're at to be on CES Live, it can be a trek. If you gave yourself 20 minutes, it could be an hour to an hour and a half to get here, even though it's about 6 blocks away. It's not that far, but it is challenging, to say the least, to get through all the traffic that accumulates around CES every year. So we'll be talking to Lumen. Lumen. Cornell is joining us. And Lumen is in the European research startup which builds glasses that empower the blind to live a better life. This ought to be very interesting. Thanks for joining us, Cornell.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Absolutely. So you have obviously built a device to help those who have a vision impairment.
That is true.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit.
Definitely.
What do you have here?
Let me tell you a bit of context. I come from a family of people with disabilities.
Okay.
Everybody in my family but me has a disability, and that really inspired me to create technology which helped. So 4 years ago, I started this company in order to create technology to solve the lack of scalability of other navigational solutions for the blind. So today, 300 million visually impaired in the world, but if you check what they use the same two solutions for thousands of years. They use the white cane, the stick, and they use the guide dog or the service dog, as you call it here in the States. And the service dog is a great solution, but over its lifetime, a service dog can reach $200,000. It's immensely expensive. And in the entire world, there are only 28,000 service dogs to 300 million people who can benefit.
Wow, I didn't realize that was such a problem.
It's a hugely huge problem with a hugely small number of service dogs. So we took self-driving technology. We took a self-driving car and we scaled it down to something which you can wear. And I want to make an analogy with the service dog. The service dog works by pulling your hand, avoiding you from obstacles, and taking you to your destination. We do the same, but we don't pull your hand. We're actually on your head. So we actually pull your head. This thing has a haptic feedback interface on your forehead, and you actually feel how it holds you, and it pulls you in the direction where you have to go, avoiding you from obstacles, keeping you safe on the sidewalk, helping you do a crossing, helping you on stairs up and down, and taking you to your destination. This is tested by more than 400 blind people already. It's coming on the market in just a few months in Europe, and then towards the end of the year in the United States. We are a team of 50 engineers and scientists working on this for the last 4 years in Eastern Europe, in Romania, where we're from. And this is our second CES. Last year we came here with prototypes. This year we came here with a product. It's an absolutely amazing experience.
Very cool, very cool. So, first of all, I mean, the education it just gave me about the service dog scenario, I didn't realize that. So only like 1 in 10.
1 in...
Did you say 28,000
28,000 is 1 in 10,000.
Oh, yeah.
1 in 10,000, something.
Get to have a service dog.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
0.001%.
Wow.
And it's a great solution, but it's also very, very expensive, and that's not even the biggest problem. It's a lifestyle. You have a living being which you have to take care of.
Sure.
And you really have to take care because the performance of a service dog is directly affected by the way you take care of it.
Sure.
So it's immensely expensive and immensely difficult to have one.
Yep. All right, so you put this on, and when you said autonomous vehicle technology, are you talking about LiDAR or what?
I'm talking everything a self-driving car does. So we have the same computing performance and the same computing algorithms that Tesla has on the road. But we move it on the pedestrian side. And we take for granted how complex it is for a human to just navigate in the pedestrian environment, staying on the sidewalk, avoiding other people, stopping at a crossing. Those are very simple for us visually capable humans, but in technology is incredibly hard. Because, the road and the automotive world, that is kind of the same. A road slightly looks the same pretty much everywhere in the world. But when you move to the pedestrian side, the type of a sidewalk can vary 5 times in the same city. And in the world, trust me, it's absolutely incredible how varied it is.
I agree with that. It is just my little happening. I was on a cruise boat, and the only time I've ever spent any time in a wheelchair, I actually had really hurt my back. And my son-in-law was trying. We ended up in the Bahamas, and you get off the boat, and we're like, well, let's just go downtown for a little bit. Oh my goodness! You just take you just assume that the pedestrian side of things are going to be the same as where you come from. That is not the case at all.
It is.
We were actually stunned at how poor the conditions were, and so anybody who had any type of that were challenged with any type of ability, I don't know how you would even survive in those type of scenarios. So I can see where this would really
And this is why we had to test this in more than 40 countries.
Yeah,
we actually have a ton of AI here, which is trained in data from more than 40 countries. So like a few months ago, we did over like almost 200 miles of Japan, which is very different in terms of pedestrian infrastructure than here, for example.
Sure.
And we did everything from the West Coast up to Japan and all the countries in between. We had to go from snowstorms, sandstorms, and like normal storms in order to make sure this thing works everywhere, and we train it everywhere. And at this point, it already surpasses the capability of a service dog in something which is more than 20 times cheaper than a service dog.
So do you have Are there frequent updates? You know, are you updating firmware as you learn? It will actually be
it's
updated.
heavily based on AI.
Okay.
So we have a ton of AI which always gets smarter and smarter. At this point, we do major software updates almost every 3 months, and we already have a long waiting list for the product, but it's coming on the European market in a few months, and then we'll have even more people using it, so we get even more data from it. It's pretty incredible. I mean, for example, the first blind person in the world to go hiking on their own without knowing the hike, without having any other technology or person helping them, happened one of these devices. First blind person to go into a supermarket completely on their own and do like a large supermarket shopping happened with one of these ones. And now we're working on something pretty cool. The first blind persons who will go-karting will happen with these things. And we already tested and it works, and it's pretty cool.
Wow, that's amazing. So, you know, I know you talked about what a service dog costs, which, you know, $200,000, I'm sure is
over his lifetime.
Yeah,
over his lifetime.
Yep. So, you know, you put that in context with almost anything, will sound just amazingly, you know, inexpensive. What is this going to run the general person?
So this is a medical device in Europe.
Yep.
And in Europe, because it's a medical device, it's reimbursed by the states, by each individual country. And that varies. In some countries, we go between 5,000 to 10,000 roughly.
Okay.
The US pricing is not yet available. We're still trying to figure out what is the perfect price point for this market. Obviously, I come from a family of people with disabilities. I want to help as many people as possible. And we have to find that price point which makes this technology accessible to the people who need it. Because the indirect competition is over its lifetime to 100,000.
Right.
And in the US, there are only 10,000 service dogs to 2 million blind.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, the value that this brings to somebody's life is hard to measure, actually. You know, so very interesting. Anything else that you want to share with us about the product?
Well, the same technology which we have here, and it's absolutely remarkable technology. I mean, 7 months ago, we actually opened NVIDIA GTC, like the biggest keynote of this year. We opened with this. So the first thing before Jensen went on stage was this on stage.
Wow.
Absolutely cool. 50 million people saw that.
That's amazing.
But the same technology, we're going to reuse in other things. In 5 years from now, you're going to order a pizza. Something will be knocking on your door. You're going to open the door. It's going to be a humanoid robot delivering you that pizza.
Correct.
That humanoid robot got your door because of the same code which now guides blind people. This is what we actually invented. We invented pedestrian autonomous driving. The concept of self-navigation on the pedestrian world, not only on the automotive world.
Well, that's very interesting. So you're already thinking beyond, you know, how you help people, you know, that are visually impaired. There are many other uses for
that. Is true. But our number one focus is the same. We created this company to help people. And now we're a team of 50 people doing that.
Yeah. It's a great story.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here at CES this year.
Thank you.
And your website?
My website, www.lumen.com.
Okay.
.lumen.com.
.lumen, that's spelled out DOTLUMEN. So check that out, everybody, .lumen.com. Cornell, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
And you have to go check that out. That's just amazing. If you have somebody who is visually impaired, or if you are yourself, there's some amazing hope for you here in the very near future. And you know, the device is actually, you know, obviously people are going to notice that you're wearing the device, but it's not going to really be much more than a fancy hat, in my opinion. So it's very cool. Next up, we have Naveen Kumar. Naveen is with Truxt.ai, TRUXT.ai. As you can tell, AI is in everything. I mean, all of these things that we're talking about are possible because of artificial intelligence, and it's just amazing how AI is just changing everything that we do. So this ought to be very interesting as well. And we're coming to you live from CES 2025 right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are on day 3 of coverage. I am your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, host of a tech talk show called The Tech Ranch. And you can hear me on many radio stations across the country, and maybe a little television here and there occasionally. We've been filming a lot of stuff out of the show here for a new series that we've been working on as well. The team is getting a little tired. It's a lot of work, except for Adam, who's just there, steadfast, running the board. He's glued to the chair. Is there a new glue called Adam? There's Gorilla Glue, and now there's Adam. That's Nancy said it's called butt glue. Oh my goodness, that's funny. That's funny. And Adam did tell me yesterday that he just thought that his name should be mentioned more on the air. So I'm just making that happen for him. How have you been growing your beard, Adam?
Gosh, a very long time, maybe 2012.
2012.
I do trim it up on occasion.
You do? Okay. Okay. So that's not full growth from 2012.
Right.
Okay. Wow. It would take me the rest of my life probably to get half of the beard that you have. So that's
it's a little crazy right now because of the low humidity.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Isn't that lovely? Yeah. Yeah. I believe Naveen is working on getting a little bit of a demonstration set up here with TPN. So we'll let him work on getting that put together. We're about 50 minutes from being done for the day. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage from CES 2025. This is a live show, so you get to see all the nuances of what a live show looks like, including the transfer of guests, the occasional host making a mistake or two. And there's only 3 of us this year. We do miss you, Todd, by the way. Donald and Scott and myself are hosting the 9-hour-a-day broadcast out of here. Tomorrow, by the way, we have our award winners, and that will be, does that start at 1 o'clock, Adam?
Yes. I believe so, somewhere around there.
1 p.m. Pacific time, and we will have our best of CES. We'll be giving out those awards at that time. And joining me from TPN is Naveen.
Hi.
Am I saying that right, Naveen?
That's right.
All right. Wow. I am just killing it on names today, so I'm loving every minute of that. So Marlo, nice to meet you, by the way. And you've developed TPN.ai, so tell us a little bit about TPN.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me
Absolutely.
here. It's a pleasure to be here at CES. TPN helps enterprises catalyze the journey of generative AI adoption.
Okay.
And we have a platform which essentially does 2 things. One is we help enterprises consolidate all their unstructured data into one place. We call it Knowledge Hub. And then we have a pre-trained LLM which integrates with the Knowledge Hub to produce the needed chats, needed responses for internal and customers. And recently we happened to develop a DevOps GPT platform which helps us go into the direction of autonomous operations or autonomous software operations, we call it. So this at a high level what we do at TPN. I'll be happy to get into the details.
Okay, so I think I get an understanding about what this is. So, I own a few companies, and one of my biggest challenges is unstructured data. We have a Google Drive that has hundreds, if not thousands, of files that are not sorted and whatever. People just drop them in there because you want to safe keep the file. You want to keep that thing. You don't want to get rid of it. But at the same time, nobody takes the time to maybe file it properly or whatever. So TPN would help us sort through that, is what you're saying.
Yep. And every enterprise sits on a gold mine of this data, what you're talking about. The problem is bringing all these data in different formats, not only documents, but look at the number of training contents we create. We have so many videos. Our solution architects go into so many troubleshooting sessions. Those are all recorded, but what happens to those? They just get buried into those drives you're talking about.
Yeah.
So we bring in every type of data, every type of that unstructured data into one place. And what we have seen is not only that unstructured data helps a lot, but then comes the problem of data governance. You cannot produce responses which is not relevant for the end user or not required for the end user. So enterprise, one, collection of data, cleaning of data, providing role-based access controls, gets a lot many things to worry about than just putting a wrapper around ChatGPT, throw in some documents, and then get started with responses.
So then, the next level here, and I'm just asking because I think I kind of understand this flow. So are you then using this unstructured data and other things within the company to train an AI so that if I wanted to, for example, understand, if we had a sales opportunity for a particular product that somebody reaches out and I don't know really anything about that particular thing, I can go into Truxt and say, hey, I have this potential sale with this customer that wants A, B, and C. Do we even have this here? I'm just thinking in my own world that, because one of the companies I have is very, very unique, and we have all these opportunities that we call them, but each one of them is unique to each individual company that we work with. Am I getting close here with what Truxt will do?
Yeah, so that's precisely the need of an organization. They have data spread across different systems, bring those all together, and now a salesperson can go and instantly ask a question. Hey, does this product or does our product's latest version supports Kubernetes version 1.25? And then instantly they can get an answer from the existing set of documents. There is one thing which we have found also very valuable. One is bringing together all the company-specific information and then add surrounding technologies to what they actually solve real problems in. Now, these two together brings great value in terms of not only accuracy, but something which you have not created in terms of contents, but is a very integral part of what you offer to the end users. So that's the intent, and actually this is being solved. This is very well solved now.
Okay. And is Truxt available right now? I mean, could I sign up, and is it a subscription model? How does all that work?
Yes, it's a subscription-based. You can go on Truxt AI, and one good thing anybody can do is they can go ahead and create a sandbox of their own, no charges. You can just go register, you can put your public document URL, and instantly you will have your instance ready. You can see in real time how the responses will be coming to your employees on internal or on public available data.
Okay, very cool. I'd love, do you have like a case study that you can share with me maybe or a story of somebody using Truxt that really improved their lives?
Right. So there are two sides to it. One is, of course, there are hundreds of case studies available, and typically what we have seen is around 30 to 65% of gains in terms of reduction in number of tickets and the instant responses or first-time response improvement. So that is very generically available. Something which I found very astounding is our work with our design partners on DevOps GPT, where this platform team was getting 8 to 10 requests per day from their internal developers. And until those issues were resolved, these developers were predominantly blocked.
Yeah, they just sit there and twiddle their thumbs, right? Yeah.
And with using something like DevOps GPT, the number of tickets were reduced from 8 per day to half every 2 days.
Wow.
That's a massive gain.
Yeah.
And that's something which I see is going to gain more and more momentum across industry, where you will be able to troubleshoot your issues instantly if you have created a very well-knit solution on generative AI. And this is something which is also available online.
Okay. Wow. Very, very impressive.
Thank you.
So I know that we just don't have enough time to talk about these things in depth on the show because we're very, very busy, of course. But Naveen, I really appreciate it. Truxt.ai, everybody. TRUXT.ai. Go check it out if you have a company. Is there any use case studies for things that are not, I know it's B2B, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Are you looking at this would be rolled out for households sometime in the future as well, or?
Currently, it's B2B, and B2B itself is pretty big, big problem to solve.
Yeah, it's kind of a large market. Yeah.
But a couple of important learnings I would definitely want to share with your viewers. One is, implementation of generative AI on your product knowledge base is becoming kind of commoditized. There are so many companies doing it, so the use case is very well established, and people are experiencing great return on investment. So use it. I want enterprises to use it.
Sure.
Second important part of is don't build it. Typically, in my conversation with CXOs, I have found most of their focus is on implementing generative AI on their business use cases than building something like, improving their knowledge management productivity. It's more like Salesforce. You will not build a Salesforce, you'll buy a Salesforce. You will use Salesforce information to improve your business. So these are a couple of very important learnings I want to share with your viewers.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, Naveen, I appreciate the time. And again, everybody, Truxt AI. Go check that out if you need this type of solution for your business. So, all right, thanks, Naveen.
Pleasure.
Take care of yourself. All right. And we have a few more interviews left to go for the day. We're coming to you live from CES 2025, high atop the tower, broadcast tower here at the Venetian Sands in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. I am your host for the rest of the day, the Guru of Geek, Marlo Anderson, and I just love referring to myself in the third person. And at the board is Adam. And there's long-legged Linda, and now I'm going to refer to Adam as the long-bearded Adam. He's not even saying anything over there. He's busy working, actually. And we have Nancy, who's working with our transformation crews, and Alice, of course, is over there hanging out and helping as well. So we have quite the crew. There's quite a few people downstairs, too. In fact, there's just as big a crew down below us as there is up here. We don't have, I think we're missing, I shouldn't say missing, but I think we had a technical issue with the producer's camera earlier, so you don't get a real good shot of the space that we have up on top of the tower here. It's not actually very large, so you have to be very careful with the amount of people that we have up here because we don't have a large space. So most of the activity for this production goes on downstairs. I have my view, by the way, is a sign that says restrooms on it, just so you know what I get to look at, other than Adam, of course. And by the way, those restrooms, Adam, are the worst restrooms. Oh my goodness.
I have to agree.
Oh my goodness. There have to be some within a mile that we could use that are better than those. Oh my goodness. It's just disgusting. What can I say? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that anything could smell that bad, quite frankly. Maybe more information than anybody wanted to know, but it's nasty in there. Alice, it's your turn. Might as well grab you for a minute or two, because she likes to talk to me. And I can only pick on Adam's beard for so long. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Living the dream.
Just think, you go from never wanting to broadcast to being on the air all the time now.
I know. Things change.
I need to get one of those massages that Bobby found earlier.
I'm kind of thinking the same thing.
We have this. We all go to lunch. Our camera guy, Bobby, he's like, do we have a little extra time? Yeah, I said, let's just all meet up about 1 o'clock, and then we'll finish up the interviews we have on the floor. It's 1:15, 1:20, 1:25. I'm texting him. I'm like, where are you? Don't hear anything. All of a sudden, he comes around the corner. Our common, I don't know what you want. Anyway, is that he fell asleep.
Pretty much in one of the massage chairs here. We're fairly certain that's what happened.
So appreciative when he showed up, and he's like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
I think he apologized 4 times.
Yeah. So, anything interesting today?
Oh my goodness, everything was interesting today.
We were down in the French Pavilion for a while.
We were, and they've got some really cool stuff going on in France.
I like the bikey bike.
That bikey bike was awesome.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about that is the Find My Bike part of that app, because you know where your kid is at. You can check anytime where your kid is.
Yeah, they make these lightweight bikes out of aluminum, and I mean they're kind of a step up from your standard Walmart bike for kids, I guess. I mean, I think they ran from what, $2.99 to $5.99 or something, which I didn't think was bad.
No,
but it has, but they're very high strength, high weight frame, and they have these cool effects. So you can change it so it sounds like a tractor or a car or whatever, which I thought was clever.
That was cool too. But to me, the big thing was the Find My Bike.
Yeah, GPS.
Such a great way to keep your kids safe.
Yeah. So there's that. The Hive. What did you think of Hive? That was the package.
Oh, that was awesome too.
Yeah.
You know, we live in a world where porch pirates are a huge issue.
Yeah.
Let's face it. I know anything that I'm having delivered, I don't have sent to the house. I have it come to work where we are.
For that reason, right?
For that reason, exactly. I don't want things stolen.
Yeah.
But this is a thing you can put out on your porch, and it's a secure area for the delivery guy to leave your package. It's just great.
And 100% remote operated. You can allow, like if you have a FedEx driver or UPS, you put it in your notes for your profile, give them a special code so they can get in and out of it. But yet it's secure for everything else. And at $299,
it's a bargain.
I thought so too. They're pretty good size, actually.
They are.
You could put quite a few packages in these.
Yes, you could.
So I was very impressed with Hive.
Yes. Well, kind of like a deck box.
Yeah. Yeah, they stand, I think, well, this is new this year. Yeah, brand new. They're called Hive, and the mom came up with this idea, I forget her name, run business. They have their son that's an engineer that's done the design work on this, and so they have a camera. When you close the lid, the camera takes a picture of the packages that are in there, so you know what's in there. So if you do need to get back, let's say you have something that couldn't be frozen, and this time of year in the northern part of the country, you probably want to make sure that it's not going to get frozen. It was really, really well thought out, and then it has anchors on it too. You can actually attach it to your door frame, or there's a steel cabling that you can anchor it down with, so people can't steal the hub as they're the Hive. So
well,
and
the alarm system on it.
Right. Oh yeah, the alarm system. If you do steal it, yeah, you're gonna want to get rid of it immediately, because this high pitch thing goes off, and oh yeah, it's pretty cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then it lets your neighbors know there's a problem.
Right.
So
all of it. Yeah.
Yes. So they can call the police, and I think that alarm probably would be a good deterrent.
Yeah,
anyway.
I think it would be, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else did we? There was something else that I thought was really, really clever down in the French pavilion that we stumbled across. Oh, the water.
Love the water thing.
Yeah.
Love the water thing.
That was pretty cool. Why don't you tell everybody about that?
It's about the size of the basic Keurig. So it's smaller than, most of them are. And what it does is clean your water for you. And then it can come out as clean water. It can come out as sparkling water. Or you can add their flavor pods and have it be flavored water. I thought that was a really cool thing.
Yeah, that was cool.
And it's only like $100.
Yeah, it was very reasonable.
So it's
too.
really reasonable.
Yeah.
No.
That's
a different
thing.
thing.
Yeah, you're thinking of the water from air. Yeah, yeah. That water from air unit, which is cool too. That actually produces 5 gallons of drinkable water every day, right out of the air.
Yeah.
You never have to go refill it. Yeah, well, yeah, in Florida, yeah. Nancy's in Florida, you'll get more than 5 gallons. That's probably true. My guess is that it can probably only produce, is 5 gallons a day. It's not that it couldn't produce more because there's more humidity in there. It just only can do so that 5 gallons a day. Yeah.
Well, the guy that I visited with about that one lives in Arizona.
Right.
In the desert.
Right.
And he's getting 5 gallons a day out of it.
Right. Yeah.
So that is pretty impressive too.
That was cool too.
Oh,
the long hours are really starting to catch up with me today.
They're starting to catch up, aren't they? Joe and Bob.
So that was really, really cute. Notice how I lit up when you said that. Joe and Bob. Yeah. So tell people who or what Joe and Bob are.
Bob is a countertop, very small dishwasher.
Yeah.
Perfect for people like us, 2 of us in the house. Our dishwasher sits for a week, sometimes 10 days before I run it, because it's just the 2 of us. So it's a very small countertop dishwasher, and I thought that was really cool.
I don't know if you noticed, but so much so, I mean, you could take this thing with you if you travel.
Absolutely.
This thing too, because you just pour water into it.
Yeah.
And it drains out into the sink. Yeah, I love it too, Nancy.
It was way cool.
Great, yeah. And then Bob.
And then.
Or that was Bob.
That was Bob.
Okay, and then Joe.
Joe is a very small portable oven. However, you can bake, you can steam, you could.
It's your microwave.
It's your microwave.
It's your convection oven.
It's your convection oven.
This is all in one unit.
All in one unit.
It's and an air fryer
too.
That's correct.
It is better than the Easy Bake Oven. You're right.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can air fry, bake, microwave, all in one unit. Are you serious?
And a steamer,
yeah,
too. I mean,
steam
to
your
steam
rice,
your vegetables.
So that doesn't come out till 2026. They only had a prototype there. I don't know.
They didn't have a price on it yet.
But I don't think it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, it was about the size of a small microwave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little deeper.
Yeah, a little
maybe.
deeper. Yeah, but I would say the cooking space. I'm comparing our microwave to that. It might be about the same, I suppose.
Probably close.
In that neighborhood of a microwave oven. But if you're just steaming a few things or whatever, it's all good. So.
Yep. Yeah,
well,
it's pretty impressive.
I guess I have to chase you out of here now.
Okay, then I'll see you later.
So, all right. So next up we have Skyted, S-K-Y-T-E-D, Stefan Hersen. It will be joining us. And I'm betting he's not from the U.S. because I'm sure I did not say his name properly. Stefan. Stefan? Yeah. Stefan. What? Stefan. What do you prefer?
Stefan. I'm good.
All right, Stefan. And all right. Well, good to have you here.
Thank you.
Marlo, by the way.
I'm Stefan.
Stefan, nice to meet you. And you're the CEO of Skyted?
Exactly.
All right. And Skyted is a leader in silent calls, allowing hybrid workers to make confidential and secure calls in planes, trains, and open spaces. Because nothing is more exciting than to sit there on a subway train listening to somebody's talking to their doctor.
And talking to their boyfriend or whoever they want to talk.
Yeah.
And having the private conversation on the whole time.
Do you find this, and I'm glad that you've come up with a solution for this, but do you find it kind of amazing that everything is, there's no privacy anymore because people themselves share their stuff in open places?
Yeah, I think it's maybe the social media,
I suppose.
Our culture. That you can have your sex life explained on a train with anybody around, or to have negotiations going on with 10 people around listening to the name and the price and pretty much just your strategy, or people pitching to their teams the brand new strategies. It's quite crazy.
Do you think that it's just, with the social media is one, do you think that it's just because everybody else is on their phones or devices or whatever, that they think they have anonymity simply because everybody else is doing the same thing, and they don't realize that people are actually potentially listening to all of this?
Yeah, I think there is a kind of decomplexion that when you're on the phone, you have so many teams, so many calls to handle at any time, that is going to be a killer to pretty much take control of what you said according to the environment. So you just put it away, put it on the table.
Yeah.
And we heard so many times crazy feedback from the CIA guy making his strategy on the Amtrak trains, and it was recorded. So if you go on the skytech.io, you'll find the 10 biggest story of people making the negotiation, like the Brexit in UK, going to Brussels, and having a call with friends just to fine-tune the strategy. And just to say in blunt word what it's going to say to in Brussels about it. I was the CIA guys making complete loud comments about the strategy of the CIA, which is unbelievable. You can imagine by the level of security of the CIA. So it's just that people think they have their own sun bubbles with them, and this is it. It's not going to go around pretty much at 10 feet away. When you make a call, you have a sun bubble which is going to cover about 1,000 square feet. You have to think that it's a full apartment, or you have to go on a parking lot to make a call.
Right.
And today, most of the people think I have too much stress, I have to handle that, and pretty much they cut their audio, the video side, on their eyes about what's going on around.
So you have a solution?
Yeah.
All right.
It's here.
All right. Show us how it works.
Yeah, it's the headset 320. That's going to pick up the very faint of my voice, so I'm going to wear it. I cannot wear it now because I have the headset, but just two parts. You unplug that, and after you put them in your ear, and here the boom microphone is going to come very, very close to your mouse.
Okay.
Here we have AI. It's very, very, very powerful microchips. I'm going to be first to have a special microphone who's going to just take the air coming out of the few inches coming out from my mouse.
Okay.
Just targeting that, pick it up. He's going to be able to send it to denoise it first and take the background noise out, because the other microphone is taking what the noise is coming here. So I'm just going to take my voice. I'm going to be able to denoise the background noise and then to reboost it, to put it on Teams, WhatsApp, and we know pretty much on which network you're working on. And
so are you basically just very softly saying what you want to do,
exactly.
and then it reconstitutes that into an audible that the other person can hear? Okay.
It's made for transport. Everything which is at 65, 70 dB, like a train, an aircraft is 76, a car is about 72. So pretty much we had the mask before, but the idea was to be able to talk on a very loud environment, like a train, like a show, like a Starbucks. Pretty much everything's at 60, 70. So you're going to speak at 50. You just got to talk on ultra low voice. I'm talking right now in ultra low voice. So this microphone might pick it up because it's very professional. But you're gonna have lots of trouble to work with Teams and so on. It's gonna denoise it because you think it's background noise.
Right.
So we're gonna just with AI just send it straight to the right person on the other side. This is a product, and for the first time you're gonna have a complete difference between the locutor speaking and the interlocutor on the other side listening. If you say I cannot hear you, I'm gonna have to raise your voice.
Right.
Here by AI, I'm going to reduce it because I have people around me, and that's going to give me a total sense of security. So I'm going to be able to talk below it, so you won't be able to hear, even if we touch our shoulder. So when it's coming down, the other person by AI, we're going to adapt it so you're going to make sure you understand very, very clearly. So it's great because I don't need to talk loud, and you understand perfectly what I said. So we can have what we call a voice booster, and to adapt that automatically by AI. This is the beauty of this project. The other part is, like you said, how loud I'm speaking. Am I entering into an argument with somebody? So I might get nervous. I might think increase by 15 dB when pretty much when you get nervous, you
get excited.
You get excited and so on.
I get that way too. Somebody has a great idea.
And
I'll animate and all of it. You know.
And if you are, let's say, on the train and the guy next to you wants to sleep, he's going to get annoyed by your behaviors. What we're going to do is that we're going to have a sun bubble, which is a second patent we have, that is going to calculate how loud is ambient noise and how loud I'm speaking and how far I'm going to be perceptible by the people sitting next to me. So usually it has to stop there on the train, or if you are in business class here, and first class even broader. So I can switch it out. You are about 3 feet from me. I can switch it at 2 feet, and that's going to stop my sound, and that's going to automatically adjust the maximum volume I can speak, so to make sure everything is going to stop pretty much at the distance between you and me. So that can cover the discussion we had with that. I can create my sun bubble. I can, create a kind of protection around me and bring it around with me to make sure that on my seat is going to be pretty much this big, and after on let's say in a bar, on a restaurant, on the Starbucks, you will just have a coffee. You have two people around you. You don't know if there can be enemies, they can be foes or friends.
Yeah.
They can be your best competitors or your worst nightmare.
Yeah.
And you're going to tell life about something, and they might know the people you're talking to.
Right.
So on this case, you just put your sun bubble at about 1 foot on each side, and automatically it's going to calculate the maximum level you can speak to make sure that it won't even touch the sound, will not even touch the table next to you.
Well, this is a much better solution than what I came up with, because mine was a blow up. I would blow up and they would put the sun bubble around. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it was a sun bubble in the 70s and so on.
That's right. The sound, the cone of silence.
The cone of silence.
Yeah.
Exactly
that was always hilarious too. Yeah. So, are these available on the public?
It's on the Indiegogo right now. Okay. You can buy it. It's going to be delivered by March this year.
Okay.
It's a product that can fold. This is just very easy. It's going to be, of course, flexible here. You have a small bag with it, so you can carry on. You just deploy it, wear it, and you can start your call as soon as you want it.
Okay.
So that's where
cool.
we are. So
and
here it's a demo.
Do you have an over-the-ear solution as well?
Well, we're going to have the over-the-ear for people in offices.
Okay.
The biggest, of course, mobility is a big market, but return to office is now the voice pollution is a new concept we're going out. That means you're going to be able to talk very, very, very on the soft voice and making sure the other people will understand on the other side. Today, there is no way. If you want to talk loud, you have to make sure that people understand it, and you want to speak louder to make sure that the quality of the call is going to be perfect.
Yep.
Today, by AI, we can adjust that. So that's the second product for that. So for train, for return to office, and for Aphonia, we are here as a medical division for people with voice concern. They can only talk with whispering. In the same thing, they can take their phone as a speaker for them to speak in a very, very loud space, even if they speak at 20 dB when it's 70, of course, like in a show like that.
Tell me about the name.
The name is SkyTED 320. I'm an ex-Airbus VP, so Airbus 320 is a major aircraft here, and that's in kilometers. This is high-speed trains, like the Shinkansen in Japan, 320 kilometers, 200 miles per hour. So 320 is a magic word. It's pretty much when you travel fast, high density, people around you, but for a long period of time. And sometime your phone is going to ring because you get the 4G, the 5G. So suddenly you want to take this call. Now you can take it with any problem in confidentiality from your seat in any trains, on an Amtrak train, for example, in the US, or on an airplane in the future, definitively, as we have been talking to many airlines here.
All right, so catch SkyTED on Indiegogo at the end of February, and we can go to your website, I'm assuming?
Yeah, skyted.io, you find all the information. You have recording. We compare with the Jabra AirPods. I mean, you can really see the tech. This is deep tech. We've been working 30,000 hours on this project, and now it's ready to go.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks, Stefan. Take care of yourself.
Thank you for having me.
And check that out, everybody. Very interesting. If you need to have private conversations with your business or what have you, it's a great way to do that. Next up, Sherry Chang with Neural Lab will be joining us as soon as we have Stefan out of the space here. And we're just starting to wrap up the day 3 of our live coverage here at CES. We're at the Venetian Sands, if you're just joining us here in Las Vegas at the Convention Center. And we are wrapping up another 9 hours of live coverage right here at CES. Tomorrow morning we will start again at 9 a.m. Pacific time. And you can do the math. I believe that's 10 Mountain, 11 Central, 12 Eastern. So that'll be the time set for tomorrow. And then at 1 o'clock we will start our wrap-up show of CES, as well as our TPM picks of the year. So that'll be very exciting. Please join us. If you can't join us at earlier in the day, please take time at 1 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow to see our top picks from CES. It'll be a very, very cool show, and you'll see the technology that we think earned some extra notoriety. And I have my pick as of this afternoon. It's always a challenge because there's so many things that we see here. And I just seen what I think is going to be my top pick here. And who knows, that may even be the top pick of the whole show after I try to convince the rest of the team here that they should win it all. But we'll see how that goes. And so join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time. We still have some more of today's show yet. We have Sherry Chang with Neural Lab, who will be joining us here. She's now high atop the tower as well. And she's getting her demo set up, I believe. Looks like it's some type of app on her phone that she's setting up for me to try out here. Adam, are we doing ribs this year?
It's always a good choice.
All right. I think that'll be, are we doing that tomorrow night?
I believe, yes.
All right. Just making sure. These are little, little reminders that I'm putting out there. So no. Okay. Sounds like it's already been chatted about. Oh, well, we already know where we're going. Adam and I already got the place. That's not changing. They make like the best ribs in the country right there. It's very good. Yeah, absolutely. And we're not telling anybody what this place is, because the last thing we want, we've already told too many people, because they're crazy busy when we go there now. And I think we told too many people where we go, and now they're busy, which is good for them. I'm glad they're busy, quite frankly. But Adam, I think we should have, because we shared the place, we should have our own table.
Exactly.
So when we show up, we should just be able to go sit down.
We're giving them free advertising.
Yeah, they've had plenty of it from us, that's for sure. Yeah, and they don't take reservations, right? So you just got to deal with it, I guess. Frank and Sons Pizza here in Vegas? Yes. Okay. Okay. Nancy was talking about Frank and Sons Pizza. Yeah, it's one of the wonderful things about coming to Las Vegas. The food's always wonderful. No, that's true. That is true. So Sherry's attempting to get her phone working here.
Oh, okay. No,
so
sorry. Okay.
All right, we're getting her all mic'd up here, and then we'll have our conversation. Hello, Sherry. How are you? How are you today?
I'm doing well.
Wonderful. We're going to talk a little bit about Neural Lab. Neural Lab is bringing the air gesture you see in Minority Report to life. One of my favorite movies, by the way. They're redefining user interaction by converting hand-to-body motion into device commands using a simple webcam. So that is Neural Lab, and I have a feeling you're going to show us how this works.
Yeah.
All right.
I have it just loaded on my phone.
Okay.
It may not be as useful, but
well,
just to show.
There's a little internet issue at CES here, so I think we're feeling fortunate we can even beam out of here with the program today. It's been challenging to have, with the Wi-Fi and the internet in here. It's ridiculously slow.
So congested. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have trouble as well.
Yep.
Yeah, no, yeah. So I have something on my phone. So this is just something simple, just to show that our application works on Windows and also on Android.
Okay.
So any Android device, you can install our app, and you can add gesture So I don't know if the audience can see it.
So if you turn it to right here, and then turn it, there you go, just like
okay.
that. If you can, I don't know if you can gesture backwards or not, or if I can do that.
Oh, no, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, you can see my hand,
Yep,
kind
yep,
of.
yep.
So, yeah, if I do a pinch, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how well this is going to do backward. Let's see if I can get it.
So we have another camera right there. So let's go like this, so you're seeing it a little better yourself. There you go.
Okay. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you can see I'm interacting with my cell phone. Basically, any pinch gesture works like a tap on the phone.
Okay.
So I could do like a, tap and swipe like I was doing. And basically, that's like me swiping. Or I can just do like a short tap to say launch an application. Like so.
Okay.
So I'm just launching AirTouch as well. So you can see, it's like, hey, I can stop it and stop the application. I run it. So I have a little camera to show, it's like what I'm doing, my gesture. But I could just as well as turn this preference off, and all I do is I go to the preference settings, and I say stop overlay and run again. Is it running? Yep.
So give me an idea about, I think most people understand that we have some challenges in the building today because of and I'm sure your program works because we're connected, or you're connected as well. We're having some connectivity issues here. So it works on Android, works on Windows.
Yes.
And so if you're on Windows, you're at your office.
Yeah.
Give me some real-world examples of why gestures would be better than maybe using your mouse or a touch screen.
Yeah. One simple example, PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Advancing it and moving back. Instead of using the clicker, you can just use your hand.
Okay.
You don't have to remember to fetch your little clicker. Actually, and I think our product is superior. So we give you capability to program shortcut key. So PowerPoint happens to give you shortcut key to call, say, a laser pointer or a pen on command. So not only can you advance slide, you can just say on command laser pointer, it's like point to where I want to go, or pen, and circle where I want to go. So the other use case for, say, an enterprise office would be a smart board. Any display can now be a smart board.
Sure.
So you can doodle on, interact with any application. You don't need to buy a special, expensive, smart board that comes with its own proprietary software that, people may or may not be happy with.
Yeah.
Our stuff works with any application. So you have the wide range of choice of everything that exists for Windows or Android applications.
Okay. Yeah. And, in the smaller, on the Android side, I love the doodling part, by the way. That's fantastic. So tell me a little bit about on the phone. Why is this important on a phone?
Well, it's probably not as useful on a smaller screen. It would be hard to interact with, but maybe more useful, say, on the tablet. Unless on the phone, you may want to just configure a simple gesture for, like, say, I want to take pictures, snap picture remotely.
Gotcha.
Or something like that. Or if you say you're a chef, you're preparing a meal and you want to just
there you go.
Swipe that down.
Instead of having your floury fingers all over the screen and stuff, right? You'd have the gestures.
Yeah.
And I would imagine even like a programmer, I'm thinking like myself, I'm playing with some robotics right now, so I could gesture how to move the robot around on the Android. I mean, these are all possibilities. I mean, you just, you layer on top of what you build to create new things, right? So, yeah, I could see where that's pretty cool. So, is it an app that we can just download and put on our phone and on Windows right now?
Yep, absolutely. Okay. It's an exe file on Windows or APK file on Android. Just go to our website, neuro-lab.com. Purchase a subscription. You can download it. We have a free trial going on right now just for CES. You get a 30 days free trial.
Okay.
So, you can try it out, see if you like it. And we love to have feedback. We love feedback from users.
I love the board idea. I really do. I could see where, and then you can just, I would imagine you can just take it after you're doodling on whatever surface, right? You can just take a snapshot of that and then throw it in AI, and AI will figure it all out for you. So that's really clever, actually. I'm gonna play with that. That's great.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not just obviously it's like any display can now be interactive.
Yep.
Our goal is to replace remote controller. I hate remote controllers. You know, I have 5 different ones between cable box, streaming box, or whatever thing.
That is an insane problem.
Yeah. So our long-term goal is get rid of that remote controller, and not only not replacing remote controller. I think we opened up a whole world of interaction with display or your television at home. Now all of a sudden every display can be interactive.
Yeah.
So you know, imagine like every single app on your cell phone, on Android or Apple phone can now be you can interact with it on your television. That's very possible. I mean, technically it's already there. We just need to distribute it. Or imagine, home shopping network, on steroid. You can have a try-on experience, swipe right, swipe left, like, test out my lipstick color and my shades, and then, just click on order right on the screen.
Yeah.
It's like, so you open up so many more possibility for a traditional boob tube, so to speak.
Yeah. Give us your website again.
It's neuro-lab.com.
All right, neuro-lab.com. You can go get the app. You can put the software on your Windows device or on your Android right now, and you have a free trial that people can play around with this a little bit and check it out. So Sherry, thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so
being
much.
on the show. I appreciate it, and good luck to your rest of your CES as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. And I think we are at the end of our broadcast day. You're supposed to shake your head yes, Adam, if that is correct. Okay, wow. Well, there we are. We really appreciate you all joining us today for our 3rd day of coverage here at CES 2025. We will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. It'll be a shortened day, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for interviews, and then that 1 to 2 p.m. will be for our top picks of CES 2025. So you'll want to be back for that. All these times are Pacific. Make the change for I'm so tired, you guys. Make the change for your time zone. So it'll be 9 a.m. here, 10 a.m. Mountain, 11 Central, 12 Eastern for show start, and then of course 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow for our top in show. So again, everybody, this is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, and we really appreciate that you joined us for our 3rd day of coverage here at CES 2025. Until tomorrow, take care.